and welcome to our very final last day of Western Europe. We got our tiebreakers. We have some scores to settle, some teams to figure out who's staying where, how many DPC points they're getting, and joining me, Tiga, Kezu. We'll start with you, T. How are you and your little kitten?
Good afternoon. Nah, not good evening.
No, it's evening.
I'm traveling.
No, it's evening.
Already
just
have
look
the
outside,
answers.
yeah,
Who won the tiebreakers? Can you teach us this? Because you're in the future.
True.
Yeah,
Tell
I
me.
can. It
Tell us,
was
Nat.
Quest and then Hustle. Hustle.
I love those games.
I made myself pretty clear, T. I said what I said, okay? Did I stutter?
No, you didn't. And my cat's great. Thank you for asking. Anyways, that's good. Today's a good day.
Yeah.
You know, it's the end of the tour. Bittersweet and whatnot.
It is bittersweet. We get to see where everyone lands up, who's going to be doing what. But yeah, very last day, bit sad. Leaderboard for it, Kezu Tundra. First place, what a clean and crispy score they got with that 7-0. Gaming Gladiators, not so clean, did rack up 2 losses for themselves, but nice secured in second place. They don't have to worry about tiebreakers. Liquid and Quest, though, whilst they might both be going to Bali Major, there is a 100 DPC point difference between them, and that needs to be settled. OG just misses out on Bali Major. They're going to be staying here in Div 1 entity. Hustlers, they're tied. Only 1 spot left for Div 1, and unfortunately, Secret, whilst they got a lot of game wins, they were only able to get 1 singular series win for themselves, Kezu.
Yeah, sadly, you know, winning some games here and there isn't as important. What really matters is getting the series wins, and, well, sadly for them, that didn't really work out. I think for Entity and Hustlers, maybe T knows this. If you are top 6 in Div 1, do you start upper bracket in a TI qual, or what's the deal as well? Do you know that?
Yeah, so last year it was bottom 2 of Div 1 went to lower bracket.
Okay.
And then Div 2, obviously, the top got a nice little bonus, but that was with Europe having a really good automatic invite for last year. But this year, if the invites are slightly different, if some teams maybe choke at this major and don't get automatic invite, it could skew everything. But I'd like to go with the assumption bottom 2 of Div 1 equals lower bracket.
Yeah, because I think not only does this matter for like the next season, I think this matchup later, it will also matter for the TI qualifier, which you know, for most Dota players, that's a pretty important qualifier. You may even call it the qualifier of the year.
Yeah, the be-all, end-all, because everyone wants that coveted Aegis, of course. But our schedule for today, we're looking so far in the future, okay? Like, we're not going to think about TI too much. No, that's all good. That's all good. Whilst everything does accumulate to that, whilst that is our end goal right now, we just got to look at what's happening today. Team Liquid versus Quest is going to be our first series, and we're saving the best to last. Entity, Hustlers, that 1 Div 1 slot. This is a rolling schedule, so if we happen to get a 2-0 in the first series, we're going to see Entity and Hustlers playing a lot sooner than what is said on our screens there, T.
Oh, yeah, I won't lie, I was just staring at the leaderboards. I didn't really ask your segue. I'll be very honest. I was so staring at these leaderboards, thinking of Quest and how hard this entire run's gonna be. And then you threw to me, and I was like, "Damn it, Nat, not ready." I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just talking about how it's a rolling schedule. You know, we've been a fixed schedule, or like not before today. Schedule for the whole, for the whole tour. But today we got to keep it rolling. It's non-stop Dota action. We don't know how long the day is going to be. Oh, how's your kitty cat, Kezu? I actually didn't ask.
She's doing great. As you can see, she's here. She's ready to be lifted by Papa, because she's a very big Papa girl.
Yeah. Does she have any opinions on the Liquid Quest series that maybe she wants to, impart some knowledge with us?
Probably thinks that Liquid suck. I think she was meowing a lot earlier because she really likes Amar, and Quest are gonna stop them. She also asked me if any one of us had intel, whether or not Blitz was still on the party bus for today's series, or if he's back home.
True. Yeah, I don't have that intel. I could shoot him. I could shoot him a quick message and just be like, "Yo, bro."
Shoot him. Oh God.
Shoot him.
No, a quick message. Whoa. There's a whole sentence going on there, buddy. There was like a semicolon. It kept going. Okay. We can find out if he's still on the party bus. I'm gonna take you stab and dog. Probably not. There's a lot of shooting and stabbing I got over there.
Quite illegal.
A fair stab.
Have you, Kezu, with your cat, have you use like the psychic aspect of animal shit. Like I was thinking of actually putting 2 bits of kibble down this morning and seeing which one might.
Nah, hold. This is actually an idea for the future. No cap. We talked about this today. I'm doing this for the TI qualifiers. We're gonna do some.
I was literally thinking of doing it with my cat too.
We can do it together. And
wait, are we all having the same conversation?
Yeah.
Like, did you guys have this together, or did you have them separately?
No, this is
separately.
I literally was. Okay, I was actually gonna talk about.
I had a separate conversation like this too, except we were talking about like smashing eggs with like logos on it, and then whichever egg doesn't break is the one that wins.
I'll break both of them. So they're always gonna lose. Everything's gonna lose every time.
Anyway, we're just talking about different weird ways in which you could do predictions. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into the physics of egg breaking over here.
On day one, though, I just want to get first, just to clarify, what happens if your pet or your egg instantly gets the first game wrong? Does it just ruin the entire prediction? Because no one's going to care about Kezu's dumb cat who can't.
Yo, relax. You can't call it dumb like that. He didn't mean it. Okay.
I mean, it's not my fault he ate the wrong kibble, you know?
It's also a she, T-Governor, please. You're getting it all wrong.
I thought you had 2 cats. All right.
I do have 2 cats and they're both female.
Oh, are they? Oh,
okay. Let's get back on track. Let's get back on track. Enough about kibble. Enough about whatever T said about reading minds. And let's have a chat about Quest Esports, because the last time we saw this matchup in the regular season, damn, Quest looked good. They had Liquid's number, T.
Yeah, they did. It was a swift 2-0 for Quest. We got to see the return of Amar playing some Magnus. We got to see Kaori play Terrorblade. And I think the big takeaway from that series was just the Juggernaut. It was a hero that we haven't seen too much in Western Europe succeed. And then in this second game, Tier 2000, in the interview, he said, I picked it because I wanted to be able to push. And it was a healing world. It was a aggressive style of carry in lane, getting kills, and it was refreshing to see.
Yeah, look at this. Our first game draft is already on our screens. If I didn't already say, I will reiterate, this is a best of 3 because it is only between 2 teams. So we could potentially be seeing 2 games. We could see 3 games from these teams. I personally want to see 3 Kezu because I want to know how the meta changes. I want to know what they're going to bring out, how these first phase bans are going to change up, because there's already a pretty big difference from last time we saw them match up. Medusa was in that ban. And so was... Oh, Beast and Magnus are still there. So I guess the Timbersaw is probably also one of the bigger change-ups, and Medusa being let through.
It's good first phase bans, I think, from Liquid. Like, it's a good adjustment from the last time they played. I would say both the Mag and the Timber were actually pretty big problems for them in both of those games, and they were both picked in the first phase. Later down the line, I think also the Shadow Demon, a hero that I like quite a lot. Quest did have that in both games, so maybe moving forward, Liquid, may want to put a little bit of attention to that. But I must say that looking on their camps, they didn't seem too excited. So I'll need to see if the draft will correlate with their IRL feelings, as SD will not be able to get banned, as Quest, they're gonna just chill. They're gonna take it here with their Medusa. Pretty decent opening.
Yeah, didn't we see this opening yesterday by a different team, T? I'm pretty sure OG ran this.
We did, yeah. It was OG, exactly.
Into bat or something.
Into bat, yeah. And the reason why the combo is, of course, strong is SD is one of the good counters to Medusa with the illusions. So you kind of taking both, and then it does prevent some of these aggressive lineups, because SD in a good kind of slow game, especially when you have a hero that can sit up front so easily, it's so hard to find that SD, and then you disrupt saves, these cleanses, a lot of things kind of pumping in. So it's actually quite a nice combo 1-2 pick. But Liquid, of course, they respond with the Pangolier. I mentioned this yesterday, but Pango is going to be very good against Shadow Demon in regards to finding him in a long drawn out fight where the Rolling Thunder is on cooldown and you're playing on your Shield Crash tankiness. Of course, you're kind of useless because it gets purged, but to find him, especially with the techies behind, you should be able to assassinate the SD if you have vision.
I feel like there's really not too much. Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like there's not too much that we can touch on in terms of the bans, though, like Anti-Mage Ducks here. They're 2 very notable counters against Medusa. Almost every time we see her picked up, these are the immediate bans afterwards. Void Spirit just has a nicer matchup in the mid lane against Pango, and Bloodseeker being that obvious counter. So both teams having 1 ban left. Kezu, anything else that really sticks to mind to protect these picks that they've picked up for themselves, or do you now start looking at setting up this next phase?
You can really
One hero to
do
say, Kazu.
one. Okay, so for Liquid,
One hero.
I think one good hero you can ban is okay. That was not going to be the one that I would have said. I would have thought more of like some Puck Ember. And so you think I need to nail this ban for Quest T? Is that correct?
No, I was gonna say the Liquid ban, but it didn't happen. So it's
Okay, which one was it?
I was thinking like some Amar Slark. I know because Quest is second pick.
Here
right?
we
So
go.
to close the phase, if Liquid don't have this ability to have cheap lockdown, I can already see Slark just soaking up all this engagement. SD sitting so far behind. You then have Dusa kind of in the middle ground, who's doing all this damage with Manta Butterfly. Of course, it's very draft dependent, but I think Liquid need to be mindful of it, especially with them banning out the Bloodseeker themselves. So, anyway, back to you, Kazu.
Back to me. So about the Sark, would you have liked it here or in the closing pick of this
It's
phase?
closing.
Okay, yeah,
This would
then
be like a support pick if
yeah.
you want to get the Slark into the game.
yeah, I could see there because picking it here, I think it's pretty wonka, but
Oh,
later down the line,
yeah,
I'm
big
down.
wonka.
In terms of Liquid, whenever you do see SD, and yeah, you have Pango, who will be good against it in the game, but I'm gonna want more from Liquid to be able to kind of choose their fights nicely, try to ignore the Dusa and kill the heroes around her, because already with SD, he's gonna be one of the most important heroes in the game. So for Liquid, having heroes that can kind of get into the backline nicely, like whether it be, Void Spirit is out of the pool, but any of the Spirit heroes, if you could play them as carry, or maybe a Faceless Void, which would be pretty similar to what Hustlers tried yesterday, and I don't think their draft was poor at all. I think they mis-executed a little bit, but anything that would allow them to play long fights to try and get on these supports, I think would be very good for Liquid. That's what they should be aiming for.
Oh, they take it themselves.
Oh,
No, I respect that. I honestly, as soon as I saw this Mirana pick up, I was like, all right, Quest are kind of going down this line. Like, they'll pick it up if they want it, but sure, you get the Mars. Sorry, Amar Mars instead. Right?
Amars.
Now, when you look at Amars, exactly. That's what I said. I was like, oh god, did I just lag? But for Quest, their lineup just looks really solid for lanes and playing on their own half of the map. It takes a lot of items, I think, for this lineup to cross the river and constantly poke. Outside of maybe Noob having some super active mid hero, but it's a very kind of robust looking lineup, and that's where Liquid. Honestly, this is the type of lineup that can break Quest because they're very fluid heroes. They like to poke and prod, and it can break down Quest where they only want to really do Disrupt into Arrow or Arena Spear into Arrow. That's their only real kind of toolkit right now for Quest.
I wonder if for Liquid, so I don't necessarily like offlane Winter Wyvern in terms of the early game. I don't think it really pressures Medusa, but when the game goes like later on, I do think once you have like some Aghanims, it has an option of playing longer fights. So I don't know if that's something they want to do. I'm pretty sure last time he played offlane Winter Wyvern, they were feeding pretty hard, and it didn't really work out.
in the lane, right?
Yes. What do you say, T?
I'm down for this just to be a fight.
It might just be. I'm just saying, I wonder if they're toying with the idea of it being an offlane. Because last time I saw it, it was not the one.
Yeah, he went 8-6-9
fans do.
in that game. Sorry,
Yeah.
T, keep going.
Doesn't sound, no, it doesn't sound too hype, but I think Quest is. You remember that OG game yesterday where you have this just AFK offlane hero that just exists, some like DM ogre, that's kind of concept. That's what I think Liquid. I mean, Zai's even giggling a little bit here, but I feel like they just need that obnoxious hero that exists, and then everyone else can be chaotic around him. I don't see that kind of big body right now for Liquid that they can use to walk up the high ground to instigate the fights and just to be annoying. I guess Slark can do that, right? But I want a hero that kind of does it with his body as well.
Is it just... I feel like if you want to pick an offlane, I personally would kind of enjoy Tidehunter. Maybe a hero that we haven't seen as much against Medusa.
Yeah.
I don't think he's the fastest in the game, but he's kind of a body. I think it's a good Ravage game. I don't really see you dying too much, especially when... I think when you have a semi-save with Tide in your draft, it's pretty nice, like some Cold Embrace. If you ever get broke or Arena, you can always get Embraced and saved. Would fit some long teamfight playing, but maybe there's a similar hero that can play a little faster around the map that Liquid are eyeing at the moment.
You just described Spirit Breaker, but will they pick it?
Seems
there is
isn't
an
like
SD, of
Mars
course,
like
but-
annoying or some shit, and like SD as well.
It is, for sure. But I think Liquid have already subscribed to the idea of most of their heroes being chaotic.
It fits the chaos for
It's-
sure.
Yeah, exactly. It's not as if it's only Spirit Breaker who's your initiator, right?
Yeah.
So that's when these heroes are good, but yo.
Hello.
Okay, hello. Howdy there, Nix. We haven't really seen you at all, even though in pubs it's a very classic counter to do so, right? But we just rarely see it in pro play because of the time, I guess, it takes to come online, and also the grouping that pro teams do. You don't really see Nix consistently getting pick off after pick off after pick off.
And like in order to counter the Medusa, you need to hit the hero out of Vendetta, which honestly is not as easy as it sounds.
No.
So
All right, they go for it though. Fair play.
I was going to say, it's the first time we've seen it in Western Europe, and it has been picked up in other regions 10 other times across the other regions, but only 20% win rate, so very much hit and miss, and probably that timing that you're talking about, T, like at what stage would that be? What sort of items? When can you start feeling more of an impact as Nyx?
Honestly, as soon as you hit up your first ultimate, I want to see him kind of look to get that kill and to get the ball rolling, but with these type of heroes, it's first couple items on each hero, so I'm saying like 15-20 minutes Liquid are going to look to break the map and get the kind of chain feeding occurring where it's like they get a pick off, they look to make a move, they reset, they go again, you know. So I'd say around 15-20 minutes Liquid should be looking to thrive with this type of lineup, while Quest it's all about survival until they get bigger items, and then it's like a mid-game style lineup, unless again Noob gets some like insane active hero here, but still yet to see what that would be.
Choose your hero.
Queen of Pain coming out.
Teams ban it out.
Yep. Do you think that this is active enough, Kezu, that you think it can be delayed enough? Is Team Liquid hoping to have Slark be super active with them, and it's going to be 5 people roaming around with Nyx Assassin getting pickups, or you still want to play it a little bit split on the map?
I think Liquid are they wanna like play a little more split early on in like smaller groups, like some Nyx Assassin +1, or he goes with Pango, they get a kill. They will definitely hope that Mickey has a good early game, because once he has Diffusal, like minute, I don't know, what is it, 11, 12, he wants to kind of go with the team, and I think chip around the map. But I do like the last pick from Quest with their Queen. I feel like I would say both teams probably got what they want, but I like the Quest draft a little more.
All right.
Probably agree with that. Sorry, I'm already jumping ahead now. I already know what's coming.
No.
I'm just gonna jump right in. I think
Say
Quest lineup is super stable, it's chill. But Liquid is like this next pick. It's the type of hero and pick that either goes like 0-8, absolute shit game, whatever game 2, or it like crushes, and we're here praising why Nyx Assassin isn't picked more. Zai's a genius, you know, this type of stuff. So I'm just excited for the post game to see what type of Nyx analysis we have to give you.
Well, look, to get to the post game, we have to get in game, and we have to head on over to our casters, Fear and T-Panda.
Thank you so much, Nat T and Kezu, and welcome, of course, to the casting desk here with Quest versus Liquid. And in the case of, is this a big storyline for either of these teams? It is for one team for sure. Quest Esports currently sitting at 26th place in rankings for points. If they can double up their saldo by winning Liquid, they'd have to do a hell of a major run to qualify to TI through points. Now, that is a heck of a run, but it starts from here if they're able to pull it off here, Fear.
Yeah, absolutely. And last time these two teams faced Quest, they had Liquid's number, and we're going to see if they can have a repeat performance when it comes to that. And their draft in game number 1, it looks stable, looks good. It looks like something that all the players specialize in. TA2000, he got his Medusa. He's going to be able to farm the map. Amar, classic Mars here. And then Noob got his Queen of Pain. This is going to be one of the more of the question marks for me, as we see the Queen of Pain sometimes look great, but sometimes have a lot left to be desired.
Then, of course, talking about a bit of a one-trick pony in a sense, the Nyx Assassin. The panel was talking about this hero being a pop counter towards the Medusa. And, of course, it works out with that Vendetta burning out a big amount of mana. I think Kezu made a really good point about it's not actually that simple to just go Vendetta, hit the Medusa, especially later on in the game because of the butterflies. Usually Medusa likes to build up. You miss that hit, well, that's not going to feel too great. But, of course, there's always vision you have to play against. You also have the Slark in your team. 100% sure Quest is going to see that Nyx Assassin or the Slark approaching pretty early on in those engagements. So it is a tough game for them to execute. But I like the idea of this Nyx against this Medusa here.
Oh, for sure. I think their draft has answers to the Medusa. It's going to come down to Is Medusa just going to be too farmed to where your counters don't matter? Or can you get to the point where the Sark can, with the Diffusal Blade, start hitting onto the Medusa? Can this Nyx get off that Vendetta hit? We'll have to see. The spicy hero of this game, as you already mentioned, is going to be the offlane Nyx. Something we don't see a lot of. Maybe you can argue the Queen of Pain and Wyvern are something that aren't super popular as well, but all eyes on Zai to see, is this Nyx last pick offlane the hero that they truly needed for this game?
Yeah, like the last time that I saw Nyx in a competitive game was actually last tour at the start of the patch when he was played in mid by, North American Division 2. It did work out because they just snowballed in 7 minutes, taking over Wisdom Runes and pretty much closing out the game in 20 minutes. But that's a whole different region and a whole different division. Can't really compare it here, especially now being played through the offlane. But it is, maybe it's an experiment. Maybe it's something that they've managed to make it work before, maybe in scrims potentially. Pub experience. I think it all accumulates to the fact that Zai, he can definitely pull off the Nyx Assassin. And with his hero, with these massive changes, I'm just excited to see what kind of item build he's going to go for here. Does he max out with, that 1 point Dagon, or sorry, the level 1 Dagon, and just build up into that big Mind Flare? Because that ability does hurt if you are able to hit like squishies.
Oh, for sure. And to go back to the question of are they experimenting, I think Liquid has that luxury, right? They're already qualified to TI, so this match doesn't have a lot riding on for them. Just, sure, more DPC points for what? They're already going to TI. Maybe a little more money, just wanting to be a better team, I think is their ultimate goal. And having more versatility can make you a better team.
Yeah, I don't think Quest, though, I don't think they're riding on too much of pressure here, knowing that their possibilities are pretty slim here as Boxy going to get the jump onto Kaori. Slowed up and pushed under the tower. Not enough for a kill. But they know that it is a pretty dire situation in terms of points. Everything will help towards the regional qualifiers, getting a good placement in the upper bracket, getting extra TPC points through that, and of course, a bit of an extra payday, you could put it that way. But if they do win this one, and then they start to find themselves in a good place at the major, this is already thinking ahead in time, maybe then the nerves might strike, because like, guys, we could actually pull it off. So probably not now.
Yeah, of course not, but more than anything, it's going to be, we just want to beat Liquid again. Quest is a team that's on the come up. Liquid has already proved themselves as a team. If they can continuously beat Liquid, that looks good for them moving forward, going into a qualifier, or potentially, I'm not sure, I don't know the math on this, if they can even qualify to TI, even if they win the major, but potentially there's a chance there too. You never really know. And you want to keep all your options open.
I think they pretty much need to get the major victory and
so there's a chance
to get as many points as they can. So you're telling me there's a chance, yeah. For sure. But I think, beating Liquid, that would look good on their CV. Looking at this mid lane matchup, Quap's already had to go all the way back home, so Nisha has some free time in this lane. This Pango is going to be building up an experience advantage. Also a bit of extra farm going their way. Ori constantly battling it out versus Boxy and Zai in this bot lane. Not the easiest game for the Shadow Demon, but potentially there's an opening here with TA2000 coming in as well. 3 points in Shadow Poison, couple more right clicks, and the Medusa doesn't actually get it. Kaori does land the right click before TA2000 does. So Quest going to be picking up first blood.
But he does manage to get the small camp stack as well. That's a triple? Oh, yeah, he's tripled the small camp. So this lane bottom for the Medusa, it's going to be one of those games, where Medusa just free farms, gets every creep, who's going to retreat to the jungle. You're not going to slow down the Medusa in the laning stage. The last time we saw Quest play versus Anti-Mage, or the play versus Medusa, they had the Anti-Mage on Amar, shut down the Medusa's farm, but this TA2000 in this game going to absolutely free farm. And they're going to have to deal with Medusa the old-fashioned way, try to counter with the Diffusal Blades, and Nyx is going to have to hit this Vendetta later on. But the farm department, unless there's some big rotations from Nisha, ain't stopping this Medusa.
Of course, riding with this Slark, that has also been a useful hero versus this Medusa.
Yeah, it's good.
Good idea.
Oh, they killed that triple stack, actually, on Boxy and Zai. Very nice. That was really important.
A very powerful steal. That's a good amount of CS going their way. Most importantly, Medusa not picking it up.
Yeah, and they end up stacking the small camp down there, too, as Roshan decides to run through the gate here. Checking out the other lanes, it's actually Amar on the top lane. He's 28 and 12, only to the Slark's 20 CS, doing super well on the Mars.
Yeah, He's been showing off some good numbers in the laning stage with this Mars, even in that one series where he just played Mars 3 games in a row. And one also worked out pretty nicely for him, and he's been showing that he's a force in this lane. And Mickey, just, you know, he's just abiding, waiting for his timings basically with this Wyvern, not taking any extra risks here, keeping Omar busy.
Not so bad. I think a little bit it has to do with it. Winter Wyvern isn't the strongest laning hero. You just kind of get your levels, you harass a little bit. You want to play for yourself for the most part, as we have the 6-minute runes coming out, so we'll see 6 heroes rotating here.
So he's going to pick it up. It actually is going to go for the Mirana, so nothing to be picked up in the bottom half, but they got the Disruption. Noob, he's got a Blink available. 2 points in the slow. Like that Shadow Strike. Boxy taking some damage here. Noob trying to get this kill, but the heal comes out. Nisha beating out with the Rolling Thunder. Is he going to go for it? Tempted. Even a Blood Grenade used there by Insania, but not really an opportunity for a chase. Meanwhile, Mickey's about to go down to the top lane. Slark gonna die to the Blood Grenade ticks out of all things. Amar trying to throw in the spear, but it's not gonna be his kill. It is gonna go for the Mirana.
They even had to deny Boxy there, as he did have that dagger on him, sending him back to base and losing a little bit of extra gold. Good start yet again for Quest. Last series, Quest took down Liquid 2-0, and already off to a strong start here in game number 1.
Couldn't have been a better start for them. That's exactly what they were looking for here against Liquid. Get themselves a comfy start for the game. That also helps with this Medusa a lot. It does great things as well for your mentality. I mean, Quest, I feel like they're not like the most emotional team. Maybe, you know, a bit of salt thrown in there in the mix as well, but I feel like if they get themselves in a good advantage at the early game, they have a very collective package to just not crumble.
Oh, for sure. And just having the experience of beating some of these top teams before, the confidence, I guess I should say, is going to be really big to help this momentum. And I'm getting a little scared, as I always do when I see Medusa at this CS, at this minute mark, just continuously farming up. Zai, level 6 now, using the Vendetta. This will be the first Vendetta usage of the game. We'll see what he can make with it, and looks like he wants Noob, but Noob, he's got double sentries in here. There it is. His eye has been spotted. So this Vendetta, in theory, should not work.
Margo, he should be aware of the situation, but here comes Sai, and he's going for that one-shot combo, and it's a couple hits away from finishing off the Mirana. Not quite enough for the snipe, but a lot of damage dealt.
Yeah, he just wanted to get the rune, maybe go for that kill, but just with that wand available, not going to have enough damage there. And so far, both runes of this game, the 6 and 8 minute, have been taken away just by supports here. So these mid laners, a little starved in the rune department, so not be able to make any rotations. So a little quiet game for Noob and Nisha here.
Well, look at the top lane, though. Mars is going to be surrounded by 3. Zai's going to be making his way here, too. Mickey already locking down the Mars. They're going to get the stun to connect. And Omar coming into the rescue, trying to help him out. Actually going to be enough to force them away. And now he might end up losing his life if that Impale comes off cooldown in time. Still 5 more seconds. Zai going to get speared away. No kills. The intervention from the Mirana is enough.
And that's your offlane Nyx, trying to make 2 plays in a row now. Couldn't connect either of them. In the past, these connections had been very critical for this style of hero to work, because he's not farming, as you can see. Nyx doesn't have any farming spells as he pops his second Vendetta. He wants to make it happen again, and if he doesn't make a kill happen within the next couple minutes with this type of playstyle, he's going to turn into a support. But Quest know this. They're staying close. While Nyx is off the map, they're chilling. Deuce is farming in the back. Noob being very cautious here. Meanwhile, Zai just running around the map.
TA2000 going to show himself in the lane. Maybe this is just enough for the connection, but it's just the techies and the Nyx Assassin. They haven't even really tried to bully this Medusa so far. And if the Nyx Assassin cannot kill off the Mirana, the Medusa's going to be a whole different story. We get the disruption there into mid. Arrow coming out will stun up the Pango. And there we go. Quest will find themselves a pretty easy pick off there. Disruption into Arrow combo. The good old classic. It works again.
And during that Vendetta that they desperately needed a kill for Liquid, Quest actually get a return kill on Nisha in the mid lane.
They do.
the start for Quest. It's a little bit worrying if you are a Liquid fan here. Their lineup did not want to be in a situation where every single core is behind in net worth. You've got the counter picks. And generally, when you have the counter picks, you want to have the net worth advantage. So we'll have to see.
Guess the Liquid fans right now are just like, oh, you know, relax. Just play chill, you know, this game. Probably it doesn't matter too much to us, right?
We're going to TI anyway, right?
Yeah, we're going to TI, baby. Quest, you're not, you know? Or maybe, who knows? So they've got a bit of a chill vibe going into this game. But for Quest, there's a lot on the line. Already mentioned the panel and us. So let's see if they can keep this pace up. Things are going pretty well. 2K lead, 11 minutes in. 3 kills only. So we got about, you know, quarter of a kill every minute.
I don't know if you're watching the pregame during the drafting screen during this last pick. He had quite a big grin on his face before he picked this Nyx Assassin. Realizing this is not a traditional hero, maybe wanting to try something new, and let's just put it this way, it has not been working out the way they probably theory crafted it to work out. Level 7 on Nyx Assassin, trying to get into that Dagon, TA2000, level 10. With 6,000 net worth compared to size 4,000. You're going to have to start getting some connections on this Nyx if you want to get back in net worth. Otherwise, you're going to have to rely on just outplaying them in the team fights. That's always an option. But for now, I don't think Quest wants to team fight.
That is a good thought as well, because Liquid, they do need to connect, but in reality, how many heroes do you want to just run around this map? Do you go 3? Do you have to go 4 in this case? Do you have the damage for it? How many heroes are you feeling comfortable enough for these rotations? And if they do get connections, you don't want to use all 5.
3 at most at this stage of the game. The maximum of 3. You can bring 4 if it's for an objective, because I think taking these side lane towers is pretty important because you then get the gate control. So I'd be okay with that. And the further and further behind you get, the more numbers you kind of have to bring. Which then puts the other team in a situation where you can just dodge them and outfarm on the map. It gets really complicated, and I can get into a lot of like details with that. However, for the most part, the magic number is generally 3 or 2 to just make small plays on the map.
3 usually does the trick. Moonlight Shadow straight from mid, but Amar gonna find Nisha and Insania, but he's right under his own ward actually, but I think they did get spotted there. Tower vision is actually showing quite far towards that high ground position. See what they can achieve here. And we'll spot the Mirana.
Gonna take a little bit of damage, but he'll be fine. Only a 2,000 gold advantage here, but we do have to keep in mind Medusa does have this big stack that she's farming right now. That'll bump that even further, and as Medusa gets more levels, the faster she sort of farms. Whereas Slark, you'll farm a little bit faster as you get levels, but not exponentially faster like a Medusa will. And none of the heroes on the side of Liquid are notorious flash farmers. I suppose Pango can do it. But Pango wants to get his Diffusal Blade, and I think that'll be the moment where Liquid will be like, go, go, go. And here's that magic number 3. 3-man smoke coming.
Straight towards mid to the Queen of Pain. Noob gonna get the blink out though, so there goes the surprise element from Liquid. It is Insania showing first, so it's a bit of a warning sign for the co-op.
More than just showing, he showed the animation. That's a big thing, that he wanted to curse him. Just that little bit of the wing flapping up to wanting to go for the curse. Like, wow, this guy wants to curse me. He wouldn't do this if he was by himself. So something has to be going on. As you can see, they chill out and go all the way back.
Trying to find a secondary connection into the bot lane. Boxy, Nisha, okay. Omar's Courier just gets sniped, so the Mirana's got info, but that's a big nuke coming out from Nisha with that Diffusal Blade. And this Mirana, that's going to be the first kill for Liquid. It took 14 minutes to get it. Not sure if this is one of those games where Liquid has the slowest first kill that they've picked up in a game during the course of this DPC, but it sure feels like it.
Yep, and there's that 4-man rotation to the side lane that I was talking about. Maybe get this tower, open up the map, go for the gate. But it looks like they're not even interested in the tower. They're just going to head on back to the mid lane with 2 heroes. But yeah, I'm not sure if they should be doing that. Only 1 hero needs to take mid at this point. There's no power rune for another minute. Perhaps Nisha just chills down here, farms out the jungle, maybe cuts the wave again.
Amar on top. Maybe this is the opening Liquid was looking for, and they've got a good amount of damage to take down the Mars, and now with extra points with the Dagon with the 4 points Mind Flare, but they're also going to catch the start. Mickey going to get blown up there by the Quap ulti. T2000 picking up the kill. Noob still chasing Insania, straight under the tower, going to be comfortable with this dive. Getting a bit of poke, still that curse, but Omar going to do the job for him.
That looks so good at first, but losing your Slark there and ultimately losing your Wyvern too. Yet again, Quest come out ahead in that fight. Amar's, it was a big kill, but you didn't want to lose your Slark for that. And Amar, he's kind of showed what he wants to do. He's just a blink dagger in this game. As he's hunting, but it looks like they will find nothing here. 16-minute rune.
That tower.
There we go.
Keep the tower up for a little bit longer, so still not an objective for Team Liquid. That is also denied. Sai might have an idea about the Mars right now, farming in the tree line. Still 10 seconds for Vendetta, so no opportunity for him. Just straight up chase him.
Nisha going for that Manta style, which makes a lot of sense. We haven't seen a lot of Pangos go for Manta, even though every universe or universal hero has been like going for this Manta type build every single game. Normally we see the Diffuso Blink Aghanims build, but he's just going to go straight in for a Manta style and kind of play off his right clicks, because you can't right click in Rolling Thunder. Swashbuckle doesn't really use your base damage either, so it makes a lot of sense in the past why people aren't abusing Pango in ways that like Void Spirit and Magnus, Wind Ranger, these type of heroes are being used. But it looks like Nisha wants to right click a bit more in this type of game. We'll see how this build is gonna pan out here.
Kind of a bit of an attempt as well on the bot lane.
Just kidding, he went back to Blink.
All right, shifting it around a little bit there. They tried to jump the Mars in the bot lane, but no success. More able to dodge that one, and Medusa just farming some more stacks. Scotty getting closer by the minute. 10,000 net worth, 17 minutes in, 4K lead building up already, and Zai's found Noob.
Might be in trouble.
Or not.
Oh. Well, that was a good dodge, because if you look here, that Mickey and Boxy, they're smoked. They wanted to get that kill. They went through the twin gate there to meet up, really wanted to get a core kill, and they're like, all right, we'll go to the next objective. They're going to a very scary spot. This is a level 2 Stone Gaze Medusa here. Do you really want to run into him like
Under
this?
vision too. Mickey, he's I don't know, he's having a couple moments there, like, should I go in or should I not? And now Quest is going to turn it around. Amar might fall, but Mickey, he's going to be dropping in this fight. Noob, he's taking heavy damage, but will survive. Disruption coming out to save him, just in case if Insania had an extra Splinter Blast still up in the pocket. But they will be able to turn it around. 2 for 1 again. Omar might die, but they will take the Slark every time this trade has happened so far. Omar runs into Zai. Look at the initiation out. Rolling Thunder coming out as well. Mind Flare only doing a bit of damage, but finally getting the connection. Disruption also there, but that is going to seal out the fate for this. Morana might be able to dodge with the first leap, but still can't escape Zai's vengeance.
And then him getting, but chasing to that high ground against that Dusa, you see him farming such a safe position. You're under a ward. It's like, I know we need to stop this Medusa. Look at the net worth. They know this Medusa is a ticking time bomb. You can pick all the counters in the world to this hero once, but
can they get it this time?
The net worth is that big.
Looks like they
got him.
Finally,
slap to the face.
Slaps with that Vendetta indeed. Gets himself the kill on the Queen of Pain.
That's big though. It's not necessarily your ticket to a victory here by any means, but it's like having a house that's on fire. You know, you just at least you just put the kitchen fire out. You still got to deal with like the master bedroom here, which is like the Medusa, the living room.
Yeah,
the whole house is pretty much on fire here for the most part, but they're working on it.
Yeah, not all heroes wear capes, but somebody needs to bring that fire extinguisher at least to kind of slow down the process. It is going to get worse.
They slowed
and
it
worse.
down a bit.
Insania also spotted in at the top lane. Kari getting the vision.
Scotty Medusa, you're not getting out of here. She has a Scotty Manta.
Yep.
This is pre-20 minutes.
Scotty
almost level
Manta.
18.
This was basically like 10,000 net worth at 17 minutes. It's 14,000 at 20. So 3 minutes, 4K gold. That is a pretty insane increase right now. Amar getting jumped in the mid lane. Mars might need some backup here. Surviving with that one. Bulwark play there. Boxy, he's going to probably finish it off. Kari's going to swap it away, but Amar gets to blink away. He will survive. And they also spot Boxy, but no TP cancel available. Most importantly, Amar, he does not die for a third time this game. He will stay alive. Goes back to the fountain. Amar, he did burn that arena. Noob. Already chasing onto Nisha and Insania. Gets a bit of damage as they're still pushing that tower. Glyph forced out too. Do they get the deny out of this one?
This is going to be the most critical part of the game for Liquid. As T2000, he's finished farming. He wants to... Sure, he'll farm a bit more, but he's going to start joining fights. He's basically like, I'm ready, guys. Like, don't take team fights without me from now on. And if Liquid can manage to bring down this Deuce in one of these fights, they have the tools to do it. They do have the Slark with the Diffusal Blade. They got the Pango with the Diffusal Blade. And Zai. Can he hit this Vendetta against Medusa?
And a big
may be
question
critical
about Zai. He has gone for level 2 Dagon, actually. He's not keeping it at level 1, which is the standard for these Dagons, these patches. Just want the stats. And he's padding it up with some extra points in it, too. Vendetta runs out, too, on the high ground position, so can't dive under the tower. He would have been spotted anyway, but maybe he would have gotten a bit closer with that stun range before the reaction comes out. But 2 points in Dagon. You fan of this?
Not particularly, no. I think he needs maybe a Blink Dagger at some point so he can... Alright, let's see. Let's see if this mana burn makes a difference here.
A bit of a chase here. No reaction time for the ult. And Nisha.
Corruption?
He doesn't quite get that Rolling Thunder to connect onto the Medusa. And there's the arena. Curse placed down too. Pango is in a bit of trouble here. Nisha rolling on the spot. And rolling in the deep for sure. That's going to be a Quap ulti from Nu connecting Insania down. Sai, he's going to be able to teleport out. And again, a costly trade for Liquid. Trying to get a kill on the Medusa, ending up losing 2 heroes for it.
We saw the mana burn come into play here, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, because even maybe the curse was what was the biggest issue there, potentially, because you're cursing the Medusa, but now you can't do any damage to her, right? However, you do have the Shadow here.
Boxy trying to look for a solo kill on the Shadow Demon here. Only if that sticky bomb connected on the SD, that could have been a kill for him. Now he's just going to lose his life, and Noob's going to be picking it up. But I agree. I still feel like the Nyx is a bit of a one-trick pony. Maybe it can still pull off some good plays with that mana burn, maybe destroying that Medusa, but so far, it's not working.
Well, the issue is you have to isolate the Medusa, but how are you going to... Your chances of doing that at this stage of the game are difficult, because Amar, he's got Blink BKB. He doesn't need any more items to farm. You're just going to sit behind him on Kaori and just disrupt him whenever he's in trouble. And he's going to come back and get that Mystic Snake off. So yeah, you have the tools of doing it, but the Medusa is just so farmed at this point, and the whole team is online. Can you isolate the Medusa to do this damage?
Oh, the arrow doesn't quite connect onto Mickey. He also got the Dark Pact off just in time. He's going to be able to teleport away. No kill for Quest here. And of course, talking about this Medusa now having a butterfly, going to make things even harder for Zai. They do look at that nice shard there. They could potentially get some benefit out of it for the next assassin. That extra magic resist reduction will help that Wyvern deal extra damage. The Diffusal hurts a tad bit more. Techies gets a big buff out of it. Guess you need every little bit to min-max this Medusa.
Alright, they found the Medusa again.
Well,
comes down to the question of, can you get on top of her? Nope, they're gonna... Omar's gonna find them, rather.
That does feel like it. Kaori gonna get sniped here by the Nyx assassin. Insania, they got the buyback coming out from Kaori, and they don't have a TP cancel for Zai. They just dropped the arena down, but they're not gonna get a connection with it. And Insania, he will get dropped. Kaori, he has already got himself a bloody Blink Dagger on a pause 5 SD. Why not? It is working out. They get the Insania kill.
Swimming in gold at this point. However, that is some type of opening. If you can kill the Shadow Demon again, he won't have buyback, and he's been a critical point in keeping TA2000 alive, and it's generally just part of their strategy too, right? Like, once you get this Medusa disrupted, with the illusions getting the mana shield, it becomes very difficult to bring down these illusions from the Shadow Demon, and they hurt on top of it too. Roshan, they're not going to be able to kill this in time. He's going dire. Can they chain stun it? We'll see. See you later, guys. We're going to Dire, and guess who's on the Dire side? Zai's waiting. Zai is here. Will he snipe it?
Gonna be like, oh, that's not just Frosh. There's gonna be a whole bunch of other people showing up as well. He's like, hey, I found the bar. He goes for the snipe. Oh, they're gonna look for Noob too. Good jumping from Boxy, but they're gonna need some damage to follow up on this. And Mickey might be a bit late for the party. They deleted one. Roche is low on HP.
Roche is low.
He's got X, but they're gonna drop the gaze. They're gonna drop the gaze just in case Mickey's gonna get stunned up by it, and Roche will fall. TH2000 to pick up that Aegis. You know, if they had more numbers, that could have been perfect for Liquid, but Mickey might end up losing his life here too. He's gonna play the aggressor. Rolling Thunder coming out as well. Noob gonna be low on mana, but gets the blink out from the arena and just sticking around. Nisha will go down. Mickey to follow. Insania, he drops down the curse, but it's on a Mars with that bulwark already up. 3 heroes down from Liquid. Maybe even a 4th if they can catch Insania, but Noob, he doesn't blink far enough to catch him. Zai still hunting. Vendetta actually, I think he just clicked the Lotus pull. His Vendetta broke.
Yeah, he did. Well played, he said. It was an accident. I like how it's been like patented at this point. Like T-Gov on the panels, like he called it a Mars, and the team fight you called him a Mars too. He should just be renamed. It's a Mars.
Yes, it is a Mars.
Dire's middle tower is
But yeah, that was a pretty funny fight. I feel like that was so unnecessary of Quest, right? They're so far ahead. This Medusa seems unstoppable that they start doing Roche 30 seconds until he moves to Dire. He creates this chaotic situation where Kaori dies without buyback, and they lose a couple casualties here and there. But in the end, it didn't really matter.
It was a calculated bait, right? I mean, they were probably expecting Liquid's like, okay, they can take over the top half of the map. There's nobody here. They show up with more heroes. They get Roche kill plus a couple extra kills on the top. You talk that about a 200 IQ bait.
Yeah, I think we were watching some game in NA where 5 players went through the gate when they're winning and they got team wiped.
Oh, I remember that.
If Liquid were ready for that and they got some team wipe, 5 heroes on the gate prepared, it could have changed the game, but only Zai waiting there was not enough to turn the tides of that team fight. And T2000, he is very, very farmed as usual from the beginning of this game, potentially until the end, unless Liquid can find a way to win these team fights. And it's not been easy. You've got Slark, you got Nyx. These aren't the best team fighters, and you're playing into Mars, Shadow Demon, Medusa, Quap. These heroes are all great at team fighting.
Zai gonna go for the hunt once again.
But Zai is good at killing Kaori.
Yep, level 4 Dagon doing the magic. Medusa's actually out of mana. They do isolate Amar, or Amar maybe isolating Liquid. Who knows which one's the real case. Quest at least looking for the kills out of this one. As they've got Insania, they've got Zai, Nisha behind the defender's gate. Just throwing in some swashbuckles, you know. Swords poking through the door.
Good news is T2000 has no mana now, so I believe you should probably reset. And moving on into the future here, if you're a Kaori, maybe buy a gem, maybe drop a sentry when you're just idling around. You can't afford to have this Nyx just walk up to you and assassinate you. And how many fights in a row now? It's been 3? This can't keep happening if you're Quest. And I feel like it's a very easy mistake to fix too. Just drop a sentry. If you're ever going to idle around while someone's hitting a tower, drop a sentry. This guy doesn't have a blink dagger on Nyx Assassin. He literally has to walk up to you to hit you.
Of course, the coveted big damage item, Queen of Pain Aghanims, is also in the works. And Kaori was able to pick up the Shadow Demon Shard from that last Tormentor, having that Demonic Cleanse, which was also shown for the audience, which is pretty handy here. Good dispels. Okay, did get jumped on there a second ago, but Liquid, they're trying to corral together. Looking for the 5-man rotate to the top lane. Insania is still quite far away. Quest, if they start to fight now, it's going to be 5v4. Zai, already scouting out ahead. TH2000 there, but he's going to go for Noob. Actually,
they don't see him again.
They just sniped the Mirana, and now go on to the Medusa, knowing that she's out of mana right now. Pretty defenseless. Still has the Aegis, though. Nisha trying to get out of that arena, just perma-stunning this Mars. But it will be Nisha losing his life to the Quap. Kaori looking for the initiation, catches one with that disruption. Spear coming out, Boxy gonna get stunned up. Also trying to disengage. No spear available, no right click, no raw damage. Also disarmed on the Mars. So not gonna be a kill for them. Omar did buy back with the Mirana, just in case. But it was a bit unfortunate for Liquid. They did start that fight 4v5.
I'm just so surprised how much impact Zai is having in these I figured his game was done, that he wouldn't be able to walk in and Vendetta hit anyone, but he is quite literally, yet again, he might get Kaori here.
Yep.
Not again! How is this happening?
9-1-1.
Sneakiest Nyx assassin in the world.
That is a 9-1-1 Nyx assassin right now. Call for help. Quest is Kaori is probably calling for help.
Only,
Guys,
only in America that works, I think.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, what's your emergency number? It's not 911, is it?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's 112 here. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I was just trying to make a funny joke, but no, it doesn't work out this time either.
Americans. Well, the thing is, you know our emergency number, so it must be universal. I don't know the Finnish emergency number. Well,
at least Kaori's begging for help here. It's like, guys, this Nyx assassin's on me the whole time. Get me out of here. It's always
but they should. Honestly, I'm surprised they haven't. Okay, Omar has it queued up. This item, this green circular item, it's the item that will help you versus all of this. The Gem of True Sight. Buy one of these. Put it on Omar if you want, if you're afraid of dying, and just stand next to him. Nyx can't do this anymore. It's really that simple. But you are getting close to that Blink Dagger on the Nyx now, which will make it a lot easier for him to blink in and do his combination. And thanks to these kills he has been getting on the supports time and time again here, he's continued to keep his net worth up.
At least you'd think you'd be safe from this Nyx assassin. Yeah, we saw that one fight next to the Radiant Tormentor, so he's just charging forward, he's stunning one guy, he's daggering another. Like, this Nyx assassin's out of control, guys. He's got the best stats right now padded for his team. Mickey, however, Slark yet to find his first kill this game. And they're going to be jumping Nisha in the top lane. He's going to get ulted up, but Rolling Thunder is still going to buy some time. And again, the arena. Where are you going to go, Nisha? Rolling on the spot. Not the time for a breakout. Nisha throwing in the happy faces in chat like, yup. I have been countered this game. I'm not getting to play this game on this Pango. Quest pushing high ground.
And somehow Sai still somehow making his hero look so good in a game that they're losing so badly. Just chilling, looking for another kill here. This pesky Nyx assassin is really just that. It's kind of like this annoying bug that's kind of in your way that you just can't kill. But it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, as they're just going to take down every objective and just ignore Sai at this point. That's all you really have to do, if you can.
Usually you sort out bugs with burning it with fire, but right now it's they're just kind of ignoring it. Keep on moving to one place to another. Nyx assassin can't find a host for himself. And that is going to be another
parasite now?
I hope not. I mean, he's being a bit of a thorn for the Mirana and the Shadow.
He really is, yeah. I mean, he's pretty much a parasite.
But in a good way. Zai's
a good parasite, yeah.
A good parasite. I don't know where we're going at this. It's a 20k lead for Quest. It's an important game for them. Still, Liquid, I mean, they have a small chance of getting back into this game, but what is the real win condition here? Isolated pickoff seems like the only way. The only way to get it back into this game. I just feel like it has to be solo pickoffs, build up S and shift stacks, hit and run style Dota with this good old Slark. Go in, go out, build up stacks, then go in. I'm not sure if that's even going to be enough.
Well, this might be the last smoke of the game here if it doesn't work out for Liquid in some capacity.
Arcane Rune disappears. And again, Amar, he's in the front. He blinks in aggressively. Nisha going to get the stun out first. Then BKB and the arena. Nisha once again stuck on the wall. He's going to cancel his ulti this time. Slark going to get blown up. So there goes your carry. Mickey doesn't have much to say about this. Boxy to fall. 3 heroes already down from Liquid. Nisha going to be the 4th one to fall as that heal is going to run out in time. And Amar, he's just refreshing to blink after Insania. They're going to get the full team wipe as the GG call comes out. Quest will take game 1.
Yet again, so in this tour now, currently 3-0 versus Liquid. In this particular game, they tried the Nyx assassin last pick, and honestly, he looked good on the Nyx. I just don't think it was the correct hero, because he didn't stop the Medusa at all in the laning stage. They weren't able to stop him post-laning stage either from farming. They got some cool kills here and there, but it was the TA 2000 show. You just could never kill this hero. He got his items like sub 20 minutes. He has his Manta plus Scotty. And all of a sudden, you just can't deal with this hero. He's unstoppable. You follow him around as 5. And of course, Amar having such a great laning stage and Noob doing well as well, made sure that when Medusa hit his timings, that everyone else would be ready.
Well, things did click for Quest, but not so much for Liquid. Let's hear the panel's thoughts on game number 1.
Yeah, Quest Esports just having Liquid's number through and through. This Nyx Assassin, we just heard it there from Fearty. Whilst in a vacuum, the hero itself looked good, had some amount of impact. Is it the +3 you really needed? Is it this counter to Medusa in officials like we've seen it occasionally in pubs?
Unfortunately not. I think we, first of all, Quest final phase bans were incredible, both Underlord and Ogre. These were the type of heroes that can exist and pressure. But Nyx, in the mid game, sure, he has opportunities to kill and be a nuisance, but just the lack of presence inside the first 10 minutes really just pushes Deucer into the game. Like, I was looking at the CS at 12 minutes. The Nyx had, I think it was 52 CS and 8 deniers. Medusa had 138 CS, 11 deniers. Like, this Nyx hero, it does not shut Medusa out the lane, and I feel like the whole game is just because of Deuce's incredible start as well.
Yeah, I mean, not just the incredible start, but like all of these stacks, I guess that contributes to the incredible start. But she was just farmed and she didn't have to worry about anything else, Kezu. She got to have those stacks uncontested, fully okay, whilst the rest of Liquid were just being tormented by what was happening by the other 4 players of Quest.
Well, TA 2000 had a pretty free game. I think not only did he play well, but this SD Medusa combo, I think is very strong because of all the stacks you can make. You have the aggressive purge to like take off any of the auras that you don't want to play into. And there's something that if you look at the screen right now, apparently Mars makes Pango unplayable. I'm pretty sure this is not intended because you're not supposed to get stuck in the wall as Pango, whether you want to roll in or roll out. Pango used to be good against Mars because when he drops Arena, you can roll and like kind of separate the fight, start stunning some people. But now like Nisha had a good game. Then at minute 15 or something, they try to kill Mars at the tier 2. He drops the Arena and Nisha's like, what the F? I can't roll. I can't kill him. Then instead of killing him, you know, he has to TP out. Next fight, he gets stuck in the wall, then he dies. Like, his game basically completely died off of the back of what I'm pretty sure is a bug, and this needs to get fixed for sure.
Wild. Like,
all chat in the smiley face.
Was understood at the previous major. Maybe Game wouldn't have won. Maybe Quinn wouldn't have been able to win that second major if teams knew that Mars Arena fully dismantles Pango. Like, yeah, it was so unfortunate to watch Nisha. I'm guessing he didn't know this interaction or something, because
I didn't know.
Like, he's just jumping into these fights and it's just like, what? Yeah,
I'm unstoppable. Nothing can get me.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm watching this as well, and like, I feel like, yeah, Pango was OP against Mars. It used to be like the perfect hero to pick, and something's different, I'm guessing, because obviously with all the BKB changes and whatnot, maybe something happened with Roll where it got like a slight tweak that we didn't know, or maybe me and Kezu missed something, but this is not how it's meant to be for sure. Yeah,
something got messed up, and I'm pretty sure it's a bug. If it's intended, it needs to get reverted, because there's no way like a hero's ult should get kind of like this. Like, you can't move like at all. It's just there's no counterplay other than cancel your roll or die. So that's not good.
It has to be a bug, right? Because you can still Juggernaut spin outside of a Mars Arena.
Yeah, if you BKB, you can walk it. I tested all of it. Like, I saw the first moment where he somehow got stuck. I'm like, am I brain lagging? Like, what's happening? So
literally.
I'm like,
every other iteration of what Pango roll is described at or is supposed to be. Look, it's just a feature. It's unfortunate whether Amar knew about it or not. Clearly, it was something that was brand new for all of us. So a massive props to Quest for either being on top of that or super like capitalizing on what happened and occurred in that game. But even just outside of that, they still were playing fantastic. I saw Noob ending up with 10-1 whatever KDA for himself. Was he MVP? I definitely don't want to give MVP to Medusa. I will put my foot down with that one. I think a lot of the game was like set up for her. A lot of impact, yes, but it was very much a lot of the other 4 players doing a significant amounts of work.
What do you think, T? Who would you want to give it to?
Honestly,
I think I have mine.
I'm kind of leaning Amar.
Yeah, same.
Because I feel like he's the type of player that would know about the Mars and Pango stuff. And on top of that, 3-2-13, really just present in a lot of fights, 64% kill participation. Wasn't the most on his team. Of course, Noob was having a stellar game, like 10-1 and 10. Noob, again, clearly is popping off. This player is incredible. But no, I think for Amar, I don't know, it was just a clean game from him.
Yeah, I'd agree. I like the fact that he went Blink as well. I think he had a bad death or whatever, but usually he would always just go BKB. So I think there's been a bit of a change up. And I think secondly, for Liquid they needed Mickey to have a better game in order or like a better lane in order for them to have a better game overall. And I feel like the Amar Mars makes laning for carries and carry players very difficult. And overall, he just played very well. And he knew about the biggest feature of this game with the Mars Pango. So hats off to him, because I don't think anyone else has even touched this hero. So there's only like a handful of people that would have even known.
Yeah. Let's dive a little bit more into what you were saying about that bad matchup, the Amar Mars into the Slug. Is this now just, it is a bad matchup on who's playing those heroes? What was Mars able to take advantage of? Could we have reverted that with a different support for that lane?
Mars generally does beat Slark in the lane because you have higher HP, you have double nuke, and you're very strong. Then again, Liquid's lane was also paired up with a Winter Wyvern 5, which is a very notoriously weak support in lane. Like, it's gonna do well in lanes where your carry is already outmatching the enemy, and you're gonna lose even harder if it's the other way around. So for Liquid, I think moving forward, they're probably gonna want to have a stronger 5. I would also say that either Medusa or SD, one of them need to be looked at. This SD hero seems to be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, SD rising a lot in popularity. T, we're going to jump to a break. When we come back, I'll ask you about your opinions, okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Walk Slark. I will be keeping. Look, I arena both. I'm on next stack. I'm killing next stack. I kill both. It's whatever. I kill boss. But why are here? Finish Pango. Easy game. Nice.
Welcome back to Tiebreakers Day. We're in the middle of our first series, Liquid up against Quest Esports. They're fighting out for $1,000 and 100 DPC points. And see, those 100 DPC points could be a pretty big difference for Quest Esports, depending on how they go at Bali Major.
Yeah, so Quest right now are sitting 26th in the global DPC leaderboard with 132 points. And to get into top 12, they pretty much need to win or beat Liquid now and then get top 2 at the major to have any attempt at kind of clawing their way into automatic invite. So the story for Quest's TI invite, it starts with this best of 3 and then some miracle run at the major.
They've already started off fantastically. They had this game 1, dismantled Liquid and everything they wanted to do, the idea of Liquid's lineup, and they looked great. With this game 2 coming around, obviously Liquid want these points for themselves as well. Just even though they've already qualified the TI, no one wants to lose. All these people are so competitive. So change ups for bans and picks, because this Medusa SD, as Kezu mentioned before we went to break, is looking pretty OP right now and a great foundation for your lineup.
You want this one?
So I would say you can't ban that. So they're already banning Timber Mag, which I understand why you ban those heroes. I think they're good, but I think we need to swap perhaps. If you want to leave the Medusa in, I actually think that the SD needs to be banned. Like, I would rather play against Medusa than SD, and I think if you want to play against Medusa, SD needs to be out, because when you close the phase, I actually think that Darkseer and Anti-Mage are your strongest heroes, but honestly, they both get hardcore owned by SD throughout, first of all, in the lane and in the game. So I'm not sure really what else Liquid want to go for, but I think that's one. Yep. And secondly, especially against this team, I don't think you can pick some casual safe lane dual lane like Sark Winter Wyvern. I'll be way happier if they go for some Lich plus Bloodseeker, Lich Monkey King, Lich Faceless Void, something like this. I need more power, because you need more tempo in the game to shut down TA 2000 later.
What if Liquid just first picked the SD? Like, so
there
rather
you go,
than changing
I'm down.
The ban order, because I'm looking at the bans, right? And it's like you got a Mag, you got Timber. Okay, they ban Dusa, so that maybe obviously the combo isn't there. And if Dusa isn't comboed with SD, it's often a second phase pick for them. So now they don't have to be afraid of it. But I could see a world where they just operate on that line, but no, instead they go for a Monkey King.
Okay.
The idea behind the Monkey King pick, Kezu?
Probably, so they leave open the Timber, so there's a very high chance that Quest here would go that hero +1. Techies, Timber, Techies, Timber, SD. So maybe it's like, we kind of like having this hero. Boxy can probably play it 4, but yeah, I think this was maybe their best way of, okay, we have too many heroes to ban. We're going to take out these 2, and with this first pick, if they take one of the heroes that they still love that are in the pool, we're going to be okay with it.
Okay, they go Techies and Techies Batrider. So I was going to say one option that they could go for is like the Timber plus SD, because then at least you have the mid to late game counter of SD into Monkey King, and of course Amar will still be able to cause a lot of chaos, but no, instead they go for Techies Batrider. Batrider for them so far, I think this is actually their first game playing Batrider in this tour at least. So it'll be exciting to see which player steps up and wants to take the hero.
I don't know if Amar has played this hero before. Then again, we said something similar about Beast, and then he made it work really nicely. I do think that Bad is way more of a complicated hero compared to Beastmaster, but we'll kind of have to see. Bad, of course, is very good against Monkey King, but Liquid kind of covering their bases here by pairing it with a very good support against both the Bad and Techies with the Oracle.
I feel like if there's a hero still in the pool that Amar excels at and doesn't have like an absolutely abysmal lane, this Batrider could be a good pose for, and probably one of the positions I'm enjoying it the most. T.
Yeah, I think because of how aggressive you can be, and I think realistically a lot of these on the cusp 4s that kind of want to be kind of half cores in the game, they're only really thriving because of like blood grenades, and that's kind of pushing the heroes over the edge inside laning phase. But no, I think 4 or 5 honestly works out well for this Batrider. I would be surprised if I saw Amar playing it. Again, I'm excited to see that, but like he's not popped it in the last 8 days or so. Normally, when he tries to pick up a new hero in competitive, he at least throws a couple games in pubs just to kind of get the feel for it. But yeah, that's what we see. Yeah, Quest even banning out the Pango, like even if they have like this pocket Mars pick that fully counters it, I like the fact that they are still respecting it, so they don't have to go for it, you know?
Yeah, like having to pick this Mars into the monkey, I feel like is not fully ideal for them. On the other side, I know that we talked a bit about Monkey King makes Timber worse, and I don't know if if I would want to necessarily play Timber, but I think Timber is very annoying for Oracle in the game. Like any hero that can push forward without you being able to stand your ground and like he can get on you is very annoying. And I do think whilst Monkey King does well against Timber, I don't think he really stops him, or like you farm well on Monkey and you're pretty happy yourself, but it's not like you're not gonna ruin a Mars game if you were to play Timbersaw.
This last pick for Quest Esports is being thought about quite a lot. They're going to have ban straight into a pick, so maybe you could ban something that will protect your next pick. And would it be safer to reveal your mid lane?
Yeah.
This is a mid.
Oh, you reckon? Oh, so with the Quap Pango Storm? Okay.
Yeah, because like the way that they set up their bans, like the Quap ban, of course, and then.
Well, if we see a support here.
Potentially. I mean, this.
Yeah, you could see SD.
I could see SD. I could see SD get
I'm
on.
saying it a lot, but
Yeah.
Okay. You'll see the Timber. Okay, yeah, there's the Timber. Because I think going back off Kezu's point about Timber, sure, Monkey King's a good counter to him in lane, but I think a really cool concept, at least for this matchup, is Timber will force this Monkey King to follow him around, even if he doesn't want to, and he wants to farm and scale and be a Monkey King. In the early game engagements where Timbersaw's thriving, if Monkey isn't there, Timbersaw will still have a great time, right? So you're kind of like pseudo dragging him away from being optimal on the map. And if you have the correct heroes behind, be it some techies with some Pavis and obviously good Blastoffs, the back rider as well, like this Monkey can't thrive. So yeah, I don't mind them picking it, even though the lane won't be great. Like the game should still be good.
Try and make them reactive and always having to deal with you. You're the aggressors, and you feel like that's exactly what Timber does to this Monkey King, makes him feel more useless, and he doesn't get to have the map space that he wants.
Yeah, I could have said that in that exact sentence, but I decided to say it in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just clarifying. I was just clarifying because obviously, okay, yeah.
I'm not flaming. I'm actually pretty happy.
No, I know.
If you're Liquid here, I don't know if you can make it happen easily, but I would love if Boxy has a hero this game where it's gonna be somewhat easy for him to be able to move. I think when you do have this Monkey King matchup against Timber, having some, like, you always need this little bit of bonus damage. Like, Oracle isn't great against Timber, but if you have okay levels, like, you have some nukes here and there, and Monkey King as well. And I think right now Oracle is not the easiest hero to also move around the map. So in order to help Nisha on this puck, think maybe some Boxy. I don't actually know what he's been playing so much lately. I'm not the biggest fan of Skyrav, but something like that is something I would enjoy for them.
So you wouldn't want to see the Monkey King potentially go into that position because you think it's going to be locked in as a +1, and that's probably what's going to be best for the lineup.
Probably. Or I don't really see why we would do some swapping around. Like, there's no like insane carry that I feel like it's just gonna be amazing. Like maybe some other carry that is okay. It's like some Faceless Void, you survive the lane, it's some good time dilation game, but even then, that you're picking a different carry and Timbersaw is still gonna have the same game. So you might as well just pick a 4 that helps elevate something else, I think, in the draft.
Okay.
There's one thing that I'm excited for with Quest is this heavy ban towards the mid back rider, but there's still potential flex of it going to 4. Because, like, for example, we don't see Dragon Knight too often, right? It's a low win rate hero right now, not very popular, but it's like the type of hero that they could pick up suddenly to now threaten this part. Because like, if I look at Liquid's lineup, it's Oracle Venge. They really need cores to do well. Otherwise, they do nothing, right? They don't push up lanes, they do nothing. So if this puck in the early fights is just blink Dragon-tailed into one more stun and dead.
Yeah, sick TA pick.
Yeah, and I mean, TA also is sick. Like this shard, people forget about it a lot, don't really respect it too much, and it's just constant silences and stuff. But I'm still excited to see if they do move the Batrider away potentially. And they're even holding it because, of course, picking up the TA. Yeah, Liquid supports aren't going to do much to this Venge.
Yeah, TA pick, I think, is very strong because first of all, as T is saying, they have the option to flex it. It can go safe lane, it can go mid. For now, I would actually be a very big fan of it going into the mid lane. I think it's super annoying for Puck to play into. First of all, Puck is like 50 base damage, so you get out CS. You have 0 armor, so you get kind of owned by whether he hits you with refraction or blades off of the creeps. So that's not good. Traps are very annoying. T mentioned the shard, which is also incredible in this game. Silencing Puck is sick. You can throw it in the backline against an Oracle, no Venge swap. Like, it can really be a big deal breaker for the bad rider to actually have a better game. You give him more vision, you can silence some very crucial targets. It's a hero that Timber also loves to play with because TA helps you like push faster on the map, take the objectives that Timber is pretty bad at taking. I think this was probably the best pick in the entire pool for Quest.
Damn, that's some high praise.
Yeah, no cap. That was a sick pick.
No cap.
It boils down to that kind of just open Timber pick, not caring about the Monkey King, and then it has that freedom to do what you want, right? And they ban out some pretty good lane counters to a TA, be it the Venom, of course, Darkseer, just eating through that refraction in the game as well can be super obnoxious. They go for a...
This is nuclear, man.
I mean, it's like the same, like, you pick Nyx into Deucer, you pick Viper for a TA, right? Like, it's kind of reminiscent of D1 Hustler's draft the other day, where it's like, we picked the Huskar into the Ember. Exact same things happening. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's a pretty good Viper game just for, like, Timber and TA, but... my gosh.
If the TA goes mid, you better be following it with Viper. Like, if you're picking the Viper like this to be, like, incredibly nuclear in the draft, you gotta go full ham. So it's like, okay, Zai, if they're playing mid TA, you're playing Puck offlane with Boxy on Venge, and you're just gonna make it work. Like now, when I see this pick, because this is predominantly for the TA, to shut it down, you better follow his ass, like in terms of the laning as well, even if it means someone else has to like swap it around a bit.
Because is this?
Oh, sorry, go on.
No, you keep going, T.
Ah, okay.
Keep going, T.
There's two options, right? I think they can go super sacrificial, like some Abaddon style support or something, just to make sure lanes are okay for Quest, and then they just lock themselves in that way, or they still just go for like this SD, and lane might be a little bit bad, but like the overall game will just be pretty good for them. But I'd like to see some defensive capabilities. Sure, they just go for the SD. Woo! Surprise! 24 pick. We're discussing it being a potential first pick, and then it goes all the way to the final pick of the entire draft. But there you go.
Interesting.
Interesting. Why that word? Why that descriptor, Kezu? And also the question I was going to ask beforehand was, do you think the Viper is volatile? Do you think there's a realm in which it might have an okay lane, but that lead could very easily dissipate if he's not kept active, if everyone else isn't running with him?
I mean, he should have a good lane. I was saying interesting because Quest, obviously when they pick another support, it means that your TA is going to go safe lane into the Viper, which of course you can make it work. You need to be a little careful like the first couple levels and then like fall back to the jungle and go back and forth. I just thought there was a possibility of it maybe going into mid, but I expect Zai to have a very good early game. I mean, he needs to have a good early game, otherwise this Viper pick will make no sense and they will have no game.
Yeah, we want Liquid to be able to play at least a game of Dota, especially after game one, where it felt like people like Nisha just weren't able to get that Pango to a nicer state in the later part of it because of that Marzel. But to timings, where are the timings for each team? Where are we looking for either team also on a timer of, okay, you have to close it out before 35, otherwise you're just never going to compete?
I don't think either team has a scaling issue. I think it's more Liquid have to do really well in lanes and make sure they dictate like the active runes in the early time and contest the first Roshan. If they can do these things, their draft can get online. Otherwise, they might fall victim to overwhelming aggression. So, all about the lane.
Okay. That doesn't feel too hard. Liquid have been able to do it in other matchups before, but we'll see if Quest is able to beat them in another 2-0. It's game number 2 with our casters, Fear and T-Panda.
Well, the narrative hasn't changed too much. It's still a must-win scenario for Quest, but in the makings for a series victory with that one game already under their belts. Liquid looking for the equalizer. Drafts have changed a little bit. We get to see the Oracle getting to be an answer in the first phase to the Batrider. And that's not a Matu Viper, that's a Zyper.
A Zyper?
What do you think
That
about
sounds
that?
way too close to diaper. I don't know if I like that.
Hopefully it's not, you know. I mean, you want to get impact on this hero. It was picked for a reason. Why did they really want this Viper here?
Oh, it's good against all 3 cores. It's great against the Bat Rider. It's great against the Timbersaw. And this is a debatable one. I think in theory, you're like, oh, wow, Viper owns TA. But I think only in the laning stage. Later as this game goes, Viper does not like playing versus Meld and Desolator. You don't really build much armor, so you kind of get owned by that. And TA, you can lose your lane and go jungle. It's fine. So that's the one lane where I think it should be okay for Quest, but at least you'll slow down TA 2000's farm, and that's a big one here. But overall, I'm a little surprised that they forced this Bat Rider into the mid lane. They had so many good options if they were to put this on support here, but you're playing on second first Amar.
Looking to kill this Timbersaw first. Max duration root, and the right click should do the job. That's going to be Boxy. The support Venge is going to be picking up the first blood. So Nisha, at least his match opponent, the Bat Rider, will be facing off against him right away at the start. But there is a start-off kill for the Venge, which will help him out a bit here.
Yep. Not bad. And what else am I going to say about this bat? I'm not entirely sure how this bat mid works anymore now that Sticky Napalm isn't really a spell. So he's going to go Firefly level 1. This is the new age Bat Rider here. Level 1 Firefly and just push the wave, which I don't think is going to pressure Nisha at all. So this matchup will be a little bit interesting. It should be puck favored, I will imagine. This Flame Break is a really strong spell now for the Bat Rider, but how do you hit that against a puck? It seems very difficult to do.
Yeah, and with, you know, Bat Rider, he's a classic mid-hero, but, like, quoting one of your favorite words, this is kind of new tech, you know, with this
it is.
New skill build.
It definitely is. And the other thing that is interesting, there's a lot of interesting things in this game, but we would watch Amar play a ton of this Timbersaw. You know what he bans most of the games he picks Timbersaw? Monkey King. But this game, he decides to pick it into the Monkey King. Second phase, when this is a first phase Monkey King, so he decides this is a matchup. Maybe it's the techies that allows him to be like, all right, we're just gonna spam the monkey, it's fine. I'm not gonna go reactive armor whatsoever. We'll have to see how that lane works out, but in theory here, Liquid should have a huge laning advantage. And being such a top caliber team that they are, if you give this team a lead, they can generally translate that into a W.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Amar, he's been doing a lot of theory crafting with this Timber versus Monkey matchup. Because, you know, back in the day, a couple years backwards, still playing together in the same team with Crystallis, going all the way back to the good old Crete Wave. You know, you got one MK Master Tier player, you got another Timbersaw spammer. You probably shared a couple secrets between each other, like how the matchups work out, what to watch out for. So he should come well prepared into this one.
Oh, he definitely knows the matchups. He knows all his matchups on his patented heroes here. But well, for me, what was interesting, though, is like when he has the opportunity to ban heroes for his Timber, because he's picked this Timber first phase many times, Monkey King is one of those heroes that he has opted to go ahead and ban.
And also
but I do think it's the techies factor. It might just be the techies factor. He just thinks that with techies on his team, they'll be able to outspam him and don't allow him to get that Jingles. And Boxy.
I've gotten the first blood, but he also gets wiped out by Quest. And there was an interesting stat there for a moment ago with the Monkey King win rate stats for Mickey. Dire victories 100%, Radiant victories 0. Maybe
100% dire, right?
Maybe he can get a third one to keep that stat rolling in his favor.
We'll have to see here. And mid lane completely even. It looks like actually Nisha a little bit of trouble.
Gonna take a lot of damage at least from Noob. He's gonna win this trade off. Forces the puck back.
Sticky Napalm not slowing anymore is a big thing of why we don't see Bat mid too often anymore. But you love to see these new ideas, right? Before, everyone knows how to play against the old Bat Rider mid. You just spam stickies, you buy your magic wand. Nowadays, it's a lot different, and you got to relearn the matchup as the Bat Rider and playing against the Bat Rider here. And Noob doing a decent job so far, at least keeping his farm up. He's not shutting the puck down by any means, but he's keeping his own farm up and making this matchup look even.
Top lane, they're going to get the blast off connected on both Mickey and on Insania. And Omar going to get hit by the Boundless Strike. That's a Jingu Mastery stack burnt for that. But Omar, he's got the upper hand versus Insania, and that should be a kill for him. Very, very burnt out. Amar squeezes in for the kill. Omar needs to get a bit of distance here. And the boys, they're making it work here. The taser, the disarm comes out again. Mickey, what you gonna do? Omar and Amar. make the magic work once again. And a courier kill right under the tower. They got everything out of that.
You normally don't see this as well, the level 3 reactive taser online, but against the Monkey King, yeah, sure, why not? It got him the kill there. Mickey, he did a really good job at first. He used the Mischief and dodged the blast off there, but thought he could get that return kill there, but not against that clutch level up that he got right after killing the Oracle on Omar, allowing him to get that reactive taser. Really a heads-up play by Omar there to skill that one up.
And again, Quest is up ahead in kills once again. Just like last game, they were 3-0, now 3-1. Liquid also did get that first blood. Maybe that's the big difference maker, but we'll see. It really pays off a difference here. Zai hasn't really been able to approach this this TA too much, and TA just headed straight over to the jungle. TA 2000 happy, just kind of leaving this lane already active in terms of the jungle farm with this hero. Doesn't need
and
to
this is
stick
just
around, doesn't need to
experience.
risk it.
This is very smart of him. He won the laning stage, right? And then he realizes, Viper, he's level 3 now. He has this level 2 poison attack. No matter how much advantage you have at T at this point, it doesn't matter. So he just goes jungle. He's like, I'm done. He's level 5 now, so he's going to farm in the jungle way faster than he will in the laning stage. And this is still going to be free farm, by the way. He's going to hit his timings of his Desolator, of his Dragon Lance, and I talked about it before. The Viper should have its strongest moments in the game just in the laning stage versus a TA. Only in the laning stage. As the game progresses, you get shredded by this hero. If he can ever get on top, you get some right clicks. And they will get the coil onto the Bat Rider. Will Nisha hit this
out.
Blood
Blood
Grenade?
Grenade misses the Illusory Orb and the Terror Wave. But that Flame Break is going to be enough to zone out the puck. So not successful with the kill on Liquid. Also pretty deep onto the enemy side of the map. So Noob should be able to get back into mid fairly fast. And of course, it is TA 2000 who's going to be showing up on the extra farm. I see he sees an opportunity for more. Sure, we'll go for it.
Ori might take some damage. I was going to say, this game, in theory, should be favored for Liquid in the laning stage. It should be. But it's really not. Look at Mar. He's got a Vanguard online. He doesn't really care, as they will go on to Insania here.
Yeah.
Look who's here.
TA 2000 as well. This guy's everywhere around the map. Throwing down that route, but it doesn't really connect onto the Templar. They're just going to chase him down. And TA 2000, that's a second kill for him. This guy has been everywhere else except in the lane. He's getting kills. He's getting farm. It's unbelievable, man.
Oh, he's playing this absolutely perfect. It might be like, oh, wow, you left the lane at like 4 minutes into the game or less. You lost your lane, you got owned. But no, this is sheer experience and knowledge of the carry matchups. Because he knows, he's played against a Viper a few times in his day. He's like, this matchup, I know I'm winning it now, but if I stay, I'm going to start losing. So he has the foresight to just leave and continue on his advantage. So we just do the last one in the mid lane.
And with both of the supports chasing around for a kill on the Shadow Demon, they got an opening in the mid lane, but it's not quite enough for a kill for the Techies and the Bat Rider to finish off Nisha. But it was a good response from Quest at the same time. That was, they were using scans, they were using everything to basically just locate where is this Kari Shadow Demon. Oh, he's going for the Wisdom Rune. They TP'd with the supports and they left mid completely vulnerable. Nisha pretty happy to dodge that one. And straight for a smoke they go.
They did manage to get the tier 1 bottom as a result of the TA leaving. Getting a kill on TA 2000 now would be crucial. I dare say TA 2000 might be one of the best players in the Western European region.
Warning signs coming in, but are they too late for a TA 2000? Oh, we just walked straight into them. Null Strike placed down, but there's also Sentry on the ground, and this Templar trying to fight till the bitter end versus Boxy. And Omar can't kill anybody here. We'll get a bit of responsive damage back, but will they have extra backup? Omar is here. Throws in the Chakra. Looking for the kill on the Venge. We'll get one. Mickey also participating to get the kill on the Techies.
And that's something we haven't seen in a long time. People being able to punish TA 2000. Normally, he has a good laning stage straight into free farming the map. You have to deal with some Omar or Noob on the map. They bypass Omar, get the kill on the TA 2000. Slows him down just a little bit. Doesn't ruin his game by any means, but a good kill nonetheless here.
Yeah, very important that they get this one. keeping Liquid up in the pace, at least of aggression, which they weren't able to do that much in game number 1. But now for sure, able to play the map a bit more actively.
Missing the stickies, though. I don't even know where Omar blasts. Oh, Omar blasts off to try and maybe get the puck going the opposite direction there. Unable to connect there. 1,000 gold lead here for Quest, as yet again doing that thing where all 3 cores in the laning stage are winning here. But we'll see what Zai can do on this Viper. He's been relatively quiet. He's like, hey, I wanted to own TA in my lane, but TA just didn't show up to my lane.
Nope.
As soon as I got level 3, TA was gone. So going for the boosted travel maybe as a response to try and get more active on the map, be a little bit faster. Won't help you be tanky at all, not building any auras whatsoever. This is pure aggression, as he will commit to it.
And that's exactly what they need to do as well inside of Liquid. You've got these heroes like the Venge, the Viper, the Puck. They just want to brawl early on. And if
the warding from Liquid, I think we should take a big note of that right now, how aggressive their wards are. They've got 4 wards on the map, all on the side of Quest's map here. So they want to get active.
Dire's top tower is under
Got
attack.
themselves a bit of a aggressive Halo placed down. We'll scout out movements from Quest farming their own jungle. This attempt from Nisha and Boxy will remain as an attempt. No catch towards the Batrider. Omar, he's in the mid lane. Nisha not dropping down the coil there. You don't have enough information about, even with these wards placed down, they only see 2 heroes on the map. Do get a bit of glimpses here and there, but maybe they can keep up that pressure towards that mid-tier 1 tower. Catapult still alive, but no creep wave to protect it. We'll see if they risk it. Kaori's going to go down meal at the same time. Big battle at the bottom lane. Zai going to fall. Noob about to drop the mid-gate. Needs 1 more hit, but he's slowed up a little bit. That 3% slow on Napalm might just do the trick, and it will. And Amar, he's coming in for the turnaround. And here comes the blast off from Omar as well. The dynamic duo makes it work again. They take down the mid-gate. Monkey King, and look for Insania with that Oracle. Nowhere to run. No ulti for you. No escape. Double kill for Amar.
It looked pretty... I wasn't going to say it looked good for Liquid at the beginning. It's like, oh, it's just Kaori's just going to die again. When they almost got the bat, it's like, okay, this is looking good, but in the end, it was just such a bait there. Is he able to fly over the tree there? And you lose your Monkey King, you lose your Oracle, you lose your Viper, just for the Shadow Demon. Kaori, he'll take that any day of the week, as Mickey going for yet again the Shadow Demon kill here, and I think there might be no escaping this one.
Yeah,
or is there? He's got Purge.
Escape for sure. He's got the Purge on Mickey. And he's got another stun available.
They might turn this on Mickey. He's buying so much time.
If it takes too long, he's definitely buying a lot of time. And it's just enough for the turnaround onto Mickey. And they will try to get him down. They will. The Timber Chain will connect. And Boxy trying to teleport out. Should be able to. Noob not going to get there in time. And no lasso available either. So they do get a trade-off. Shadow Demon for a Monkey King. They'll take that any day. Glyphing to save that creep wave as well. Zai gonna get the teleport onto the Templar Assassin. Guys, this is why I picked this hero. This is why I wanted to kill the TA. And that's exactly what they get here. Omar is gonna be dropping to Boxy stun. And they find themselves a response in the mid lane. And that also looks to be a tier 1 tower going down. No TPs for Quest. They can't really come to the protection of it. They'd have to run.
Yeah, they used all their TPs top to save the Shadow Demon, get the return kill on the Monkey King that all of a sudden Liquid strike in the mid lane. And they knew that right as well. Everyone TP top there. They cut their losses. They're like, okay, we can dive mid now. We realize there's going to be no TPs available to help TA2000 here. So really good response there by Team Liquid there. Catching TA2000 off guard as Kaori's double stacking Angel. Oh, he missed the other one. That was close. Oh. He tried to stack both of those, which I didn't know that'd be possible. I think you probably can if you time it perfectly with the lingering shadow poison.
Yeah, solid try.
Yeah, you just got to be a real big Shadow Demon stacking nerd to get that one off, but it is possible.
Already picked up 6 stacks this game, so that's already more than enough. Helping out this Templar Assassin, keeping up on that farming pace. BKB seems to be the... Oh, sorry. Desolator definitely is the first one into BKB, of course.
Maybe depending if the game goes well, he'll just knock at the BKB and go straight into the dagger. But this is normally what every TA queues up, and they're like, we'll see how my game's going. And if they're owning, they're like, I'll get a blink, and they'll be like, oh, I'm owning really hard. I'll just get a Daedalus now, and they'll just find any reason to not get this BKB. And if their game's going hard, they'll buy the BKB. And that's usually when they lose, when they have to buy a BKB early on.
That's definitely an idea to look at. Like, if you're able to just get semi-aggressive with those blink positionings, you don't even really need to think about that BKB, even though there is a lot of control. Talking about control, Insania and Boxy, they do get initiated on by Kaori and Amar, but Kaori already down. Timbersaw looking to drop as well. Liquid coming in with full force and respawned to this gank attempt, getting themselves 2 kills, losing nobody. Also, Omar spotted in the river, maybe even a 3rd kill. Mickey, he's going for the chase. He gets slowed up a bit here.
This reactive taser, it ain't easy. I mean, who's getting who there? Because I see Mickey losing like 60% of his health, and Omar has only lost 10%.
That's techies.
That is techies. But these are good kills, and as you patented, the Zyper all over the map here, getting these kills, shutting down the Timbersaw, getting the TA kill with these boots of travel, really having an impact on the map. And this is what we wanted to see from Zai in game number 1 as well, to have some type of impact on the map as he's playing like these niche heroes, right? The Nyx Assassin, the Viper, we don't see them a ton anymore, mainly because they do fall off pretty quickly. His Nyx, it didn't have a lot of impact in the early game, but he's making up for it in this game number 2 with the Viper.
Also to mention that 100% win rate Monkey King. See if that sticks for this game right now. That net worth is not looking hot for Mickey. 5,700. The next hero would be the 7,500 Viper. He's got a lot of catching up to do, and they're risking it. They're going all in. He's got that Orb of Corrosion. And by the looks of it, an Echo Saber is on the courier for him. It's arriving just now, and he needs to get a kill with it. And it looks like Shadow Demon's going to be a start for it all. TA2000, the blast off coming out from Omar. Going to turn out on Boxy. Kaori coming in with a buyback with the Shadow Demon, returning into the fight. Amar going to throw in that Chakram, slowing down both the Puck and the Viper. Mikey just waiting for them to get just a bit closer for the Wukong's command, and they slow up the Batrider, but they all zone out from the Wukongs. Not minding at all, and he just drops his ulti because there's nobody to be caught inside of it. Quest get to reset.
Boundless Strike on cooldown there. Not able to get a turn there. Batrider wanted to find initiation, but you're playing versus Insania Oracle. Kind of have to kill the Oracle first, or bait out the false promise somehow else, but Insania doesn't really want to use it unless there's a lasso, unless absolutely needed. And that might be the best chance for Liquid to really get to control this game and get Mickey back into the game, is winning a big team fight. Because he's not going to farm his way back in this game. There's no way this Monkey King is going to outfarm a TA just by hitting creeps.
Very true. And also finding that entry into the game, Monkey King needs to survive, most importantly. He cannot die, especially at the start of the fight. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard. He's got the Pavis buff from Omar. They get that extra bit of tankiness there, but he's still going to end up dropping. The nukes are too much. Boxy, he gets this kill. It doesn't go for Mickey with that Boundless Strike. But a kill is a kill.
It looks like they're forcing TA2000 into this early BKB. Always a good sign when the TA feels like they have to build more defense and less damage here by putting on this pressure here. But they do need to make a connection onto this TA at some point. Or maybe another Amar here could be good as well.
This is 2 games in a row. TA2000 hits 10k net worth at 17 minutes. So he's got that same pace from that last game. He's riding on a really high momentum. Has been killed off 2 times this game compared to the Medusa last game, but it's not stopping him.
This is what TA2000 does. He loves playing his TA, Terrorblades, Medusas, these type of heroes such as Flash Farm the entire map. He knows his timings really well. You know who else knows his timings really well? Amar. Amar also going for a BKB, playing versus the Viper, playing against the Puck. This double BKB timing from Quest, that's what you're going to be looking for Quest in this game.
Ooh, caught the Monkey King
doesn't
here.
Break trees.
Oh, the tree doesn't quite break there. Cannot stun the Monkey King on the spot. But he is being baited out. Demonic Purge slowing him down. Drops down the Wukongs. Stuns the Batrider with the Boundless Strike in T2000. He's just not going to go in. But Nisha, 4-man coil. Is that an opening for Liquid? They're trying to get close at least. Timbersaw off the BKB. And Amar for the turnaround. Puck also getting caught in a lasso. Blows up to the minefield. And Mickey, he's in trouble. Oracle ulti coming out from Insane. T2000 throwing in the big hits. And Oracle almost dying to a nuke. Trying to go for the wraparound. And here comes the Timbersaw. Slicing him down. Mickey still trying to fight against the TA. But it's not going to be enough. He's going to be falling. And Liquid lost 4 despite the initiation. The 4-man coil. It's a 5-man death for Liquid. Quest run them down.
With the timing, we talked about Amar knowing his timings. Well, I did at least, and he had that BKB, and that is what made that fight what it was. And of course, you got that coil. It was nice, but it was after the Monkey King ult was already used, right? That was not a coil inside the Wukongs. That was just a coil to disengage or help his team disengage, and he did all the damage himself in that coil, which is basically nothing. And you just didn't have any more to launch that fight. And you're going to see in this replay here, you're going to see here that they go on Mickey here. The Wukongs will go down in a second. There it is. Everything used defensively to zone out the bat. And then here comes Puck. Boom, nice coil, but the Wukongs, it's a further down.
Yeah, where's the rest?
Out there. There's no damage there. Viper's on the low ground, and then Amar's like, all right, they got nothing. I'm popping BKB. I'm getting in there. And it was just a little too late there for Liquid.
And a really good catch from Noob as well, catching the puck on the side after that coil had ended. And of course, Amar turning around with that BKB, heavy hits in. And as soon as Mickey, he goes into the front line, he's just got so much trouble ahead of him, which is pretty much the entire team of Quest. And they will get themselves those big kills. It's a team wipe and an 8k lead for Quest.
Another lasso.
And another kill. Liquid not really in a good place right now. Their core is falling behind, and the real power spike from Quest, it is literally online since that last team fight. It pretty much was already during that team fight. Now it just got a whole lot worse for Liquid.
Especially with TA2000 approaching that shard. Wonder if he'll buy that out first, or the blink. Yeah, he will. But having that silence, and look at Mar. This is why he went for the BKB on the Timbersaw. Not an item you'll see a lot. But maybe it's not enough.
I mean, they killed the Monkey King at the same time in the bottom half of the map, right in front of the Tier 1 tower, as they do get Amar as a trade-off. But again, that is Monkey King just not getting even to 8k net worth. TA, meanwhile, 14,000 right now. That's a 6k difference between the two carries.
And I was going to say before, these traps now silencing going to be ultra annoying for Nisha on his puck here.
Oh, yeah. Not fun at all. There's the slow. Lasso ready. Viper going to get pulled into Kaori, pulled into Omar.
Swap.
And Mine's going to finish the job. Coil 1-3, though. There's a good opportunity here for Liquid for a bit of a turnaround. They're trying to get these kills. One already down. Maybe the second. New trying to TP away. He's not going to be successful in doing so. And Kaori, he blinks out, goes for the teleport. Cancel from the swap. It's there.
All right, there we go. Now that was the coil he was looking for. I thought the swap might be able to save him, but the swap was on cooldown from earlier of killing Amar, but it doesn't really matter. They still lose the Viper, but they get a nice return as Nisha. He's getting big coils this game. What he needs to do is continue to get these coils when his team is nearby, so they can help dish out the damage there. But unfortunately, the story of Mickey is a very sad one, as he has hardly been able to get anything in this game.
And a much needed couple kills going for Liquid. That was not even just 2,000 gold, but that was 4,400 experience for both the supports and as well for the puck. So getting closer to that level 2 ulti on the Oracle, reducing the cooldown and the cast range, and of course the Venge Nether swap or cast range for also that initiation assistance from your support, or even the saving capability. Those level 2 ults, they're really needed on both of these supports. It feels so bad having a level 1 Nether swap on Venge, because like it's a big cast range, right? It's 700, but it's not that big because it doesn't feel like it ever lands on time. Meanwhile, Zai gonna get bullied by Amar here. Pretty much just a straight up 1v1, but Techi's gonna intervene as Oracle's there to drop the ult. Gets a bit of damage out onto Kaori.
Oh, they got the puck
to live, but they got the puck at the same time. Oh, Liquid. Wukong's gonna drop down. Nisha coming with a buyback. They're in a desperate situation, and they need to win this fight too. Boxing with the swap. And it's not going to be enough there. He's still inside the Wukongs, but TA2000 on the edge of it, and now they can start to get on top of the Monkey King.
TA2000 has no mana for BKB.
Nisha with the coil. TA2000 taken down. That buyback will lead into a kill, maybe even more. Techie's low. Boundless Strike comes out, but there's a disarm. He's not hitting anybody. Mickey in trouble. He's going to go down. Nisha, he's still in the middle of him, trying to get the snipe onto the Techies, but Techies is barely surviving there. We'll finally get the kill. Here comes Insania, but Nisha's down. That's a dieback on the puck. He's gone for 80 seconds, and Insania to follow suit. Triple for Noob. And again, another team wipe. Liquid, they got some good kills for sure, but they're still going to end up losing more.
Yeah, you lost 7 heroes there.
7 heroes.
Liquid.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Not great.
West really playing for the win here, and onto the mid lane they go into the Viper as well. Kaori will drop the Demonic Purge onto the Viper, and he's got the Purge on himself as well, so he's not even dying to Zai. Getting all of the spells off of himself, and they will get the kill. He even gets it for himself. Oh, well played coming out there from Zai as well, but it's like, oh boy. That shard on the Shadow Demon coming in clutch versus that Viper.
It really is making the difference there, and 12,000 net worth advantage now for Quest out of nowhere. Quest just has Liquid's number, and it makes you wonder, is Liquid just looking more mortal as a team? Tour number 1, we're like, wow, nobody can stand up to Liquid. They just look like the best team in the world by far. But Quest here, in Tour 3 here, they're looking to go 4-0 against them.
Yep.
Which is a little crazy to think about.
The Kryptonite.
It might just be a matchup thing, or maybe it's just Liquid looking a little more vulnerable.
Could just kick in with him, but maybe a bit of mix with the playstyle. I guess the panel could touch upon about that a bit more. Why they've been so successful as they've got the Monkey King stunned up, but the Oracle ulti coming out just in time. Last are going to be locked down as well. Boxy to fall. Techie's going to be dropping as well, but Amari should be able to get out there in time. Sai very low on HP. Mickey's still going to end up going down, and they will look for the Viper kill as well. Maybe even get more out of this with that Flame Break. Insania slowed down. He's got nowhere to go. He's down as well. Boxy and Nisha still trying to fight it to the end, taking down Kaori. They finished off both the supports, but still 3 big cores. Nisha barely gets that TP to safety. Not even in the fountain. Not enough dot damage to take his life away.
Yeah, Nisha's gonna continue to farm, not even gonna heal up. And Batrider, he's coming for you.
Oh, they're painting out Boxy. T2000 always dealing. Oh, it's just the illusion from the Venge, but he was trying to interrupt a bit. I like the bait from Amar, throwing in those casual chakram is like, maybe they're doing Tormentor. They're going to be taking some damage. Oh, a close call. That's another close call. No catches for Boxy today. But I like that bait. You know, throwing chakrams into the Tormentor, bouncing out a bit of extra damage. I was like, oh, they might be doing Tormentor. Maybe I can get something done with this illusion, but nah. Takes away the spoils.
Not today. And I don't think there will be much Tormentor play here from Liquid, as Monkey King probably doesn't want to hit it. Well, they're thinking about it. Okay.
Oh, they got Zai.
The puck. There you go. We're going to bring it in. And will the Shard be a game breaker? For the Oracle, he's got the Reign of Destiny. That could help. Heal amplification, a little bit more damage.
Maybe it helps people inside the Wukong's command, because Quest, they've got a bloody amount of burst damage. They've got some good sustain in the mix. Maybe the heal amp inside the Wukong's could help out.
Yeah, and this BKB on Mickey is going to be absolutely critical if they want to win a fight. He's dying in his Wukong's. With this BKB, maybe he'll survive.
Initiated. Liquid was looking for a fight, but Quest gets to respond first. Dodges the Boundless Strike with the BKB, and Boxy's going to be dropping in the back. He will lose his illusion and his hero, and now on the run. Disruption does connect. Coil connected as well from Nisha. Zai turning around Mickey, trying to get there in time. They got the Reign of Destiny down as well, healing them up a little bit here. Wukong's also placed down, but Quest again disengaging with the entire team. Nisha trying to get the kill of Kaori, but it's not going to be enough. And Mickey doesn't get the connection there, at least onto the SD. But Noob, BKB's around. Mickey, he's going to be dropping. Omar with the mines. Oracle in trouble. That's another one going for Quest, and Liquid can't get the kills. Quest is always on the back foot. When Liquid finally initiates, Quest always seems to get the upper hand with who they're focusing, what they're looking at.
Liquid
They're just
don't
one
seem
step ahead the whole time.
Yeah, they really are. It doesn't feel like Liquid are getting their combo off the way they want to. It's supposed to be Puck Monkey King. You're supposed to drop the coil inside the Wukongs for the synergy. They can't run, but we drop the Wukongs and the coil at separate times. It has to be at the exact same time if they want to win these fights. And make a pop BKB. Lasso's available.
Let's see what they can get here. Venge is going to be dropping. The illusion comes out into action. Silenced up, so not much of a benefit here for Boxy. Does get the wave of terror to connect onto the TA, but that's about it.
Haven't seen a lot of Lassos this game, but he is playing versus Oracle and Venge. It's not the easiest Lasso game. They don't need it. They're just killing Venge twice.
At least not in the last few minutes, but the earlier engagements, he surely did catch Nisha a couple times with the lasso.
Right.
And maybe even the Viper occasionally. But right now it's kind of like an extra security. But hey,
oh, that's the perfect target.
Yeehaw! Catches Insania.
Yeehaw indeed. Texas Bat Rider.
And a 20k lead for Quest. Looking to get themselves an extra 100 DPC points. And the storyline surely still stands. I think T-Gov was pointing it out. They need to get, well, in the major. That's the next step. I think they need to play second.
He's just like, yeah, he's like, well, we're going to win the major. It's fine.
Yeah.
No big deal.
I mean, they've got the winner mentality right now. They've got something to play for. Skipping the regional qualifiers completely is on their mind right now. But Quest, they are in the leading position, not quite done with the game yet, but very close to it. Gotta win this one first. Liquid, however, is there still something that they can pull off here? Is it a hopeless game? Is it just down to one team fight and GG? What can Liquid do here? What's the kind of golden thread they're holding on to that could still turn this around for them? What's the next step?
Oh, they have to just hit their combo. They gotta make a Wukong's command plus Puck Coil connect. And it has to be a big one, too.
And that's simple.
It's and yes, it is that simple, but it's difficult to do.
Exactly.
If that makes sense. The game plan is simple, but the execution is hard.
Yeah, we haven't really seen the Wukongs and the coils connect in the fashion they'd want to. It's usually Wukongs defensively or a turnaround Wukongs, and then the coil comes after. Haven't really been on the same page with their ability usage, but at the same time, they've kind of had to play it defensively in Liquid. They've been on the receiving end this game, and if they want to get that coil to connect, it's got to be a super risky play at this point of the game. You just got to believe it works.
You just have to be in sync. It's just Nisha and Mickey need to be doing a lot of communicating in this game about how these fights are going to go. Because, like, if you think about Boxy and Sania and Zai, they don't really have any spells that require communication necessarily. Maybe Boxy can swap people back into the Wukongs, but they're just kind of reacting to what's happening in the fights. But the initiation is going to be Nisha plus Mickey. The hard part is you have BKBs available, so you can't just initiate so easily on the Puck. So maybe the game plan is Viper just baits some spells, forces the fights, has a buyback available. Once the BKBs go down, then Nisha and Mickey fully commit to get the kills. But you're down 23,000 gold, so even if you execute all this perfectly, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win a team fight. There's a lot of variables and things that can and cannot happen in Insania. He might walk on a trap.
I mean, this is where things start falling apart, right? They don't have the detection on the Oracle, though.
Wow.
Hiding right behind a tree, so juked around, gets the TP home. Meanwhile...
Also on the Boxy.
Yeah. Just got the Ogre Seal taught him off, though, but Kari's there with the cancel. And here comes Mickey. They feel like they're a bit vulnerable at this stage, so they can take this fight. Boxy, he will drop, but he's got the illusion into action. Nuke pumping the BKB, so is Amar. Mickey still trying to fight for his life. They want this back kill, they're gonna get it, but at the same time, the damage is overwhelming from the side of Quest, and Mickey down. Viper's gonna be following suit. And again, 3 down for Liquid. Just couldn't get the damage out in time to get themselves that one after one. Quest get there in time.
And that's just the net worth disparity there. Like, that fight was good for them. It just took them too long to get those kills. A little too squishy themselves, too. And, yeah. Get a couple good kills there from Liquid, and normally you'd be pretty happy about these kills. But you give them right back, so you're kind of right where you started. 22,000 net worth down. big kill is going to be the TA2000 TA, if you can manage to get there.
Maybe a bit of silent
That really
relief.
feels like it's gonna. That's what it comes down to. I think you have to somehow bait the BKB on TA, then get on top of her with the monkey, with the Wukongs, and you just have to survive somehow in Mickey. But look at his net worth. He's at 13,000 net worth. He is the lowest farmed hero in the game. So even when he drops his Wukong, he still feels very vulnerable inside of it, and that's never a place you want to be as a Monkey King, because that is your protection. If you don't feel safe within your Wukong's command, you're just not going to feel safe throughout the game. Maybe Insania, if he was in that fight, could have been the difference maker. Hard to say.
That is so much vision for Quest. So many mines, so many wards, so many traps placed down. And we'll scout out the TA, dust it up as well. Here comes Duress. Oh, beautiful interruption. 3-man blast off coming out on Quest. They're already stacked up in numbers. Noob gonna get the lasso, pulls the Monkey King away. Wukong's broken. A TA2000, he needs some help. He's isolated. He's being chased around. Disruption save Kaori. Buying some time for him. Boxy's gonna go down. Boxy, he's trying to fight with that illusion, and TA2000 will fall. Sai will get the kill. But at the same time, Noob and Omar, they're going to be cleaning house with the rest of them. They really just got one kill, but Liquid just getting dismantled that fight. Dying all over the place as they're like, kill the TA, somebody do it. But you've done it, but at what cost? You're losing everything for it, except for Nisha Puck. But that also means Roche will go the way of Quest. Still
They're doing what they can. And I think they're playing these fights really well on Liquid with the resources that they do have, as you're going to see in the replay here.
Just look how they tear the fight apart.
Yeah, I really liked how the Batrider here pulled Mickey outside of the Wukong's command here. Like, instantly, this Wukong's could have done a lot of work for them, but look how much time they spend trying to kill this TA. It takes forever. Meanwhile, the Monkey's dead. The Oracle's dead. You're like, get Kaori, sure, we'll get him. Let's get the TA, but look at Amar in this fight. They don't have an answer for him. They have so many things that they have to deal with in these fights, and they just don't have the net worth or the capacity to do so.
And they end up losing a whole lot of heroes for it. Nisha, the only one to escape from that battle. Amar found Insania at the start of the fight. Batrider finds the Monkey King. And then Timbersaw joining the fight back in. Batrider joins in as well. 2 heroes down. It's easy from that point onward for Quest.
Like, you got to kill this TA, you got to kill this Timbersaw, but with what damage? Are you going to kill both these heroes in the same fight? Maybe if they're spread out and they're 2 different fights, you got an option here. But Amar, look at his items.
Yasha Kaya, all right.
Yasha Kaya, Scythe of Ice. I don't know if, like, why he has a Yasha, but he just wants to be a bit speedy. Maybe a bit of disrespect. That is disrespect right there.
Oh, that is
Put some
pain.
respect on Mickey's name.
Yeah, Mickey on the camera as well. He's not feeling very happy about that. I got surprised, boys. Liquid trying to get something out of this fight, but it doesn't really feel like a fight at all. It's just a slaughterhouse. "46 kills in the making for Quest, and there, Roshan, he's back home. Quest will start it off.
Do we got a replay of Mickey dying there? I want to see that again. It's just like people done like oddly satisfying.
His reaction was a bit like, oh, come on, guys. Kind of like half smile, but half disappointment at the same time. It's like, yeah, you kind of saw it coming. Maybe we will get a replay of that. But TA2000 going to pick up that Aegis for himself. And the cheese goes for Omar. So the techies will have that extra bit of tankiness there.
Up to 28,000 gold. Quest feeling invincible in this game, as they should. Amar picking up a Yasha on the Timbersaw just so he can run around the map a bit faster here. And he is a universal hero, of course, too, so that extra damage.
He's found the enemy for sure. Walks straight into the entire Quest gang. Not even needing the Templar Assassin. TA is just farming jungle, keeping the top and the mid lanes pushed in. 9 kills, 400 CS Templar, but it is actually Omar in top of the network right now. But Mickey gonna get lassoed up, but the last it's a swap to break it out. Wukong's command is there placed as well. Quest, they might lose the Batrider. T2000 also fairly low on HP, does have still hit the BKB. Boxy already out of play, and Monkey King's gonna be dropping the shock drum coming out, and they will delete the rest of them. Monkey King coming up with a buyback, but it's a bit too late for it now, as they will lose Nisha. And losing that Venge early on as well. Trying to keep them at bay, so Zai able to disengage. But that's just the Shadow Demon kill. That's everything they got out of it.
They got a cheese, but they didn't get the Aegis. And I think Amar just casually ate that cheese because he was low on mana. It wasn't even like I'm dying cheese. It was like, this is a luxury cheese. It looks like a fine cheese.
That lane of Rax is now open for the taking. 30k difference, 3-man smoke. Viper's smoke instantly breaking as the Timbersaw is in range. Won't be able to get close.
And Liquid just hanging on to the bitter end here. I think they gotta wait for this Wukong's and BKB on the Monkey King if they even want to entertain the idea of taking one more fight.
That's a 20-second cooldown. Still 10 more to go. DA2000 in the front. They're going to start up with the stun swap coming out. Maybe they can get the Aegis out of the way. Very close to getting it. Lasso's also there. The Venge getting pulled to the low ground. Boxy's got nowhere to go. His illusion's going to get deleted too. Burning slowly. And DA2000, out of all things, this TA refuses to give in, refuses to die. Viper going to get a bit of heals here. Wants to get this TA, but
surely they'll get him once. But with that Meld Dispel talent, this Viper matchup, we talked about how good it can be in the lane. It just gets worse and worse as this game progresses.
He's got so many refraction charges as well. Like, how do you get through 13 instances at this stage of the game? Like, if he wasn't a problem already. Play level 26.
If only he wasn't. The dream world Liquid's living in. TA2000 has been a problem from, honestly, the entirety of this game. Straight from the laning stage all the way on. Had a first good few waves, and then it's like, all right, I got what I need out of this laning stage. Win and hit the jungle. And here he is, knocking on your high ground. What are you going to do about it? I say defensively purge something.
Got the lasso and an illusion this time. It doesn't quite get the connection there, but they don't mind. For them, it's just an ability amongst the others at the moment, because they still hold on to a pretty sizable lead. Liquid will force out Quest from their high ground thanks to that.
But I was going to sing my praises now, since this might be the last time I talk about Quest. TA2000 has been the most impressive carry player for me of this tour. I say curse him into oblivion.
Did you just curse him to die? Okay, Aegis goes out, but it's also a reason for Quest to retaliate. And Mickey will fall, looking for the second kill on the Zai as they take down Insania. He will come up with a buyback with that Viper. Boxy slowly dropping, getting shredded by TA2000, by Amar. Ori's also here, going to get the disruption out, and they're not done with their vengeance just quite yet. They want to hunt them all down, but of course we're going to go to the fountain. Why not?
As Liquid is calling for help.
Quest, they've got their TI hopes still alive with this victory and an extra 100 points in the pocket. Now they just got to do well at the wager. That's all they need.
Yeah, they just need a top 2 finish. No problem. Yep. I mean, Liquid got top 2 in the last 2 majors. They just beat them 4 games in a row in this Tour 3. They're 4-0 against Liquid, proving that they're on the come up, and we'll see if they can keep this composure on land. If they can, Quest will be a force to be reckoned with. They're looking really good from start to finish. I just gave my praises to TA2000. He's playing really well. Amar fitting in much better, back to his offlane roots, back to the heroes that he's most comfortable with. And he's actually been expanding to some new heroes as well, making a lot of space. And I think Noob is one of those heroes players I wasn't so sure about, but he's fitting in really well now, and I think he's making a good name for himself.
Well, for Liquid, the series probably didn't matter too much, but Quest, their path to TI, it's now set. Let's head over to the panel to break down the series.
A massive props has to be said to Quest and how they handled themselves, not only against Liquid in the regular split or the regular season of this, but also in the tiebreakers now to secure themselves 3rd place and an extra 100 DPC points. I actually can't believe just the way they made Liquid look, Kezu. We've always talked about how formidable this team is. They're always coming a 2nd place to Gaming Gladiators, putting up a massive fight, kind of hitting that top 2 within the region, but now getting 4th, just falling on the Quest Esports.
I think you can just see with Quest that they all, first of all, they all know their individual hero matchups very well. Like Noob knew exactly how to play this mid lane. You have TA2000 who knew exactly, okay, at like level 3-4, I'm gonna leave this lane. Same with Amar, with just how he played the lane, what items he builds, that he gets like an early BKB, which was very crucial in one of the fights. And I think another thing that just goes to show you how punishing Dota is, even if you're one of the best teams, if you just take a slight chill pill, which at some point you need, because there's too much Dota in the whole year, you slack for like 1 or 2 weeks or play a little less, suddenly, you know, the next team, so you're like, they're like, what, tier 1.5 or creeping up on like the tier 1 teams, they just slap you. Like, Quest beat them 4 games in a row now, and I feel like Liquid didn't really stand much of a chance. So I think it just goes to show how close these teams actually are, and yeah, I think Quest just played phenomenal in all of these games.
I just wish we had one more game, just so we could make it a best.
Yeah.
Like, really see if Quest can seal the deal.
Just keep pushing it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think going off of Kez's point as well, I think Quest, why it is so refreshing to watch them play is not only have they mastered their specific heroes that they're playing, but the coordination and communication inside of fights, it doesn't feel, at least in the last couple of series, it doesn't feel like they have an off day in their communication. You're not really seeing a single player slack, fall off. Like I think, you know, Fear was mentioning it as well at the tail end of the cast, like with Noob. Noob's a very volatile mid laner. He used to be super active. If he doesn't get kills, he falls off. But at least in the last couple of series, he's kind of finding that middle ground where, let's say he doesn't get 2 or 3 kills, he's still just chilling, farming. He's not exerting himself too much. So I think they really have just morphed into this very stable team. And yeah, it'll be exciting to see how far they can go at the major.
Yeah, the major is going to be the biggest question. It's all well and good to be able to perform well in your region, but when you go internationally, that's when you really have to still show up, make an impact, and have a pretty solid run for themselves. But with this game, oh gosh, all the scorelines look fantastic. MVP, a little bit of me wants to say. Actually, I genuinely don't know. I think you could give this to anyone, and I'd be like, you're so right.
I don't know.
You could make a case for literally any 5 players. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they all did incredible things in this game. Like even just Omar from like a small little play, he gets over 3, skills the taser, suddenly instead of a 1-1 trade, it's like a 2-0 trade. They all did. Yeah, I think one of you should just take MVP because I will not be able to choose one.
I'm down to
I don't want to choose.
I think I'm going to go honestly with Techies. If I had to power rank it, it'd probably go Techies, then Noob, and then the other 3 you can just evenly split between the 3 of them, right? But I just feel like all the small plays Techies made in this game, it amplified Noob's game. It gave him more purpose in the laning phase. So I think this Techies did pop off 13, 6, and 26. And yeah, I think he very much deserves MVP in my opinion.
There's one small thing I would like to say just about this team matchup. I think Quest have Liquid's number pretty hard. This is the hardest I've ever seen Team Liquid react in drafts to another team.
True.
Like first pick Monkey King to like try and make a Mars pool like worse, doesn't really work. Then all of Insania's heroes, they don't work against Timbersaw. I think a lot of their support duos also really get owned by Shadow Demon. TA2000 with his range carry pool, like they picked Viper, that didn't work out. Like there's so many counter picks and they never really worked. I think usually Liquid is more like methodical and more, you know, strategic with how their draft is going to turn out.
They come in with an idea of what they want to play and they stick to it. It's not like, oh, you know, they're narrow-minded and stubborn. Like there's obviously fluctuations in being able to ensure, but I fully understand what you mean, because they normally come in with an idea, with this playstyle they want, and somehow Quest Esports not only get in their minds in that draft, but also dismantle how they play T.
Yeah, again, it's refreshing to see. I feel like Quest is kind of the entity that we saw in previous seasons and tours and whatnot. It's that kind of like up-and-coming team that holds their ground. It'll be exciting to see how long Quest can hold this position. Yeah. Entity held it for many tours in a row, many majors in a row. And again, I like the players on the team, especially Noob. He's one of my favorites, so I hope they can hold it down for some time.
Wow, that's crazy that you mentioned Noob and that he's your favorite, because I think we have time for a small interview with just that player, Noob. Hello, congratulations.
Surprise.
Thank you guys.
Matt, Noob, you guys are insane against Liquid. Like, what is it about this matchup? Like, why do you make Liquid look like a team that, you know, barely scrapes into top 4?
I mean, maybe they weren't practicing enough because they're chilling. Maybe, I'm not sure, because we personally weren't practicing for that tiebreaker games. At least, maybe they had the same thing going.
Okay. Very obvious question here, but one, how does it feel to be going to Bali Major now, knowing that you're going to be getting third? You have a little bit more DPC points, and what is the prep like? What's going through your head now? How much organization stuff do you have to do?
The DPC points don't really matter. Feels like we can't really qualify to TI from DPC points, but we're very excited. We wanted to go last major, but we couldn't. So now we're ready to go. We're gonna take a small break and start working out stuff and practicing and go. Hopefully, make some good results on major.
Hopefully.
All right.
Do you want to go?
Question time, Noob.
Yep.
Yeah, sure. I'll jump in. Hello, mate. So you've been playing
Hello.
competitive for 3 years, give or take. Did you think you'd
Okay.
qualify for a major only after 3 years of playing competitive, or it's pretty quick to get to a major?
I would say it's pretty slow. I thought I would go faster, but
Oh.
yeah, 3 years is a lot.
Okay. What team then would you say would you have wanted to qualify with a major? Because you played on Tempo, Level Up, Spider Pigs. Like, what in the old days? Which team would you wish that you could have played a major with your old teams?
I feel like I have the best team now. I don't think the older teams were good enough maybe to make it to major.
Okay. And on top of that, you've kind of been in Europe for your entire time. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think you've actually ever played up against like a South American team or a Chinese team or an SEA team, because you've always been locked within like the regional side of DPC. Is that correct?
It's correct. I think we scrimmed a bit, but that's it.
Officials. So in that case, when you go to the major, like what region are you most excited to see their playstyle in person and actually feel it in the game rather than just watching it as a fan?
Europe. It's the best region. I feel like I'm not really, and I don't really watch their games, so I can't really tell. So.
But you're not excited to play against some Asta Sumail or some EG, or
You don't give a damn.
you don't care?
Yeah, I
Damn,
don't care, I don't
okay.
care.
All right, fair enough. All right, Kezu, let's see if anyone cares about your question.
I'll take
Hello,
over.
Kezu.
Let's go. Hey Noob, first of all, congrats. Why does Lamar fit so well on this team? Like, what does he bring to you guys? Or what do you think is like the best thing he brings to your team? Outside of gameplay.
Outside of gameplay, I think
Yeah.
he brings confidence, and he's helping with drafts, kinda. And he has a high voice, so you can listen to him like some calls and etc.
Okay. And secondly, I was kind of sad when you guys didn't make it during the last DPC, but I think you all got a lot better. You and all the boys and all of you together as a team. What do you think is like the one main aspect that you guys got better at? Whether it's individual laning or how you play together in the mid game, communication, stuff like that.
I think we mostly improved our communication and maybe drafts a bit, and we're playing better on lanes as well. It's like we improved a lot of stuff, and it's paying off.
And one last quick question about your coach. Can you go a little more into, because you guys talk about him sometimes. It's Axel. He's a player from the CIS region. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct.
Can you tell me? I mean, you can basically say whatever you want about him, because I don't really know much about him, and I would just like to have a little bit of info on, like, how do you feel about him? What does he do, and what do you think is like the best thing that he does do for you guys?
He helps us a lot. Last DPC, he was making drafts kind of alone, like we weren't helping much. We listen to him a lot. He finds stuff. He scouts teams. He looks at their draft. He helps us a lot, and he's like, when we watch replays, he has a very, very good ideas. We're improving fast because of him, and he brings us ideas from other teams as well, so we can improve faster.
All right, got you. And then, well, good luck at the major, my friend. Hope to see you succeed.
Thank you.
All right, Noob, enough of this. You don't care about other regions. You clearly only care about Europe. Give me the hot take. Who's winning? Who's getting eliminated to Division 2? Who's the second worst team in the region? D1 Hustlers or Entity? Come on, Noob, one answer. Give it to me.
I think D1 Hustlers will go Division 2, but I wish them good luck. Maybe they can do it. It's not like very off. Like they have a chance.
Okay, they have
Well
a
played.
chance. All right, thank you very much for the interview, Noob. I hope you have a splendid day, and I hope you crush it at the major. Thanks, mate.
Thank you,
Bye,
man.
Noob. Thank you.
Thanks,
Bye
mate.
bye.
Good luck.
You like
Boy,
that?
mate, thank you,
You like
lad.
that one? You like that?
God,
That little
yeah,
segue?
I
That
do.
little- Oh,
That was
God, I
lovely.
do.
thank you.
Yeah. You want to keep going?
Back to you, Nat.
What?
Are we? What's the deal here? We're gonna. I mean, the next game does start in about 6 minutes' time, so.
Well, you have time for one question. One question, T. Great question. Anyway, we're going to go to a break, and when we come back,
didn't ask.
rolling schedule, it's going to be Hustlers up against Entity for the last slot in Div 1.
They saw, guys. They saw.
Focus.
Look.
I have monkey.
Ajax, monkey. Look, Ajax, Oracle.
Come on. Monkey that. Killing crash.
It's Vanga, yeah.
I can last pack soon. Are you watching, Antia? You have
And
link?
his name is John Cena.
Look back.
Yeah, it says.
Look, it's...
Nice.
GG.
tiebreaker day does mean it's a rolling schedule, and with our first series being a tour, we're just straight on into our last series for Tour 3 of Western Europe. A little bit bittersweet, but it's going to be more bitter for one team between Entity and D1 Hustlers, because they will be going down to Division 2. Whoever loses, unfortunately, will be down there, and like you keep saying, not in a great space for TI quals whenever they do come around.
This is potentially the most... Actually, no, I'd actually argue this is the most important best of 3 for either of these teams. Even more D1 Hustlers, because they are the fresh Div 2 team that just came up. And to be able to lock in a Div 1 placement for the next tour round, super high value. And also, like you mentioned, the TI qualifiers. So this really is like the final best of 3 before the biggest tournament of the year for these two teams, I feel.
Let's have a chat about D1 Hustlers, their performance in this tour as well so far, Kezu, because 2 and 5, it's definitely not the best scoreline. They did end up picking themselves wins against Quest, who we just saw take a series again off of Liquid, and they also beat Entity, right? So that's where their 2 wins came from, and they're going to be coming up against Entity again. So that does put them in a pretty good position if you factor in what they've already accomplished during that regular season.
Yeah, the problem for them is that I feel like this team, I mean, both these teams have been performing quite badly, to just say it as it is. But D1 Hustlers, I think they are incredibly inconsistent, and their hero pool is very small. Even if they have breached out, it usually hasn't worked. And even like in this series where they did end up winning, it was like they had Doom Void Spirit, Doom Void Spirit. In the other series, they had like Medusa in every game, also with Void Spirit, stuff like this. So for them, they need to show me more in terms of gameplay and draft, and that they can do it either with other heroes or be lucky enough, as hello cat, to just try to win and be better.
Seeing things? Bro, I thought I was going
it's just
crazy
my cat
for a
ganking
second.
through the camera.
Absolutely ganked here on the broadcast. But I appreciate the insight for D1 Hustlers. We got to talk about Entity. This team loves tiebreakers. My goodness. 2-1, they had tiebreakers to make it to the major. 2-2, they had tiebreakers to take the it was a 3-way tiebreaker for the last slot here in Div 1. And they found themselves in a similar position again. Tiebreakers for the last Div 1 slot yet again.
Yeah, I'd argue that this time around, this is an Entity that, in my opinion, they look a little bit broken. They lost against D1 Hustlers after beating Secret, and then kind of set the spiral. They played up against, it was then OG, they lost that series. But during that series, just looking at the player cams, there wasn't that like enthusiasm that they're having like all games. Like even when they're down, you can see that smile. They just like Stormer as well, very solemn. Katomi, they were like, yeah, again. So I feel like for this team specifically, this is a tiebreaker where they're not entering it going, oh, close one, lads, we nearly made it. Let's play tiebreak. It's now, wait, we're doom and gloom. So I'm hoping they've had like some really big team talk or maybe a break within the 2 days. Otherwise, they are going to be in a very a disadvantage, I think, psychologically.
I hope it's been a breakthrough, because maybe they weren't really sure what was going wrong. Maybe it's things that were working in scrims, Kezu, and just not translating to officials. Maybe it's this disconjointed aspect of how they wanted to execute a draft, and you don't really know how to fix that. How do you get out of a rut when you're like this, where everything on paper should be in your favor, yet for some reason it's just not?
It's it can be quite a big problem, because I think even when they had drafts that are playable, their gameplay then didn't show up, or it was vice versa. So I think at some point you can only talk about so much, and I do think after this OG series, that was definitely, like, if that didn't spark a big team talk where you really tell each other how you feel and who's quite honestly like fucking up what, and you guys aren't good enough at laning, you need to fix this, you need to fix that. If that didn't happen, then I think they are quite done. And otherwise, what you need to do after this team talk is now go into today, and you kind of need to hope that that things are going to work out. You need to believe. If it does today, maybe that puts you in a good spot to move forward into the TI quals. And if not, then, well, despair.
A little bit of blind faith is needed for Entity over there, T.
I mean, I feel like what Kezu's mentioned about this kind of lost journey throughout the DPC. They started, of course, they played in Liquid with a stand-in, but some of their earlier ideas were really fun to see. Like, I remember finishing that series and going, wow, if Entity can replicate this throughout the tour, they are going to be top 4 contenders. But then they just kind of fell off. So I really hope it is more of a something's gone wrong in kind of the team kind of ecosystem. And if they find that fault, then they should be fine. Like, this team plays incredible Dota when it's their form of Dota. Like, don't pick stuns, they do well. Pick stuns, they don't do so well. So maybe just do the weird drafts again.
Are they maybe trying to tunnel vision too hard on replicating what they did against Liquid, and that makes them miss a lot of other things that's going on, Kezu? Or do you think it's a similar sort of issue of D1 Hustlers where they have a smaller hero pool and that's pretty easy to figure out and counter?
I think for them, I don't even know how much they're thinking about drafts. I do know that when you lose this much, eventually you don't know why it's happening. You can't pinpoint. Suddenly you play a new series and then there's 3 new problems and then there's 5 new problems and you're like, we're just walking in circles. I think for them, most importantly, everyone needs to step up their gameplay. Maybe apart from Watson. I've been feeling kind of sad for him. I think my bro has been kind of pogging. I don't think he necessarily deserves to be in Div 2. But, well, it's not just up to him, so they need to help each other, and let's just show up and, like, play our game and play together. Stop doing this, oh, well, you just died, I'll go alone, and now I'll die. Like, what the hell is that? That's not a Div 1 team. Like, they can do better than that.
Yeah, need to find that cohesion for themselves. Hustlers, though, they at least have cohesion, just weird drafts that you're not really sure where the red thread is. What's tying everything together, Kezu?
They just need a little. I feel like, I mean, they would have loved to have more time, but you know, DPC is shorter now, so you don't really have that. I think they fell victim to like reacting a lot to your enemy's draft, which is something we saw also just happen to Liquid in a way. Maybe not as drastically. So I do hope that they're moving forward, that they just put Dalai Lama on one of his more comfort heroes. Like, just keep people on comfort stuff and be able to play together. Like, don't overcomplicate it.
Is today the day that he plays anti-mage and beats the Medusa?
No,
Oh my god.
I saw...
surely you don't do it in an elimination series.
You might. There was a funny clip T-Governor linked me today.
Yeah, I linked it. It was great.
Arteezy was not a big fan of Dalai Lama's item build on the anti-mage. Yeah, I guess you were left out.
I woke up this morning and I was like, oh, what a great day. And then I was like, you know what? Let me message Kezu. And I just sent him this link, and I'm sorry, Nat. I just didn't CC you in, but
I can't believe
was
this.
in my mind.
Yeah.
This is
You want me to give you a rundown real quick of the clip so you...
Would you like to know about the clip, Nat? Okay.
Yes, I genuinely do.
So it's a 30-second clip, but I'll give you the 5-second rundown. Arteezy streaming, opens up like the replay, checks the scoreboard, opens up Dalai Lama, checks the items, starts laughing, closes it and says, this guy is such an idiot, or something like that. So yeah, it was not the nicest thing, but hopefully that will inspire you to either do a different build or not try it again. So maybe Arteezy indirectly will be the reason why they win today. Shout out to Arteezy.
And if they do win, we can ask in the interview, did you see the Arteezy clip?
I don't think we should do that. Yeah, I'm going to put a stop to that one. We definitely should not. I appreciate you guys filling me and all the Twitch chatters in on that clip, though. So thank you so much. I've completely forgotten what question I was going to ask before, because now I'm just distracted by reaction clips of other pro player builds.
Yeah,
okay, you come up with a question.
Stream.
I mean, we can talk about leaning on the offlaner still, I think, a bit more. If you have to talk about, I think, the weakest players from both teams, it is going to be Dalai Lama for D1 Hustlers, and I think Toby has been a little bit underwhelming in some of their losses in laning phase, at least, for Entity. So I think these two players, if they want to stay in Div 1, I think they need to step it up today.
Yeah.
I think draft's easy to blame, like, oh, I got picked to Dark Zero, I got picked this, you know, but I think fundamentally they need to enter the game with a clear mindset and just kind of play their identity why they got there, because like if they are doing this wishy-washy stuff they've been doing this tour, then I think these players potentially could drag their teams into Division 2. So I'm really looking at these two players to, you know, step it up today. Maybe we get a couple player comparisons at the end of the series to really compare them and whatnot.
Yeah, I definitely agree with T on that one. I think they've both got some stepping up to do, and I would hope that at least for one of them, you know, today will be the day, because at some point you need to stop blaming heroes. Like, sure, you have some Darks in a bad game. Like, look at 3-3 or look at Zai or look at Ace. They can random their hero and they will just know what to do no matter the matchup. So other people should kind of look to do the same instead of being like, my drafter picked me this, but I wanted to play Void Spirit or Doom. Well, bro, you can't always have what you want.
a mix of both. Obviously, the hero, how it's being executed, how it's being played. Do we want to see them to rely a little bit more on aura builds, because that's been something that's been super successful no matter what? You know, you can go into these auras, you get to play a little bit safer, you're really more of like this team player, and even if you're slightly out of position, there's a lot of backups for yourself and maybe even enough sustain that you're not going to get absolutely bursted down, and you can hang around until the rest of your team comes in to you.
I'm honestly just surprised that we haven't seen more Divine Llama Visage, for example. Like game 1 against Quest, they, again, D1 beat Quest. Quest are now 3rd place in the DPC, going to the major, right? They have the Visage game. They slaughter it, 28-minute win. As we're finishing the game, we hear the player listening, and we see, hear Divine Llama, go, that game was like, it was along the lines of like, that game was so easy. That was the easiest game so far in the DPC for us, you know? It's like, and it was just a Visage, Spirit Breaker type lane, Aura-esque lineup. You play around as Antic Voice Spirit. Like, you can replicate Voice Spirit in any other hero. No teams are banning Visage against them. They clearly enjoyed the strategy, but then since doing it, they've never touched it again. So I really hope that they kind of re-bring this hero back in to their drafts today, because again, they looked incredibly good in that one game. But yeah, again, like I said, they just kind of left it to the roadside.
Yep. Well, look, after a little bit of a lobby issue, we finally have our draft here for our final Western Europe series. It is game number 1 with Hustlers and Entity. Veno taken out, a Timber taken out. Does leave questions of a Techies, Magnus, Doom, Medusa, also very much in the pool, Kazu.
Yeah, I just hope that these two teams, of course, you're just gonna ban out like the heroes that you think are strong or to try and protect your opening. But I think when you're really pushed against the wall like this, you know, this is like some make or break series. I want them to just pick heroes that they're comfortable with and that, yeah, they just feel good about. Because I think especially both teams, when you lose this much, you're going to be prone to having more team talks. And I think it's important that you start this game off with like a good vibe. Of course, your draft, it matters a ton and it's going to make your game easier. But around this time, I would lean more towards, you know, comfort for all these 10 players in this game right now.
If you want to go for comfort and like an easy game to start off with, like we're mentioning offlaners and their struggle in the tour, if your offlaner is playing Doom in game 1 of elimination, you're going to be pretty happy, right? Like that's going to be a very stable hero to play around. Just AFK in the lane, farm up. So yeah, already Entity are going to be pretty happy with the trade so far. Isn't it just go for Entity here? Sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just going to ask more about like this Doom and this Beast, because you guys highlighted the offlaners, how you wanted them to really step up. Now we see their heroes, and are these the heroes that can enable easier to execute lineups, just give you a little bit of stability in lane? You're not really looking to necessarily be aggressive and kill, but just to ensure that the enemy safe lane isn't really getting that farm and you're coming out just feeling comfortable. It could even be just neutral and you're okay with it. And are these those heroes that facilitate that?
Yeah, pretty much. Like I mentioned in the pre-panel that I want to see I want to see Visage, right?
Yeah, I do.
Like, what's an identical copy of a Visage, right? It's a Beastmaster. They kind of do the same thing in the game. Visage probably stronger in laning phase, at least with Phylactery build, but Beastmaster wants to be kind of the Aura-esque style hero. He wants to rally his team behind him, same thing like Visage. So yeah, I'm perfectly happy seeing D1 Hustlers go down this route. And then for the Entity, like I mentioned with this Doom, the hero kind of plays itself, and now when you pair it with a Techies, this lane isn't really counterable. Like even if you do get a kill, it's still going to thrive. So yeah, I think both teams should be happy with their openings.
I will ask about this Beastmaster build, because we've seen Kezu, I think it was Amar who rushed the Ags to get the drums.
Yeah.
And there's been other builds that have gone more just Aura and you're not rushing Ags. I don't remember what other item that they're rushing first. Which one do you think is...
Yeah, probably Helm.
Yeah, that's it. It was the Helm. That's it. Which one do you think is better in this game, and why the difference between the two? Like, what situation would you want that certain build over the other one?
I think sometimes the two builds, basically, I think it depends on just one thing. Are you trying to buff up your win condition carry, who's going to be able to put out a lot of right clicks and can, like, your creep do a lot on the map? Or is it more of a game where your team needs you to be more of a front line and, like, soak up more damage or be more of a Chad? Then I think the Ags can be very good. So like, let's say if D1 Hustlers end up getting some TB or Drow Ranger, I think even though you play into Doom, you could go for some Helm of the Overlord. But if you end up with like 3 cores who are maybe, I don't know, like a bit more chill, you have some mid hero who's gonna jump, and you have like a semi-carry safe lane, like, what's like a chill safe lane carry? Or like if you have like some Ursa or a guy who doesn't abuse auras too well, I think you can just go Ags on Beast. You can like tank up and kind of take auras on your own. Take areas on your own rather, because you're so tanky. Even if you get doomed, you have the drum charges, you know, you're just slumming around, killing some people. So I think those are like the main 2 differences.
Okay.
Also, it's also pretty cool with Beastmaster because you can wait until you see your opponent's draft and then kind of pivot based on that.
That's
So,
great.
like, if you see some like PL, right, you can then go the Ags build, and then now PL can never really kill off the Beastmaster.
Yeah.
I'm sure we've seen plenty of clips where an abundance of illusions are just hammering down on this Beastmaster, and it's like, okay, you're doing nothing. They're just dying instantly. So
Yeah.
that could also be a reason why they're not banning these type of heroes, because they know that Devi can pivot the Beastmaster playstyle if needed.
Yeah, I think that's another good point. Like every hero that has more than one avenue of being built or being played in terms of items or what you want to do in fights, I think they'll always have like they'll be way easier to play and they'll have way more options. I think Doom is one. You can be a Chad yourself, or you can build auras, Beastmaster, similar story. And I think for D1 Hustlers, I would be afraid in their draft if they don't pick follow-up damage. I'm still a little afraid because that's not follow-up damage. Like again, Bad Rider, you lasso one guy. Like you want them to die, right? In lasso, Beastmaster Roar. Roar, you need right-click damage, hardcore from your carry, which your carry isn't going to want to do that in the first like 18 minutes of the game. You need that through spells in the early game. Silencer needs people to go in for him, so D1 Hustlers, I wouldn't say that draft looks bad, but you need to cover. A lot of these heroes, they need coverage from other picks, and you only have 2 left, so I hope they're aware of that.
Okay, we're going to take you 2 more picks coming out for Entity now. And it's a toss-up of, you're going to get a support. Do you just reveal your mid? Is this Bat going to be that matchup? Or have we seen... Because we haven't seen Hustlers played as 4T.
No, we haven't really seen... Let me double check exactly. Where have we seen? We've seen Batrider offlane, and that's it so far for D1 Hustlers.
Yeah, I think so too.
I like for Entity, I was thinking of like Mag potentially, just because you have a soft flex if you really need to with Stormstormer and Watson. But if it is just going to your carry role, like you don't really care about Beastmaster, you can just push out the lane, farm jungle behind you. In the game, sure, vision aspects can annoy you, but Magnus gets so tanky and does so much damage that are you really killing him during the Raw, especially with the heroes that they've picked around this Beastmaster so far? So I feel like Entity just pick up the support as well here. Yep, there we go. So now the Mag is getting them through this stage of the draft, whilst realistically, it should just be the carry. But now D1 Hustlers need to play around this.
They need...
What's the Atlantic here, actually?
10 seconds remaining.
They should pick Shad's hero, I think. Don't you think?
Oh, because they see the lane already?
Yeah, I think so. Just hold the... I mean, it's also kind of why they should have picked their carry on Entity, which they did, because you at least kind of see the Beastmaster matchup.
Yeah.
Okay, so Faceless Void, I think it's one of the best heroes, but that is really hard to play in this game against Doom. Like Doom alone, then there's also Disruptor. You also lack damage. I think you need something that is able to play longer fights in like a nicer way, and you abuse Beast Aura.
Jug's rising up and kind of does fit that bill. Of course, into a Doom it can be a pretty annoying and in a Mag RP, but if you have Beastmaster Vision plus Global and the scouting Batrider, I could maybe seeing it work out, especially for laning phase where you get a kill or 2, but it's still one of those like fringe carries where there's probably a better pick out there.
They banned Morph and TB. I would have liked those, but obviously if a hero is banned, I cannot pick it. I'm struggling to find a very solid pick at the moment. Oh, there's the Wraith. Lacoste, he's around. He's going to cast the game. He's going to talk about this Wraith King, because we've mentioned Wraith King like 28 billion times together.
Dude, so many times. But normally it's when the Batrider or the Doom, or both of them are on the other team, right? I remember there was a game, it was Doom and Batrider. He's like, bro, this is perfect, Wraith King. So, well, at least the Wraith King there for the Doom.
All right, just to give context, by the way, in pro pubs in the last like 8 days, there have been 3,337 Void Spirit games. Okay, like plenty. Wraith King, 184.
That's
Yeah,
plenty.
that
Players
kinda
actually
checks out.
playing the hero. Pro players playing the hero. Just one. Lil pleb. Like no one plays this hero. It's
Yeah.
a dead hero. Nice try, Nat. Nice try.
It's
I'm on the copium.
it's I don't like it against Mag, but I like it against the rest. And I do think Beastmaster is one of these heroes that helps some of these like in between carries a lot. You know, your Jogs, your Wraith Kings to like help elevate them. I do think Wraith King would prefer to have a more aggressive 5 because you want to play really aggro like level 1, 2, 3. I don't think Silencer really fits in that bill. Like if they had a different 5, I would have liked this pick, but this way
What if they do
not the
5
biggest fan.
bat? Is that aggressive enough, or are you like, well, that's way too volatile? Like that's not going to
That's
be able to
also-
secure
it's-
a lane for
It's
Wraith
also
King.
not good enough. Yeah,
Yeah.
like you want some. I mean, what do you want? Like Lich
it was
is gonna
worth a
be
shot.
one of your best ones. Yeah, it was worth a shot, but it just ain't the one. You want like some CM Lich Jakiro.
Yeah, CM, I'm all
like you
for
want
that.
more. You want the battle bro.
The battle,
I think it's
the battle, bro.
Yeah.
It's a nice lane. The Wraith King should, of course, in theory, like you mentioned already, with all the spells of Entity, do well. But I fear there's a lot of kiting potential as well with Entity, with Kinetic, with the skewers, the harpoons coming out from Magnus, the taser specifically as well for Wraith King. Like Wraith King naturally, itemization wise, wants to go for Armlet, potentially Deso, then some Blink, and then BKB after that. If he's greedy, he might slot in a Midas as well. But like BKB normally comes out around the 20-25 minute mark, and that's a big window that you can just easily get kited out by Entity with still a mid pick down the line to help with that. So I am concerned about the damage from D1 Hustlers. If Beast doesn't just take over the game and occupy the map, it's just a lot of farming, whilst Entity will happily just swing their supports around the map together to find that kill. So I want to see an active pick for D1 Hustlers on the mid lane, and likewise for Stormstormer. I think if he can just get a super active mid laner, like the Pango ban from D1 Hustlers, it could potentially just break D1's game before they even get the items online.
Okay, so you like the mag in the safe lane a little bit more too.
Yeah, I want to see Mag safe lane, and I want to see some honestly Visage mid for Entity would be pretty fine. You've got quite a lot of beefy side lane heroes. Just anything that rallies the troops to want to do things. I think Pango would have been S tier. Quap would have been alright. So, I mean, is there Puck still available? I mean, they could just do some
Yes,
random
sir.
Puck here as well. It does the same build, but I think Puck, Visage are the two that come to mind for me right now. But
Yeah.
Puck into Silencer can be.
I like Ember and Visage. I think those would be my two. I think Visage is cool, kind of being able to build auras. You can also, once again, make people come to you with this Atos, kind of looks good, I think. Ember, if you feel good around working around the global or whatever, I think you can make that work. Yeah, I think it's good enough.
You know, I do wish, like,
I don't know.
was good enough to be picked, but it's not good enough to be picked. Like, this hero
Why?
is goddamn useless. I don't know. It's,
Why? Why is it
I haven't. I honestly don't know.
Why?
I don't
I've not
understand,
watched-
T.
No, okay. To be fair, it's like there's so much fighting happening, and the map is so aggressive that Invoker needs a lot of time, and it's like it's equal to a Doom in playstyle, right? You hit your creeps, you buy Midas and stuff. So we're not probably going to see it anytime soon. I'm really sad. Stormstormer probably would have got to a major in Tour 3 if Invoker was viable. Alas, it isn't. He goes for the Ember. Oh, they picked Wyvern.
Yep, Winter Wyvern, mid,
need the damage?
Atlantic.
No, it's horrible, actually, I think.
So still not
Again,
enough
do you want-
damage on the side of Hustlers.
I mean, this is, first of all, Ember beats,
First of
Ember
all.
slays this hero mid. You're a low armor hero with low damage, which means you get out CS'd, you get just slided over time by Blightstone, Orb of Corrosion, Ember. So I think that's not the one. And all your cores are very single target. So D1 Hustlers, I think this is a very poor draft that relies on, you need to do well in your lanes and people need to like individually pop off because there's a lot of single target damage going around, whereas Entity is like, oh, you can farm, now I go with you, we can kill here. Like, if I play against Silencer Bat around the map with 3 cores at a single target, I feel like I just have free real estate. Like if I'm Stormstormer, I can go AFK for 8 seconds and I'll still live.
Following up on that as well, like we mentioned Beastmaster needing to take his tower and occupy the map. Ember is one of the better mid heroes at reacting to that and killing off the Ember early on, so I am leaning Entity. I think D1 Hustler's draft is pretty weak. It doesn't respect the current meta that we have, and it needs like Entity to make mistakes and the game to go much later for them to thrive. So yeah, I'm leaning Entity.
Look, the exciting thing about 7.33C is that there's still so much exploration to be done. Maybe D1 Hustlers have innovated themselves something. Maybe we're going to be showing something today in game 1. Or maybe Entity are going to show that, sometimes sticking with the meta might just work out. But we'll see. It's game 1 for our final series with B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much, you gorgeous panel, you, as we're going to be coming into this game 1. I know there was a big question on the board from the panel. Lacoste, Wraith King, break it down for me. Give me everything.
I wanted to see this hero, as Kezu pointed out, like multiple times. It felt like it's a good game for it. Not sure if this is the game for it, to be honest. Like, there's a lot of kiting. There's repositioning tools. You're playing into Skewer, playing into Disruptor. So not going to be that easy playing into Reactive Taser. Not an easy Wraith King game by any means. Also, the panel talked about D1 Hustlers lineup being single target oriented. It's a lot of team fight, don't get me wrong. Like, have Beastmaster, Global, Wyvern ulti. As soon as I see like one Lotus Orb on Entity, I feel like this game's gonna be so easy. You drop it on your hero that goes in against Wyvern, can't cast it, no lasso, can dispel Global Silence, Beastmaster Roar. It's probably the best item you can buy in this game, and I feel like Entity, they just have like a better overall draft, much easier to execute. Mid matchup also not favorable for Wyvern in this one. But again, Wraith King on the other side, maybe this hero is going to be able to pull off some big crits.
Ooh.
We'll have to see. I don't know. I don't put too much faith in the hero. I feel like the hero is underused a bit. Right now, has only been picked 3 times in all Division 1 games. Got 1 win.
Nice. That's all it needs, though, to be viable, right? All it needs is just 1 win. And so you're telling me this is more of like an Erica Wraith King kind of game?
Yeah, remind me of what the Erica Wraith King type of a game is, because he picked this hero every single time.
Pick it even when it doesn't work.
Yeah.
That's basically what Erica did. Him and Vici would pick that hero for him every single game. Obviously, they're not picking Wraith King every time. When you told me there's only been 3 games for Wraith King, but pick it and hope it works.
Yeah, not an easy lane for Wraith King as well. Paired up with Silencer, Techie is one of the better laners that can zone out this hero. You use Arcane Curse, and then for 20 seconds, you don't do anything, while Techie is on much lower cooldown. 12 seconds, does pack a punch, 58 damage against 53. And also Wraith King, not a hero that does provide you with much early on. So these first couple of levels like need to be very good in terms of CSing right now, sitting at 3. And looking at this bottom lane, Watson, you have a glimpse into Skewer, so if there's an opportunity, if D1 Hustlers push the lane close to the enemy tier 1 tower, there's gonna be a bloodbath, I would say.
Might just be a kill here on Fishman if he was able to land a little bit more. He does have a blood grenade to throw over onto the Disruptor, but will still survive. Early stick, so having 4 charges, having a little bit of regen there with a couple of tangos and a salve used. You're speaking about techies before. We've seen techies earlier today in the Western Europe region. We've seen it as well in the Chinese region. Even got a kill with that Minefield Sign Aghanim Scepter in the Chinese region. That was pretty amazing. Maybe we'll see a techies game like that again. It feels like every techies game like this has become the ultimate position for playmaker.
Pretty much. The hero does everything, scales well. The biggest part for me is like smokes throughout the mid games. The Holy Core.
That glimpse back, but Corey still got that blood grenade. They'd thrown one onto the Bat Rider, but couldn't get that kill, despite the fact that they went to the glimpse as well as the kinetic field. Toby now getting run down, and he's got himself Scorched Earth. Hakoda just trying to get some damage out onto this hero. But won't be able to get the kill, so a bit of harassment in all these lanes, but no kills just yet, no first blood.
Looking at the mid matchup, Xantic doing good, I would say, for the matchup that he's playing into. Harassing Ember Spirit, level 4. I don't know how much he's going to be able to pull with this Wyvern from the mid lane. I do like the hero. I feel like their lineup is a bit slow. Wraith King, he needs 2 items to start being active. He needs Armlet, needs Deso after that. Beastmaster, he wants to be in this bottom lane, take the tower as soon as possible. In terms of playmakers, you don't really have
Blast
much
off,
on that side.
Ooh, Katomi and Toby connecting to get the kill there onto the Wraith King for first blood. There it finally is.
Very limited amount of damage they can do to Toby. Like, Doom is very tanky. Who got the first blood? It was Toby. So yeah, as soon as he gets that Vanguard, say bye-bye to your lane. Like, there's not much Wraith King can do about it. And we've seen what Dooms can do when they're off to a good start.
Yeah, even when they're off to a slow start, you come back into the game with the Devour, but when you're able to get so far ahead, it really is just, what, it's Vanguard, maybe Arcane Boots, and then into the Octarine Core. Feels like for so many offlaners. Gosh, it just feels like the easy route, right? There's doing anything else and then that route.
It's a very skilled shot hero. You need to click Devour on a unit. And that's about it. Make sure you also don't misclick your Doom.
Don't put it on an illusion.
Ooh. Constant harassment. Level 3 Sleight of Fist. Blightstone. Not enough sustain for Wyvern. He needs to go back. Kataomi. Hakoda even used Blood Grenade, but they are not getting the kill there. Even if they get a kill, they would get a return kill. 2 points in Scorched Earth. Frost attack as well on Toby. Should be enough to get the kill.
Sticking around on Hakoda, blast off. Yeah, going forward, has a blood grenade if he wants to throw it, but the Arcane Curse, and he'll throw it knowing he's gonna die. I'll end up making the trade, and there's the Wraithfire Blast onto Toby, but with that Scorched Earth at level 2, he's A-okay. With that Devour as well.
Fishman manages to TP out. This also means Watson will be getting some solo XP right now, farming underneath the tower. He doesn't care too much, and now this lane is getting difficult. When I pointed it out, it was 17 against 15 in terms of CS, but as soon as Stormstormer hits that level 5, he starts to play more aggressive. He's level 6 now, gonna come back, full HP, full mana. They even had to TP someone to the mid lane to refill Wyvern's bottle.
Yeah, it's starting to get, it was close, and now it's starting to get out of hand. Hakoda's here to try and control the rune. They have a Remnant on the bottom one. He's going towards top. We'll see who will get it, and it will be Hakoda looking at the regen rune. And they do get it. So, bottled for Xantic. Getting a little bit of control on the power runes there. That'll help him in the lane at least a little bit to kind of satisfy what he needs in this lane at the moment. Despite the fact that he's now down 10 CS. See who moves off this mid lane first and who feels comfortable going for a big team fight overall.
Xantic holding on to this region, so will be fine, but getting a kill bottom, and they might get another one here. Toby.
Yeah, Hakoda in trouble, but the Wraithfire Blast, Toby, working with that level 3 Scorched Earth, so 13% bonus move speed. You know, you're putting out a decent amount of damage where you can really put the harassment on to both Shad and Hakoda.
That Shad,
Sticky bomb,
he might
Shad.
die here.
That'll explode the turnaround into the Wraithfire Blast. Meanwhile, Davilama's boots get killed off in the courier that he just lost.
Toby also needs to put his
Katomi
boots.
Losing his life to Hakoda.
Hakoda's level 5 and 1/4 on Silencer, which is pretty damn good. They did pick up XP rune. XP rune's still about to be picked up on Entity. Now Watson.
Yeah, he's low, but Davilama, he's trying to run forward and maybe get a kill here onto the Magnus, but under the tower and in some trouble and falling. So no boots, can't keep up. Watson just surviving that harassment coming in, and they couldn't get the kill, and Entity's got themselves a 1,000 net worth lead as you can see top 2. Hakoda just getting pushed back, but like you said, he's already level 5 and a third.
All 3 cores on top of net worth from Entity. Mid lane, there's like this net worth is gonna keep increasing. This is the build on Wyvern ever since the change to being universal hero. Rod of Atos gonna be good thing to control this Ember Spirit, maybe Techies as well when he goes for the blast off, but now Xantic also doesn't have a rune to work with. Arcane rune available on Stormer and constant harassment every single time he gets close. Will get Sleight of Fist.
Toby top. Yep.
He's fine. He can always TP out.
I could potentially TP him out. But bottom, Fishman's going to die to Llama, as this is aggression on a Toby, but like you said, he's pretty tanky, and if he really wanted to, he could just TP away from there. It's the Vanguard that he's got, and he's taking no damage in this lane. Or not no damage, but minimal, really.
He also pulled the creep wave, so we'll use Scorched Earth farm the big camp as well. Kataomi's there. They want to get some XP. Let's see. No, Kataomi's going to stack it one more time, but this is the first rotation from Stormer. Let's see what he can do. There is Remnant available on a mid lane, so if he doesn't find an opening, we'll go back to the mid lane.
Kataomi? Remnant back. Looking with that level 1 Searing Chains is a Xantic. He's got 2 charges on that bottle. Stormer, he's got 2 sips left as well to get some of that mana back. Is the Wraith King doing well enough right now that you kind of have faith in this Wraith King opening up the game at some point? He's got the Armlet already.
I'd say he's in a fine spot. Almost 4K net worth. 10 minutes into the game, this is okay. Stormer.
Going after Hakoda to use the Winter's Curse. Nobody's here, though. What do you do after that? Nobody was putting damage onto the Ember. He's able to just Remnant away, Theo Hakoda with the Flame Break, but he's not level 6 yet, so there's no lasso available on the Bat Rider. Maybe that extra control could have gotten them a kill, but didn't happen, and Stormer doesn't end up getting that kill onto the Silencer either. Theo Hakoda, Sticky Bomb, Sleight of Fist, and has to Firefly, blast off up on the high ground. Stormer now invis. He's got Sleight in a second. That means he's going to get a kill here onto the Bat Rider.
They're playing really well around Stormer, providing runes for him. He's going to TP back to the fountain one more time, finds a tier 1 token for himself. Going to continue to farm up. How's Watson doing? Almost on top of the net worth. Doom keeping that first place for now. Spark of Courage, of course, because why not? Gonna continue to farm up as well. Pretty standard stuff, I would say, in terms of itemization coming out from all 3 cores on Entity. Doom going for Hand of Midas after finishing off that Vanguard, and Magnus into Echo Saber after Mask of Madness.
Right. Only 1 Spark of Courage and only 1 Occult Bracelet. We usually see this item picked up a lot. We've had a couple games where there's been 4, 5, 6 of the same neutral.
Yeah, there was one game, I believe, yesterday when we had like
6 Occult Bracelets?
or 7 Occult Bracelets, and maybe even 8 Gossamer Capes.
Yeah, that was,
item is so
that was
good.
ridiculous too. Yeah, the constant slights just coming through, and Xantic goes up out of the high ground, but they've got the vision. They'll get the glimpse. They should be able to get the kill here onto the Winter Wyvern. Nowhere for him to go as Kataomi get credit for that kill onto the Winter Wyvern, and that means this mid matchup, I mean, at this point, if it wasn't already just Stormer favored, it feels like it's about, if Dota Buff gave just a percentage for matchups, this is like 90-10 at this point.
90-10, okay. These are some big numbers coming out from you.
He's doing a lot around the map, right? Like, it doesn't feel like this Winter Wyvern has the impact right now. Obviously, those numbers can change.
Yeah, maybe in like 40 minutes we'll see. It's just like a difficult game. I mean, who's gonna gank? You have Batrider, who's level 6. Not the easiest hero to gank with. Like, it's not like you have a Blink Dagger or anything. There is Global, so you will probably try to go with it. Try to grab a kill, but as we've seen, Lasso has been used. This is level 1 Lasso.
So the cooldown
Long cooldown, 90 seconds.
Well, I said that 90-10, and you immediately made me... I don't have the confidence to be like, yeah, it's 90-10. You were like, oh, big numbers. I was like, you know what? Maybe it's not 90-10. I don't know.
No, they're doing really well.
Yeah. Blast Off comes in, and Flame Break thrown over, but they've got the Static Storm, so they have the control on Davilama. He tries to run. He throws some axes. Not really going to work for him. Stormer can come here with both supports and really make whatever he wants happen.
Now you're in a state where you're like, oh, we need to get some more farm, and it never feels good. You can't really fight. You global silence. Who you gonna cover? Like, what's your entry to the fight? You probably need to bait it out. And looking at the stacks that they're making in the triangle for Entity, Watson's gonna clean those up immediately. Mask of Madness.
Yeah, they've got 1 triple stack of the Ancient Camp on the outer ring up here for the side of D1 Hustlers. You can see Watson clears this very easily.
Went into Echo Saber. Let's see if he decides to go back into Mask of Madness. I've seen players doing it, but I prefer if you don't.
Doom is a tanky hero to try and kill. Arcane Curse, down to about half health. Primal Roar, Shad doing some damage. They go to the Global Silence. And tanky or not, they get the kill on the Toby.
Oh, God. Massive Bitus. Didn't use it, so 30 seconds. He could have popped it on a creep. Could have popped it on a Skelly.
Ends up getting the kill. It did take a lot for them to get that kill, but at the same time, like, slowing down this Doom, if you could do anything of the sort, make sure that he doesn't continue to jump off, is A-okay with the side of D1 Hustlers.
As soon as D1 Hustlers pick up this Desolator on Raid King, and it's going to be post 15-minute mark, he should be playing like the bottom part of the map, smoke, try to grab a kill, and then go for Roche. By playing bottom, I mean top, because it's going to be nighttime.
Stormstormer with a Remnant over, and they're 4 heroes stacked up to go top. Maybe they could find Shad. Could just grab this tier 1 tower as well. Harpoon already on Watson. Wow. Blood Grenade. Shad committing to this, but there are a lot of heroes here, and he gets the kill on the Fishman. At least gets that Remnant back. Stormstormer still trying to retreat with Theolicor over to the side. There are a lot of heroes here for Entity, and then all of a sudden, D1 Hustlers, everybody showed up.
They need to be playing together. They're really not that good at ganking until they get a Blink Dagger on Batrider. This is a bit of a different item build than what we usually see, because Batrider, as a position 4, does tend to dominate the laning stage. So you get like Tranquils, Drums, maybe a Glimmer Cape in between, and then you go for the Blink Dagger eventually, but this time he got shut down in the lane, and there's the Harpoon reveal. So yeah, going for the Blink Dagger, I think this is the correct choice. He understands that they will need some kind of initiation, like Blink Lasso into Global, pick off the target. You have Winter's Curse to like team fight against them. You know that they're going to be grouping around Magnus's RP, try to get some kills. Rod of Atos also now available. In terms of spells that they can throw on top of Rod of Atos, there isn't really much. It's just going to be for stats, some extra control for Ember pre-BKB.
Evolama is actually the one who's trying to take this stack right now, by the way. Stack it again? Nope.
That one dragon. You kill him first. When he does that...
Yeah, now you aim for him.
Now I lost it. I don't know which one that was.
Oh, he's dead.
Gonna die eventually.
Fine. He's gone. He's looking for Pipe, so... Pipe and then Axe, the drums of Slom. He's gonna be slomming.
Had to adjust his item build.
Tell me. Rod of Atos and Xantic now using that Arctic Burn. And the damage with the Arcane Curse still going. Now they've used Global Silence.
The global.
They're gonna look over at Stormstormer, get the kill there, and the Arcane Curse did the damage to get the kill on Kataomi.
Last couple of minutes. D1 Hustlers, they are the ones controlling the map. They are the ones like pressuring. Sure, they use like 3 big ultis, but they still got the kill. To go back to my point about Beastmaster, even after like the nerfs to Helm of the Overlord, people do pick it up on Beastmaster as pretty much their first item, but you're playing into Doom. If Doom's off to a great start, that level 15 talent gonna come in very soon. So you have like maybe 3 to 5 minute window where you need to do as much, otherwise Doom is just gonna eat your creep every single fight.
Shad, glimpsed. And they've got the Shockwave. Shad, though, fighting back. Xantic's here. He's got Winter's Curse. Harpoon, Shad, Armwood toggling, still surviving. So, Toby...
They got afraid. They got scared immediately after seeing Xantic show up. That Winter's Curse, they did not want to mess with it.
Yeah, with how close they were grouped up, that could have been a big issue, and they ended up retreating on that one. Skewer with the Harpoon in use and just tries to leave. So Watson going into them Manta. And at a stack right now. And Mech picked up for the Doom. He's going Guardian Greaves after picking up the Crimson Guard. Both teams going to have a Crimson.
Good way of dispelling things against Batrider, mostly global silence. Yeah, I mentioned the Roche as soon as they pick up this Deso. Shad went through the gates, comes back full HP. He was healing there, and they do have vision. So good timing for D1 Hustlers to be able to get it. And now let's see who decides to pick it up. If they want to give it to Shad or if Adzentic wants to pick it up. Because Adzentic's positioning is going to be to stay away as far as possible. But if he wants to like pick it up, then he can toy with it a little bit more. Then you have to go through like tankiness of 2 heroes, kill both Raid King, proc his reincarnation, and Adzentic will pick it up. I think second one, if they go for second Roche and they get Aegis, second Aegis goes to Raid King, because they are going to be sieging the high ground with it potentially.
Right.
Not an easy task to do, because again, you're playing into Glimpse, playing into Skewer, so got to be extremely careful how you approach it. Might need to take a fight before.
So 5,000 net worth lead right now for Entity, but with the Aegis in the hands of D1 Hustlers, we'll see what they can do with that.
We see this quite often in this patch, where team does have like significant amount of gold lead,
right?
But the other team is holding on to Aegis, and they are the one controlling the tempo of the game and how the fights are gonna go.
So we'll see if this is just a farming Aegis. As Deso for Wraith King, he's looking to get some charges on that, wants to go blink BKB. Watson, we've been talking about, had that harpoon very early. He's got Manta, now looking for the BKB of his own. And so is Stormstormer. So BKB is coming out in plenty here for them.
Stormstormer definitely wants to have a BKB coming into the next fight, even though there are abilities that go through BKB, go through debuff immunity, Winter's Curse, Lasso, Roar, Global Silence, but still can't be like slowed, can't be stunned from Raid King. Have that extra magic resistance as well.
Theocor has that blink, so they're going to get the lasso onto the Doom, but nobody there. And Theocor is going to be glimpsed under the tower, so he's dead. Okay.
This is a difficult target to kill. They would need to commit heavily. Again, pop Global Silence, but this is level 1 Lasso also we're talking about. So duration 2.25 seconds. I love to round up the numbers. Is not enough. And Doom also holding on to Crimson. Now has full Guardian Greaves, so could be counter initiation with this Guardian Greaves, dispel Global Silence, pop the Doom on one of the targets. Seems like Entity, they're fine with just farming right now. They want to get another set of items, don't want to fight into Aegis. I want to see D1 Hustlers go for some kind of a smoke and try to get a pick off again.
Would you like to see them go for, like, let's say, get the Wisdom Rune Tormentor into a smoke and go, or do you want them to smoke right now? Like, to not give Entity more time like that?
I think they missed the timing a little bit, because they could have smoked into enemy Tormentor, 21-minute XP rune. You know that someone's gonna be there. Then it's 4 versus 5. You do have more than enough sustain from this pipe, from this heal from Wyvern, and then take XP rune, get a kill, steal enemy Tormentor. Right. We've seen it happen time and time again in this patch. If there's an opportunity for it.
Billy Stone for the Techies, and we have seen what Techies with items can do. Thinking about TK yesterday for Aster Ares, just the build he went was like very exciting. The Rod of Atos early into the Yules, I really liked that. On a Techies.
It depends what you're playing into. He was playing into Spirit Breaker. They also needed a little bit more control this time around against the Beastmaster, against this Raid King. Like, Techies is one of few position 4s that can build pretty much any item, and it feels good. Right. I also mentioned the importance of getting a Lotus Orb. I see one on Kateomi. It's such a good game for it. You can't allow to skip it. I would even love to see like another one. Maybe Fishman manages to get it.
Or Toby at some point.
I think Toby needs to go for scaling items now. Can't really allow himself to like get another boots, like another arcane. Just I feel like you want to play a bit of a different game. Be this frontliner. Kateomi will get out of the trouble. Nicely done.
Not gonna lie, I thought that right click crit so hard he might have died there when he TP'd out. It kind of landed at the same time, but TP away and use that blast off to just get some space. Shad's
Still no
having a
charges
good game.
on Deso.
Yeah.
He is, but this was an early Deso pickup.
And you want to get those charges.
Did manage to get Blink, but the net worth keeps increasing. They want to use this Aegis 25 seconds. Entity thinks it's too difficult to fight into it. Playing 7 versus 5 pretty much, so don't want to take that risk.
The farming capability here, just for the side of Entity, they really can make gold come out of nowhere. The Empower with how quickly you can farm there with the Magnus. Of course, you've got the Devour. And even a hero like Techie's farms relatively well with, you know, a Sticky Bomb Proximity Mine combo.
And there's enough room for everybody to get the farm right now.
Yep.
You're not stealing anything away from your carry. The only core, he's looking for an opening. Blink Dagger is available.
Now that level 2 lasso, and they find themselves Stormstormer, the Static Storm, just a little bit too late, so Fishman forced the TP away. That's the kill that they wanted, and it gives Shad his first 2 charges on that Desolator.
BKB does not protect you against Curse, Roar, Lasso. Still going to be a ton of damage. Eventually, you will need to buy Lincoln Sphere. I see Shiva's Guard, so wants to be more tanky, more annoying, reduce some of that healing coming out from the heroes, slow their attack speed. I think that's fine, but not going to be an easy one, because he just popped a 9-second BKB and didn't get anything out of it.
By the way, D1 Hustlers, they have their Wisdom Rune still to pick up. They're letting it ferment. See if they go that way, and like you said, maybe go for a Tormentor. Alama putting some pressure on over mid. A couple of mines down here. Hakoda and Theolakora right by this Beastmaster. And Shad is on the outer ring, taking this Ancient Camp. Stormstormer, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, and he needs to Remnant out.
Entity didn't even manage to kill Wraith King once.
Global Silence is used, and
Manta.
What can they get out of this one? Watson, well, he's going for the Beastmaster of Daimyo Lama, who's been doomed. So they get the kill there. They'll take out Theolakora. That's going to be 2 dead. Fishman ends up falling to the Firefly fire that's laid on that cliff. Trying to retreat, going into the Glimmer Cape, running the opposite direction, but they've got eyes on him. And they will find Hakoda. Blast off, and a kill there for Stormstormer with that Sleight of Fist. It ends up being a 3-for-1. And D1 Hustlers, they were farming very aggressively, and they kind of end up paying for it. They were playing across the river for a long time.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward fight there for D1 Hustlers. They didn't commit. Like, I don't remember last time we've seen... I don't think we've even seen Curse being used throughout the game. There was maybe one Roar.
Mid. It was one Curse mid that wasn't on anybody else, and that's the last time we saw it, right?
I didn't even see that one. Or my memory is bad.
We're up there. Our age number's up there. We're level 30 plus, you know?
I also like everything to sound more dramatical. So I'm like, yeah, he didn't even use it.
We've never even seen it. This summer. Winter's curse. One man looks for a winter's curse. Yeah. 30-second rush. Respawn, okay. Here for that. Like you said, Techie's building that Lotus Orb. This farm's going really well. Of course, you've got the help of the proximity mines with the Sticky Bomb. I've said that already today in the last 5 minutes or so, and it's just been a pretty solid time for him so far. And he's got that extra armor from the plate mail now, so Techie's isn't exactly going to be that easy hero to kill.
He's tanky. He's very difficult to bring him down. Once he gets to his, like, another item, which could be... like even a Hex to have a slightly more control. The Holy Core blinks in, doesn't find him yet. Cut to only quick fingers.
Yeah, blasting off BKB. There's the lasso, but they do have Fishman nearby. Maybe they could get a kinetic field and a static storm to make something happen, but that's what they'll use and no follow-up from it. They got that BKB delivered on the Wraith King. Or not delivered yet. Getting delivered on that Wraith King.
Fishman bought relatively early gem. He gave it to Shad. They want to get rid of Vision. Because Shad died only once throughout this game. And that was pre-reincarnation. So they feel he's relatively safe. And now maybe thinking about wrapping around. No lasso to initiate with.
They'll get this Wisdom Rune. And they've actually got 2 over on their side of the map. They let that other one ferment. Yeah.
If I've seen that, I would TP immediately. I'm like, guys, don't take this fight. I need another item. Just make up some lie immediately, whatever. It sounds good
Then
for the
waddle on
moment.
over to the Wisdom Runes. Defiant Shell for Techies. Now 7 more armor. If he wants to hold on to that after he picks up this Lotus Orb with the Philosopher's Stone. With the big bad Philly. Or as you say, Filet.
Yeah, Filet is a really good item. I mean, got nerfed. I got a little upset when I was reading it. Kind of ruined my day after the 7.33, 5 less
Sleight of
gold.
Fist, Searing Chains don't connect with Theo Liqueur, but they're going to go over. They have found themselves. Shaddy goes into the BKB. The Static Storm's going to be onto the Beastmaster, so he can't put out that Primal Roar. There's the Winter's Curse to control Stormstormer. They got the kill to Fishman. He's going to buy back. They'll take out Hakoda. So it's a 1-for-1, but Stormstormer falling. RP comes in. Wraithfire Blast. Doom used on Shad, but he still has that reincarnation. They'll take out Exantic. They'll take the first life out of the hands of Shad. They lose Divalama. Watson going off on this one. They've got the Skewer. They'll have the Harpoon. They have the damage, and it's a full team wipe. Entity taking a fight and just absolutely obliterating D1 Hustlers.
Yeah, that was some nice RP usage. Stormstormer did have Remnant as well available. He's not afraid to use a buyback. He knows that if they take this fight, he's going to be buying back, coming into the fight, and he needs to pick up Aegis now. Let's see that one more time. Stormstormer, he goes pretty much ham in this one. Like, even in terms of damage and everything. Gets lassoed in the end. I believe he also got cursed. So, multiple abilities to control one hero. And then he uses buyback. And now he made a slot to pick up Aegis. Hits level 20. And does have Gem from Fishman. So, they're going to be getting the gold from it. And this Doom from Toby was like, okay, I'm just gonna doom him if I know that he does have reincarnation available. We'll kill him after. Still 2 XP runes to be picked up here. Not sure if Beastmaster should be picking those up.
I say
Probably give it to Raid King to get him to level 18, at least 1.
Liqueur gonna die here to Watson. That's 1 picked up by Divalama, and now they've got the Searing Chains. That's onto the Silencer. Harpoon pulling him in, and they'll get the kill on the Hakoda, but the Winter's Curse, it's well placed. Stormer, lose that Aegis. But it's just an Aegis. Kind of need a little bit more than that. They've got the glimpse back into the Static Storm, the Kinetic Field, and Exantic's going to lose his life, so they will get the kill there, and they're right by the Tormentor. The other Wisdom Rune was picked up by the Wraith King, but this Tormentor now going down, or can go down relatively quick.
Yeah, it's just done. So Watson packing a punch. Look at his net worth, 24,000. 30 minutes into the game. Like, he has 4.2k HP on this hero, plus Cheese. Cheese would heal him like 60% of his HP. How much damage is that? Casual 500 damage. Universal hero, very balanced.
I didn't know balance was a French word.
Yeah, it was invented by Julius Mimer in 1700s.
Yeah. I had some follow-up in my head, but it wasn't funny enough. I was trying to get an Etu Brute in there of some French descent, meming descent, but I couldn't think of anything. Leave the memes to Lacoste.
Meme connoisseur, yeah. Let's see if they can find another one. Hakoda does have Glimmer, but there is Gem available.
Blink, Infernal Blade, and Glimmer Cape, but they've got the vision, they've got the time, and the inclination to get the kill there on the Hakoda. Gem coming in clutch, and I mean, that was Fishman's Gem originally.
Fishman should be getting the gold from killing his own wards to get some value back if the enemy is holding on to Gem.
You just drop Gem at the enemy base.
Gem, and you're like, I'm getting the gold back.
Little peace offering. You get vision, I get money. Sure.
And D1 Hustlers, they fell apart so quickly. Like, all it took was one fight, and suddenly it's 20k gold lead. Sure, there was like constant 5-6k gold lead for Entity leading into this big Roche fight. But it looked good for them when they were the ones like controlling some of these earlier fights, being aggressive. But we haven't seen much from them. Beastmaster is just an aura bot. Crimson Pipe now does have that Drums of Slum.
Oh.
I think this damage, it's a bit too late to pick up that Axe right now.
slamming over here. Ags being built for Stormstormer. There's Xantix Ags.
Yeah, Xantic, that's going to be a lot of damage coming out from this upgrade on Arctic Burn. Plus Enchanted Quiver as well, Hurricane Pike, he can keep the distance. I think that if it was like 10k gold lead with some nice placed Winter's Curse, nice lasso, they could take these fights, but now it feels very difficult. There is Lotus Orb available, multiple ways of dispelling things, Cheese that's been on Toby now, and also Manta, Lincoln's on Magnus, who's getting closer to level 25. Watson, he had a great season, great tour, I would say. Like, he was the one who, I don't remember seeing him have bad games. Even when the games when they were losing, he did his job.
You want Hustlers? 5 smoked, 4 smoked, breaking smokes, going in, Shad. Looking at 2-shot Fishman. They threw the Lotus Orb on him, but it wasn't going to matter. Xanta gets the kill there. And Watson, he's caught the Winter's Curse. They've also got the lasso over to the other side. They're going to doom up Dive Llama. He's trying to slom, but, well, now he's not able to roar. They go and they skewer. They've got 2 in trouble. They'll get the first life out of the hands here of this Wraith King. They take out Dive Llama. They'll use that RP, the continued control. Is it going to be enough? It looks like it should be, but now getting Invis trying to run. They've got the Shockwave. They'll get the kill on the Shad. With Kataomi as on the high ground is Xantic.
He's out of mana.
Yeah, here's the Remnant back over. They'll harpoon him, they'll skewer him down, and they'll get the kill into the Winter Wyvern as they hunt that dragon and put a skewer through his heart.
Watson's doing too much work in these fights, like 6,000 damage. Like, you look at the damage numbers, that's why I said maybe if network advantage wasn't as high, because as soon as he picked up that Ags, Winter Wyvern damage goes Monka. It's almost 10,000 damage in the previous fight, but they're way too farmed. And you see that Watson is holding onto RP for a very long time. He's not really afraid of holding it because he knows that he can't really just die. Can repositions himself with Harpoon, Skewer, Blink Dagger. Just way too of a difficult game right now. Not enough damage. Like, your Batrider is pretty much blink in, lasso. You need to kill the target. This fight was even 4 versus 5 because they immediately killed Fishman. They still lose it.
I really do like Entity's attention to making sure Dive Llama doesn't put anything out in the fight, right?
If he can't put this auras on, if he like gets Primal Roar on, let's say, Ember Spirit, they could potentially burst him with right click from Wraith King. Wyvern set up for a potentially curse. Yeah, also taking out the Slom damage as well.
Unfortunately, he's unable to slom down the hill, and he's, you know, pizza when he should be French frying. But, you know, Primal Roar would put him up. Max charges on Slom. Don't. It's fine.
No, it's okay. It's all good.
It's all good. So, Magnus, you know, he's just never had that opportunity to get that Max Slom, right?
Yeah. Magnus, even though he is, what, level 18, so you get max charges immediately when you pop that Roar. But Watson, he hits level 25, extra Empower damage, extra Cleave as well, which is going to be nullified. Shad going for Nullifier. Tier 4 items about to start dropping.
Could they, I mean, it's always the mindset, right? Turtle up, try and hold the high ground. You said Winter Wyvern damage is high, but is it enough to hold the high ground with where they're at on the side of Entity? Like, it's just, it has to be perfect, but what's the definition of perfect in this sense?
I don't know if they should be taking the fights outside the base. They lose the fight. I mean, you're eventually going to get out-farmed. This is how Dota's being played. The map is getting smaller, so they might want to risk it, go for one fight. In terms of buybacks, there is one available on Beastmaster. That's about it. Other heroes don't have it. I think their best shot is using Lasso, dragging them underneath the tier 3 to tier 4 towers, maybe with one good curse to split up the fight. Entity wants to wait for third Roche. Let's see the respawn time.
Minute 30. It'll give them, what, 20 seconds in the nighttime to get it before it goes to daytime. And switch position, change places.
That's about right. Minute 25. Let's see. Now, I mean, D1 Hustlers, they don't know that this is happening. They don't know when Roshan's respawning, so they might be forced to go in.
Yeah, if they have to really contest this Roche, right? Like, I don't think they can beat them with an Aegis in the hands of Entity, but it just forces them into a very bad position. A spot that they really don't want to be in.
Dire are scanning.
48 seconds. Fishman will just kind of sit here. They've got the rest of the team near. And eventually, D1 Hustlers will have to break through these mines and try to fight this, but there's the Blink, the Infernal Blade. Theo Akora looking like he's going to be the first one to die, but it gets the Force Staff into a glimpse. Now they go to the Wraithfire Blast onto the Doom. No fire. Primal Roar finally off. That means he's Salmon. They'll go to the Global Silence, but the RP, it's on to 2. They get the kill to Xantic. They'll take the first life out of the hands of the Wraith King. Shad, now with his second life, what can he do? You don't have a Winter's Curse. You don't have the help of your team, and you no longer have a Bat Rider, and you no longer have your life. So Shad falls. There goes the Beastmaster afterwards. And only one to escape is Hakoda, but really the hopes and dreams of D1 Hustlers winning this game are dwindling to near zero.
Pretty much. Magnus just goes ham every single fight. Watson has been playing this hero amazingly. Has Trickster Cloak, extra magic resistance, extra evasion, 4.5k HP with Satanic. There's no way that he's dying. Also landing multiple man RPs. Wraith King dies in like 5 hits from Magnus, which is pretty nuts to think about.
Top tier 3. That'll go. Now it's time for the racks. Maybe one more fight left in them, but you're down 40,000 net worth. Saw how quickly everything just kind of fell apart there for the side of D1 Hustlers, even with the Primal Roar going off, but it just feels like too little too late.
And now Radiant on Roshan Radiant's side, you have Outpost to TP2. Also, like invading certain areas like Roche, Twin Gates when you're playing against techies. Also trying to be sneaky, pop a smoke, it's gonna be revealed. This is the power of the hero. Hakoda.
Oh. Ogre Seal Totem, Glimpse, and dead. So, dead, but basically figuring out, hey, these guys are at Roche. I don't know if that's going to matter. The rest of his team's not really there with him, and nor do they want to be. And let's see. Axe Blessing on this Roche. Stormstormer bought his, and we'll see who takes this one.
I guess who? Well, Doom seems like he does not want to pick it up.
Yeah. Fishman will take it.
Okay. And Fishman also found a tier 4 token, so let's see. It's a lot of stuff on the ground. Maybe put a smoke and take this gem. Ah, he takes it with a style.
Yeah. Jumping in, getting that gem. Woo! Fishman, by the way, now more net worth than Daibalama with the pickup of that Aghanim's Blessing. Actually sitting really close to Shad as well.
Oh god, and he also found Timeless Relic.
Okay.
Level 15 talent, Static Storm duration. It's time to close it out, boys. 50,000 net worth. Thinking of a way how D1 Hustlers are gonna come into the game. The answer is no.
Maybe all of Entity disconnect?
If one guy reconnects and right-clicks, he would be able to probably win the game.
Sheesh.
Maybe,
Damn.
you know, tab, use these big ultis. Static Storm, Doom. Oh, Ember Spirit.
There's the RP. And Theokor going to survive for a moment, but they've got the skewer. That means while he's in the Cold Embrace, he's put in a bad position. He blinks over to the side. They've got a Remnant off over into the outer ring near the gate. They use that Doom. They've got the lasso. It's on a Stormstormer, but they go to the blast off. They get the kill there on a Theokor. He's going to buy back immediately with the Remnant going forward with the Doom out onto Xantic. They'll take out the Winter Wyvern. He's dead for 70 seconds with no buyback, and then Shad losing his first life. They get the kill on a Fishman, and so Shad, well, he'll get doomed, and his game here is quite doomed. And in the show Invader Zim, it was the Doom song, and this is all they're hearing on the side of D1 Hustlers. Doomy, doomy, doom, 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 doom.
Katomi pops the cheese. Toby is very low, but where's the damage?
Didn't count that.
Fishman's gonna buy back as well. Another
Bird
skewer
and
back.
Diva Llama skewered back into the team. Guardian Greaves, they'll heal up. They'll go for the tier 3. The bottom center racks are going to be next with the Mega Creeps. They find themselves the Silencer. Down goes Hakoda. They're going to start buying back, but they still don't have a Xantic. They don't have the Bat Rider. They'll call GG, and Entity will take game number 1.
I feel like D1 Hustlers needed to use this momentum that they had. They took Roshan, but Entity was very smart dodging some of these fights. And also being able to get complete free farm on Watson. Doom was also farming. Like, throughout the whole game, pretty much, they had all 3 cores on top of the net worth because they understand that they can easily outform them. They need to get the items, get to this Lincoln Sphere, Lotus, BKB timing so they can dispel all of the things that the D1 Hustlers are going to throw at them. Yeah. And you see, like, Power of Silencer. He's really good for the first 15-20 minutes of the game if he's the one being active, and then this global silence becomes pretty meh ability, I would say.
Yeah, Watson having a perfect game, 13-0 and 15, really working it with that Magnus. And Entity take game number 1. So to break it down for you, we've got the panel. They're so beautiful. We'll throw it back to you guys. Take it away.
So many compliments from B-Cop. I feel like we're just getting gassed up over here. It's very nice of him. But Kezu, this ranking, there's probably a reason it's not getting picked up. I'm not saying it was the ultimate downfall for the side of Hustlers, but it definitely wasn't doing them any favors.
Well, let's put it this way. I think it's not the Wraith King's fault. I think their entire draft is just... It's bad, like, quite frankly put. Like, if you're also, like, not only I think it's the draft not ideal. So we're playing against Entity, okay? They have Ember, Magnus, and Doom. What do these heroes want to do? They want to farm. They're not gonna fight you, right? Like, these heroes need a lot of time. So why is Davai Lama rushing Crimson Guard in this game on Beastmaster? Like, no, your team doesn't want to fight with you either in like the first 10, 12, 13 minutes. Wraith King needs like 15 minutes. Winter Wyvern wants to farm as well. So this is like where you could, for example, you could go in Aghanims. That actually allows you on your own with one more support to like go into the enemies and start pressuring us too. Because Dota's not a 5-man game from like minute 8 or 9. So I think there's a lot of things that need to be stepped up. Sadly, they don't have much time. And the Entity, they're happy to just take a free win.
Yeah, there's a lot of time in that game, you're right, that it could have been different builds. I was actually looking at that the Beastmaster went into the auras. We had this discussion during draft of when should you go what, and maybe there was this idea of, look, later game will be great, we'll be ready for team fights, we'll out-sustain them, but then on the side of Doom, he's also going auras, and they have damage. Now they also have the sustain T.
Yeah, I feel like for Entity, they just, like as you mentioned, they happily hit their creeps. I think the reason why this game did get a little bit spicy was because Hustlers, they had this like aggression on their Wraith King top, they survived it, and then when Entity kind of played the wider map, they went to Roshan themselves and got the Aegis. So this prevented Entity from progressing the game too far. They still built like a 3k additional lead for Entity. It went from 4k to 7k whilst Hustlers had the Aegis, but it always felt like they were just waiting for the inevitable Entity win, because I just didn't see the connection between like the Hustlers cores. There wasn't this like fluid motion where you pick up some mid-active rune and suddenly, oh wow, the game's accelerated, Beastmaster's pushing through, Wraith King's behind. It was always just every man for himself, Beastmaster gets doomed, now the auras are non-existent, and your team's still kind of scrambling into the game. So yeah, I want to see some more Watson Magnus as well. Like, this was some super clean stuff. He somehow found the Wyvern multiple times with RP. It was just, yeah, a stellar game from him.
Yeah, 100%. We didn't know, well, we kind of knew about the flex potential. I'm very happy that it ended up on Watson. Enough T MVP?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. We'll give it to a core in game 1. But no, yeah. I mean, we just saw the clips, right? It was just absolutely banging. Let's go that far. It was just a banging Magnus game. Stats speak for themselves.
Yeah, I also liked the Mask of Madness split into like this Echo Saber Harpoon. I think that looks very good in the games as well. And then later you turn the Morbid Mask into the Satanic. Suddenly this hero has like 3k HP. Then the next time you look at him, he has 4k HP. So in terms of that, I think Entity played very well. And I would like D1 Hustlers to have a draft that honestly allows them to play Dota where they get to fight into the enemy. I think this is an incredible hard draft to play, to actually put up a fight at some point, because there's just so many mispicks where people can't go together. You have last pick Winter Wyvern into Ember. Obviously, he's going to lose the lane. He gets a 6-minute region rune with 0 HP, and he's still behind in net worth, like, after he pops it. So it's like, the game's got to be easier for my friends over here on D1 Hustlers.
Yeah, let's take it a little step back, because you mentioned the Magnus build, talking about it. How often is it that we're seeing a carry Magnus go Satanic? I know, like, the Harpoon Rush happens pretty much on every core position that we see him played in, but yeah, this Satanic, like, is it more this is a specific game in which it looks good, or a carry Magnus should always be having this in the item slots?
Pretty much should have it, I think, as a kind of 4th, 5th item. It depends on how your game's going, is how early you really want to buy it. In some games, when you're already popping off, you can just go much earlier, like kind of Watson did. But most carries, at least, yeah, they want to have some fun items before they go for the let's survive item. They want to go for the explosive damage rather than the let's take a continuous fight. So again, really good reads from Watson when to perfectly pick up the items.
And because of that and everything else the Entity did right, they are 1 game closer to staying here in Division 1. We're going to have game 2. We'll see if Entity can take it after this break. Entity are only one game away from securing their slot here in Division 1. Nobody wants to go down to Division 2, but unfortunately, between Entity and D1 Hustlers, one of them is going to have to. And for D1 Hustlers to bounce back, Kezo, I heard your thoughts on what you would like to see changed up at T. I didn't get to hear yours. What do you think is such a predominant issue that can be fixed in this short amount of time?
Ooh. Honestly, it's probably going back to the early to middle portion of their drafting in the tour, because I feel like at least in the last week or so, 2 weeks, I mean, that's 60% of the tour, but still, it's like they're drafting as if they've got like brand new ideas from players mixed with the coach, and they're trying to get them all into a game. I don't know. They just, everything's really confusing. Like when you look at their Div 2 run, when you think of the Division 1, they have standout games, it's like, surely you just want to replicate the success, but they keep trying to innovate every single time, I feel, and it's really holding them back. So I just hope now that it's like one game is elimination for them, like surely they need to kind of realign themselves with their previous success.
Too many cooks in the kitchen. Maybe try and have a little bit more consistency before you bring the innovation in. It's obviously much easier to say, and I mean, we're sitting here and we're trying to figure out what's going on with them, and we don't really know. But Kezu, Entity going to be having second pick, does put Hustlers in a position to be first pick now. Change ups in bans, and will we see Doom also get through again?
It's probably more up to Entity, I guess. If they don't ban it, I'm sure D1 Hustlers should try to pick it. It's one of the heroes that they have a lot of success with. It's yeah, as I can see, 3 of their wins in this DPC tour, they had first pick Doom. So if you're Entity, you probably want to look at that and not give them that. Or if you do have like an answer that you're pretty okay with, and I think for D1 Hustlers, even disregarding draft, they should try to understand what timing they're playing for in the game, and then like really just push it forward. Because sometimes, even if your draft isn't ideal, Dota, you always have some timings where you're stronger and weaker. Understand what is your strongest, but then like push harder on what you want to do and how to do it, because it's just lacking from their side at the moment.
10 seconds.
So also, if you look towards Entity and how they've had issues in their own games, for example, in this tour, it's been from Toby getting punched in the side lane, Katomi not being able to make those rotations, Stormstormer's kind of by himself on an island trying to make moves, and of course Watson's happily farming up behind, right? It's like when you get that kind of rift between the 3 cores, Entity have often crumbled. So I feel like if D1 Hustlers can just identify, okay, strong safe lane duo, active Exantic that might be able to bully Stormstormer, that's kind of the recipe for beating Entity so far, and maybe if they can find that in this second game draft, they'll be in a good spot. And, I didn't expect the first pick Batrider, honestly, from D1 Hustlers.
Neither did I, with like what Techie's still in the pool, B's still in the pool as well.
The one thing I feel for D1 Hustlers that I'm just gonna say that they're falling victim to it, is that when they lose to a hero, it just gets ingrained in their brain for some reason. Like they lose to Huskar, and then like next game, they feel like they need to pick Huskar. They lose to OG's Batrider, and now 3 games in a row, they feel like they need to like open Batrider or even go with it first pick. I'm not gonna say that this is always a bad idea, but I think when they've taken things from other teams or inspiration, they fail to take it to the next step of actually understanding, well, when we have this hero, it needs follow-up damage, or this hero needs heroes that play the map so I can get pickups, because last game they had neither of that. So I hope they will like adapt, where this time around you have Batrider, you have Lasso, you see Voice Spirit. I want follow-up damage that when I lasso someone, that they die. Like, why am I lassoing this dude if this entire team's gonna high-five me because we're not doing anything? You know, people need to die. It's quite simple, but I need them to do it.
The last thing you want to do is lasso Void Spirit, not kill him in time, and he just like astral steps or dissimulates away, and you're like, all right, well, that was a waste of time in a spell.
Yeah.
It's honestly the worst feeling in Dota is when you see the purple fuck just disappear in the ground, and then he just zooms away 2 screens away from you. You're like,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
That's one of the most annoying things, I think. It's like Slark getting away with some cheeky little pounce. Same kind of level of pain. But I feel like mainly right now, the people listening, the supports all went, yeah. The calls were like, I have no idea what you're on about.
Yeah, we really weeded out the support players with that description.
There we go. Instant Ember response to the Voice Spirit. I'm, again, not too opposed, because it does lean into what we were mentioning, or at least what I was mentioning about I want to see Exantic on a more playmaking active hero, perfectly fine. And this matchup against Void Spirit, very 50-50. If anything, it's on the supports and what they bring to the game. How early can they rotate? Can they secure the active runes? And I'd argue Entity are kind of ahead right now in that, just because, of course, techies being so prevalent.
Like I'm kind of looking at how I want D1 Hustlers to like round out, or rather continue their draft. I would say that this bad rider for them is gonna be a 3 or 4, and I hope that they don't open this next phase with Silencer. They've been one of the better teams at picking that hero, I think, at the start of the season, but they had slightly different heroes with it. I think they would run into a similar issue again, where you have all this control and all this lockdown or silence with a very hard time to then round out your draft and give it more damage. So I hope to them that they're not talking about this hero right now.
Hopefully not.
They picked it 5.
I want to see. Go on, sorry. What was the stat?
I was just going to quickly say they picked it 5 times and only 20% win rate, so
yeah,
a bit rough.
Yeah, it's like one of those heroes where I feel like if you're able to Tundra up the draft and suddenly you're like your final pick of after seeing like 4 or 5 heroes is your position 5, then like it can be insane, right? Like Silencer can break games where they initiate global, boom. But I think blindly picking it with no real information, it's as grief as like picking Oracle in like a blind position.
Yeah.
But for D1 Hustlers, I'd love to see if their second phase could be some like Lich Bloodseeker, for example. Because they're going to have to pick 2 heroes in conjunction. It will. Oh, they ban out the Bloodseeker themselves. All right. Point dead.
That would have been a good point. I think I would have liked that. Like this aggressive 5 that can go around, do well. Of course, Bloodseeker would have had impact already with the Rupture. Oh, Entity with the Steal. Well played. They're actually helping their opponents.
They might actually be helping us. Yeah, I knew you were going to say it. I knew you were going to say it, Kizit.
Thank you, Fishman.
I battled with you long enough. I knew what was coming.
Yeah.
I mean, Entity also, they played it twice. They beat Liquid with it, and they lost to Gaming. So 50% win rate.
See,
a little bit
better.
healthier.
But for them, like this pick makes a bit more sense. You have a Void Spirit. He's a bit more committal as opposed to an Ember. You have follow-up damage with the techies, which is nice. It's like very casual. You can combine your spells. Void Spirit's gonna have a good game, and Global's pretty annoying for a bad Ember. So I do like them picking the Silencer.
This is the repercussions that we were talking about, because like this Silencer pick is still getting picked how I described it, not really seeing much information.
Yeah.
And D1 Hustlers, their response to it is, okay, we picked the Beastmaster. In lane, you have the board to be annoying. You don't really care about global too much. You happily can itemize to deal with it. But also the grouping potential you bring naturally makes Silencer feel bad, because you're not sending your Void Spirit out into the wild and globaling for him. You're now globaling to defend like a tier 2 fight, which of course can be a little bit more awkward. Oh, Morana.
Okay, so it's like a bit similar story. I do think it's very single target once more, but you have an avenue of where if your lanes go well enough, you have a quite annoying map for Entity to be played, with Beast Summits pushing out lanes, Ember being annoying with Spirit, and then trying to look for pickoffs with Lasso and Moonlight Shadow. So while I'm not the biggest fan, if you understand why you have these heroes, there's definitely a way where you could play kind of like, I don't know, Tundra of last season, where they're not going to go for so many 5-on-5s, but rather skirmishy and like 1v1s, 2v2s.
Yeah, I want to see Entity ban Naga potentially in the final phase. I think that would be like the nail in the coffin for D1 Hustlers to play this lineup, because not only you got the Hawks, you got the Illusions running at you, chains into arrows and Lasso grabbing people away. I think Naga is maybe something to think about if you're banning from Entity side.
What does Watson want?
Look, it's TB is still in the pool.
I hope he has a TP. It helps in this current lane to move around.
I think TB Morph for 2 heroes
That's might be.
that come to... Oh, Morph is banned. Never mind.
Yeah, Morph's banned, but the TB isn't. I think the last game it was,
good.
though.
I think Monkey is pretty chill too. It helps the Silencer, I think, a little bit to get through the lane. Having some double range isn't always ideal. I think there are setbacks to the Monkey King, perhaps a little bit. Like there's Vision with Hawks. You can cut off trees, and there's Bad Rider. But overall, I think, again, you have now 2 heroes that can go in for the silencer. So I think this pick is not only against Hustlers heroes, but also to like make sure that the silencer actually has a game.
It also feels like it's for the game type of pick.
Yeah.
Because Monkey King against Beast in lane, sure, you have like the catch to get on top of him. But with support Bat Rider, if he's there, you flame break him back. There's like ways to be annoying. And also there's multiple kind of monkey counters already in D1 Hustlers lineup. So it's not as if it's like the perfect monkey game. If D1 Hustlers get the ball rolling, they'll always be able to find him, cut his tree, prevent him from standing his ground. So I don't think D1 Hustlers are too concerned with the pick. It's just you need to be mindful that your lane doesn't just feed.
Yeah.
And you actually get to the point where you can counter this hero. I still think Naga would be an insane pick for D1 Hustlers. Just Song Disengage from the Wukongs. You naturally buy Manta. I mean, yeah, banning out Terrorblade already because stand your ground. You can just disengage. But yeah, TB Naga probably the big two I'm thinking of.
Yeah, might just be. I mean, if they're banning TB, there's a high chance they're gonna ban Naga as well. Wouldn't be too surprised. What else is there? I mean, especially after they ban Darkseer, I think it makes your alarm bells. The hell, I can't speak. Alarm bells. Kind of pop off of like TB and Naga, so something to consider.
What does that alarm bell sound like, Kazu, quickly, just for the viewers?
I think just like a ding dong in your brain.
Okay.
It's a ding dong.
Yeah, no, makes sense. Yep, I get a ding dong when I play ranked, so it's all good.
You feel it too.
What's the overlap between Naga and not banned out, but what is the overlap between Naga and TB?
Both Manta buying illusion heroes that naturally shove waves into your face, which allows for skirmishing heroes to kind of find whatever pickoffs they want because you have a lot of indirect information based on wave positioning.
Yeah, it's like a lot of the map play because they're gonna have to split up and like show themselves, which now makes it easier for you to like find them one by one around the map. So I think those heroes are pretty good. Let's see if they want to go for the Naga, as they'll go for the Jugger. He has Beast this time around, so I'm a bit more of a fan, but let's see. Entity have some counter picks up their sleeves, surely.
I just want to see an offlane pick, because Toby's got last pick in the draft. So I want to see him pick a hero that doesn't just die to the Juggernaut, right? Like, just have some type of disengage or...
Is he Googling? He just typed something.
Maybe. How to counter in lane.
Juggernaut counters.
Yeah, exactly. He's looking at what offlane heroes have a little bit of mobility with him, and
nope, don't like that one.
Fortunately for his current hero pool, it's like only Windrunner has mobility out of the heroes he's played so far in this tour for Entity. Am I looking for that right now? Hell no.
Not even like a sugar coat on top, you know. Oh, maybe not. You know, there's some weaknesses. No. Absolutely not. Do not pick that.
Yeah, I gave out my once per year sassy hell no, and I didn't even put the sass in it. I just want you to imply it.
Oh, he wants something.
Maybe he's
badly.
Giggling. Yeah.
Well, does he want to? Maybe he wants to cosplay Zai Winter Wyvern offlane.
And
he just smashed the table. He just smashed the table.
He's eager.
Not Gorg level table smashing, but he's getting there. You know, if they get eliminated, that keyboard getting replaced.
Not phone. Legion Commander. Okay. The OG Juggernaut counter of like 8 years ago.
I mean, I don't mind it just because of the move speed that Legion has.
Yeah.
Naturally can disengage quite well. I think as long as he buys boots early, it's not as if it's like a CM Jug, Lich Jugs type lane. They don't have the slows to be applied to keep him retained. So yeah, I don't mind this Legion pick, honestly. Good against the Beastmaster, of course, and will always be a thorn in Jug's side, where if Jug misplays, even if he steps off the high ground, for example, blink, duel, astral step, blast off, you're dead, right? So yeah. I actually kind of like the pick.
This was
wonders.
I think this was actually a very good last pick. You can stand your ground. You have all these dispels against Roar, Chains, Bad Rider, Lasso. Techies loves to play for aggressive heroes. LC does that. Having like a free purge for both Voice for the Monkey can be great too. They can step out or maybe get a BKB off. Yeah, I think this was one of the best Toby last picks Entity have shown me, because usually I'm not the biggest fan. I think this one hit it in the right spot.
That's why he was getting so excited. That's why he was slamming the desk over there. He's like, guys, LC, hear me out. LC, let's do it. Laning phase, an LC against the Juggernaut, though. T, is the Jug going to struggle? Is he going to kind of be pushed out here? Or do you think there's a realm where they go pretty even and it's just up to the LC making some rotations and being early aggressive?
Both should be able to farm. I'd be surprised if either really die. It's more on Toby to heavily misstep in the lane to die, like dive tower, spin, die, TP rotation. If anything, it's the game of the mid lanes. Ember v Void Spirit, they're the ones that will make all the plays for both teams early on, so all eyes on them and if they can kind of break the game for their team.
No pressure on the mid laners, but, you know, again, for relegation, for staying in Div 1, Entity just need to win one more game. It is game number 2 with Beakup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much, panel. Appreciate it. Coming into game number 2, D1 Hustlers trying to hang on to this name change as they might go back to being D2 Hustlers if they end up losing this one. But we'll see if Entity can take game 2 and get the clean sweep, or if D1 Hustlers are going to force us into a game 3 for our last chance lives, right?
Yeah, when it really matters, go with the Jug. It never works out. I feel like this hero needs some kind of amp. Like, he needs something that he can farm with. Battle Fury, okay. Maybe he needs a Magnus, Ogre, some type of a, you know, buff. Beastmaster provides some in the team fight, but it's not like hero that buffs him up the most, I would say. It's a god tier Legion Commander game. I don't know what happened to this hero. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm having a bad... Probably, most likely, I'm having a bad read about this hero's situation in general. But ever since the patch dropped, I feel like this hero is very viable. Professional teams don't agree with it. Like, it pops up from time to time, but I think there are situations. And this one looks really, really good. You're playing into so many things you can dispel. Roar, Lasso... Shearing Chains, Arrow. I mean, you're going to be looking to get that level 20 talent as soon as possible. AoE, press the attack, and also in terms of the laning stage, this hero is very strong. Tio?
Let's see, Flame Break, Fishman, Arcane Curse, and now trying to get this kill here onto Fishman, but it gets close to the tier 1 tower, so just like Katomi did to the Jug bottom, there will be harassment on those heroes, on the silencer for the side of Entity. You take a look at the triple split here, and you've got a Spirit matchup over mid, and probably a little bit easier than the Winter Wyvern Ember matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be much better for Atlantic this time around. He does shine on these Spirit heroes, plays Kunkka really well, one of his better heroes overall. It's just the hero is not as good. But I'm looking this bottom lane. I feel like Entity, they cannot mess it up. You get close, you get overwhelming odds, get extra attack speed. It's going to take me like another year or so to be able to adjust to the recent changes to Legion Commander, where press the attack gives you movement speed and overwhelming odds gives you attack speed. But every single time Jug gets close, overwhelming odds in his face, couple of right clicks, sticky bomb, level 2. He's definitely a first blood material. Potentially even Hakoda before he gets a leap.
So just keeping an eye on this bottom lane. Now looking over towards top. Watson not dying in that first one. So we'll see if they can get a kill here onto the Monkey King, onto Watson in this second game. Right now he's 6-2, and kind of keeping it close and even with what Shad's getting in the bottom lane. He's gone 1-1 to start on this Jug. Is there any lane that really looks like a bloodbath to you?
Could be this bottom lane, because Hakoda just showed that he has point in Sacred Arrow, so no leap charges available. I think it gives opportunity for Katomi to connect with the Sticky Bomb, blast off, overwhelming odds. Also love the build of Toby.
Flame Break.
Just going for the bracers.
One grenade.
Okay, Fishman.
Yeah, Firefly and a kill there. They'll at least get that. Thinking about turning it around. Now he's got the Jingu. Divo Lama not dealing with a lot of health, but Watson's staying forward. And he'll pop that stick. Get a little bit of life under his belt and start to get some back with the Jingu. Meanwhile, Shad's sitting here at about half health. He's trying to use this level 1 healing ward to get as much life back as he can.
Toby, complete free farm. in this lane. 13 and 7, a lot of denies. Once he gets the phase boots, this hero can't really die. You can see Hakoda also killing the creep immediately. Lane's gonna push in now, and maybe they can get the pull. There is small camp available, but Shad not getting close to those creeps at all. Double bracer. This just screams lane domination. Mid lane, I praise that Xantic. He's doing extremely well. 23 and 4 against 17 on Void Spirit.
Is this the way the matchup's supposed to go?
I've seen it go both ways, I would say. I do like more Ember Spirit in this matchup just because he has like magical compared to
Hakoda?
Well,
getting chased down by a techies.
Yeah, that's the problem with the build on Mirana. I don't think you can afford to not skill Leap in this matchup.
Because then you're just asking to get hit by Blast Off,
pretty
right?
much. And then if you get like level 3, your build is going to be 1-1-1, which is kind of meh. I feel like you need to have more points in Starstorm.
So do you think Hakoda foregoes the Leap and then goes Starstorm?
Yeah, you got to take the Leap now in level 3. I mean, you cannot take the Leap, die one more time. This is the second option. You choose what you want to go for.
Right. So, let's see. As he is sitting level 3.
Very intense moment right here.
I'm interested. Sticky Bomb. Arrow, take out that range creep. Blade Fury. Shad, though, still sitting low. Doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. And Healing Ward on cooldown. Only has one charge in that wand when it comes back off cooldown. Top lane, Divalama, as well as Theokor both running away here from Watson. But Watson, he's only got about a sliver of health. If he gets caught out a little bit too far without the Jingu, may just die. And it was that level 2 in the Starstorm, by the way, for the Mirana.
Let's see if Kataomi finds an opening. Level 2 Sticky Bomb. Blast Off available. Could get another kill here. But he sees that Hakoda's level 3. Gonna start with Sticky. Doesn't connect.
I didn't get enough stick on it. Theokor, Arcane Curse. Fishman just trying to chase him down. Endless Strike. Watson now with the Jingu fighting Divalama. He doesn't have any help, and here comes Theokor. He's not even needed. Divalama just gets the kill into Watson.
I think he missed Boundless on Beastmaster. Because I just clicked onto the lane to see what's going on. I was keeping an eye on Theolikor to see if he's gonna drop. But, yeah. Not having a good time in this lane. Like, both safe laners are struggling.
Yeah.
Shad level 4 coming
Arrow.
back.
Nothing.
There's
Never
not gonna
mind.
be a
Fake
follow-up.
Fake Take that back. That's the first time they were able to kill Watson this series. Game's already different than the last one. We'll say this Legion Commander's having a very good time.
As expected, this is last pick Legion. You picked this hero to dominate the matchup. Good for the game, multiple dispels that you have. Stormer. No mana whatsoever.
Yeah. No mana to work with. Kataomi is here a little bit late, but the blast off the Sticky Bomb. Ooh. It's Xantic looking for a high five instead. He's not even going to die. They've got Theokor coming around from behind. Sticky Bomb down. Firefly. Theokor is right on top of this techies, and well, they're going to feed another one over, or will they? Theokor onto the tower. He ends up dying. Now they've got a Xantic with the Arcane Curse on him. Last word. Is it enough damage? You're only level 4 on Fishman.
Fine.
And he will be fine. Last word pops. Arcane Curse is no longer on him.
They initiated on techies who had a shield rune on. So that's extra 420 HP. Very nice. Fun number. And we can see adjustment already being made by Davai Lama in this game. In the previous one, he played against Doom. Didn't want to go for Helm of the Dominator. Turn it into Helm of the Overlord. Because of that level 15 talent. This time around, we'll adjust it and go for it. Hit an earlier timing, I would say. Instead of just buying auras. Stormer getting caught again.
And this time, Resonant Pulse Shield is enough for now to help him stay alive. He's also got a couple sips on this bottle. But it's going to be that 8-minute mark, and they got to try and control the rune. And what you do as Ember is you throw a Remnant on one spot, go to the other, and hope you can get something out of it. Watson getting chased. Flame Break. He's in trouble. He looks like he's just going to burn out with a Boundless Strike. Oh, not enough. They get Watson again. Theocore falls. Daibai Lama now on the run. Toby coming over. Primal Roar is used. Fishman off to the side. Meanwhile, mid lane chasing down. Stormstormer gets the Resonant Pulse off. They've got the Searing Chains. There's the blast off at the same time. Going to the Sticky Bomb. Sleight of Fist. It's going to explode. They get the kill on Antic. They were chasing top. They get a kill mid, and he just goes in a little bit too far to that Resonant Pulse at level 4.
Watson, I see Orb of Corrosion in his quick buy. He commits to it. Like in this situation, you most of the time want to pick up just Maelstrom. This is your way to come back into the game.
Right.
He's sitting at 3,000 net worth. Still think that it could give them some kills, but let's say that he invested into this item slightly earlier. He would survive because of extra HP there. Maybe gets a Jingu, survives another one, gets some extra XP, pushes him closer to level 7. So not committing to these early items early on can be a very bad choice, especially if you go for them later. But looking at the net worth, at Xantic on top of it, with his Ember Spirit, and then Legion Commander. We are still yet to see the duel. Toby has a complete free farm in this bottom lane. No one wants to be there.
Double Bracer, Phase Boots, and going into the Blade now for a Legion Commander. So he'll do what he can. They lost that top tier 1. Blast off right down on a Daibai Lama. They've also got Theocore as well as Hakoda here, but Watson jumping in. They get the kill to Katomi. They'll lose Theocore. 2 dead on the side of D1 Hustlers, and finally Leap's available for Hakoda. They'll use the Astral Step to take up the Courier from this Mirana. And they get 2 kills, and we're even at 6, 10 minutes into the game. Ooh, Aether Remnant lead. Almost.
Entity would play with Legion Commander, but since there's a lot of pressure on Watson, they need to help him out. Toby does have duel available, but where's the follow-up?
Yeah, none here yet, and maybe wanting the techies to have that blast off, but they're just not close enough, so the duel's not going to get him damage, and they only had a little bit of control, but Stormstormer is just too far away. He only had 1 step, and I don't think that was going to get him the range to get in there for an Aether Remnant follow-up.
My favorite, just getting duel, lock him down in place. He's not getting the farm while he's dueled, so that's a positive thing. Neither are you, but
but it's equal, which is okay. I think Toby with this Blade Mail is going to be enjoying life once he grabs this. But go again, Aether Remnant connects. They go to the Global Silence. They've got themselves the blast off with the Blood Grenade, and that is going to be a deaded Xantic again. So he falls mid. Theocore is there to just watch, and Hakoda can't do much either. He's only level 5.
Both supports level 5, while Entity does have Silencer, who just hit level 7. Katomi got level 6 as well from that kill. Let's get some dual damage going. Play with Toby.
Might wait on the next duel to just grab this Blade Mail. Yeah, he had the gold for it. Why not grab it? Some uncontrollable damage that'll come out from D1 Hustlers.
Yeah, Batrider, Ember Spirit's also okay. You duel him on top of Flame Guard.
Yeah.
Juggernaut with the spin. Lasso still not available. In terms of tower damage, Ember Spirit doesn't provide you with much. Daibai Lama also being here with his Centaur Conqueror.
They're coming around.
Also
They're
not
smoked.
providing much, so Entity seems like they want to take this
off.
fight.
Leap in, Starstorm. Toby was looking to maybe get that duel off. They weren't able to get the control there onto the Ember Spirit. If they'd landed the Aether Remnant, they'd probably have the time to get the duel. But unable to get in quickly enough. They found Theocore though. And that should be a dead Bat Rider after all is said and done. Stormstormer getting that kill, and all of a sudden it's 8-6 at the moment in favor of Entity. They don't have a net worth lead, but they are starting to feel themselves a little bit. And they finally picked up this Blade Mail on Toby.
I think I found my answer why Legion Commander is not picked as much. Looks good, dominates the lane, everything checked, everything looking good. But then again, how do you initiate? Because you want to build into Blade Mail. You can't just be, oh, I'll blink in, duel. You're not going to get dual damage unless you're playing with the hero like Skyrat Mage, maybe Techies now that he's level 6. But kind of difficult to find openings. Even though, in terms of heroes that can join, like soak up some of the damage, try to set things up. You have Techies, Void Spirit, Monkey as a position 1, does tend to join relatively early on. But still sitting at 0.
Well, there used to be that extra dual cast range. Get just that extra 100, right?
Yeah, that was
Balance
level 10
strike.
talent before.
Blast off and global. Shad's dead, and you can see Toby coming over
Toby,
like,
he
wait,
wants-
wait,
yeah,
no, please, I want to duel you. No.
It seems like he needed Shaman in this game with Max Shackle and Hex, so he can get close and get that dual damage off.
He's like, I bought phase boots just for this exact moment. Can't get there. So 4-staff Lotus Orb for Techies queued up. I'm still waiting for my Rod of Atos Yules again.
It's too good of a Lotus game again. You're playing into Jug, Batrider, Beastmaster. You throw it onto a target, let's say Void Spirit, who goes in. Even Monkey, like you're not gonna get
Arrow?
bored.
Aether Remnant down,
good one.
Primal Roar used, and there's the kill on a Stormer. They dissipate the storm.
Moonlight Shadow immediately. No global silence to disengage.
Have
Finally,
lasso.
Field Core does have lasso available, but won't be able to find anything. I'm going for the same item build again. Feels like they lack control, lack that first initiation, so going for Blink Dagger.
Watson. He's got that Echo Saber. And what's he getting here? Got himself that Orb of Corrosion you were talking about.
He managed to recover.
That harpoon at some point. You a big fan of harpoon?
Yeah, this item just seems
You think it should be a skill
slightly
shot?
OP. I think it needs mana cost, first of all. Not sure why it's 0 mana. Same for Nullifier. These two items just seem a bit too strong for current Dota, I would say. Like, you don't see Nullifier, you don't see Harpoon being built as much. Sure, like on heroes like Monkey, Slark, Magnus, it seems OP. Maybe I'm missing a hero, probably missing one. Sven is also the one that like loves to buy it, but other heroes not as much. It's still not in OD Meteor Hammer territory, where you're like kind of locked into it. At least in the previous patches.
Harpoon
OD
Meteor
was
Hammer
popular.
builds.
Oh yeah,
That sounds pretty
Sounds
good.
garbage.
Oh.
Battle Fury finally done. Shad is gonna continue to farm up. And same amount of farm as Void Spirit.
Flame
No
break
global
down to the
if they
low
can burst
ground,
him.
and
Arrow
Fishman
catches him.
is gonna die. That was well done. Flame break, low ground, lasso, kill. See you later. 2K net worth it here for D1 Hustlers. And it's looking like Monkey King's gonna be building into this Deso.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And Legion still 0 dual damage, but almost has the blink. Almost.
This is it. This might be it.
Hey, he did get the level 10 talent, so he will be catching up a little bit more quickly with the +8 bonus dual damage if he does get those victories. Wukong's command, Balance Strike, dead is Theo Gore. Watson is going to get a second here. He'll finally die to Exantic, but Stormstormer's in with the Omni Slash. Now bouncing around, they get the kill on a Stormstormer. Blade Fury duel. Oh no, got it! Toby getting the victory. They've got the silence onto this Ember. He's looking to come back around. The Searing Chains as well as the Sleight of Fist. They'll get the kill on a Fishman. Toby can't do anything about that. So a 3 for 3 and
not in that fight.
18 dual damage for Toby?
It was a rough one. Like mid difficulty. If he fed first dual damage and Xantic, he's still not done.
Searing Chains, Blade Mail, and Xantic's gonna get a kill there on a Toby. Shad with the tip. Take the 50 shards.
I count this as ultra kill. In my book, almost a rampage.
Almost
Level
rampage.
14 on Ember Spirit. And he's going into Manta style to be able to dispel. This is going to be really early Manta style. Dispel this Arcane Curse, Global Silence. So you can jump out of the trouble.
Let's see. Can he get another duel here? He's got Blink now, so maybe they're going to work off that, right? Got that duel off the hard, valiantly fought fight. But still 4K down. Davalama, he's just kind of quietly farming. He's got the Helm of the Dominator, Helm of the Overlord coming out in full when the courier delivers that recipe over to him. Ooh, Arrow. Fake hype.
Again.
Well, you know, Arrow is always one of those, like, it either is or it isn't. You're either going to go in or you're not. 50-50. Fake hype, real hype. Ooh, wait,
There's the
duel.
blink duel.
Wait, Mal, look at the damage and the blast off unneeded. I forgot. You're also getting dual damage. You're also getting intelligence now with that level on the glaives. Infinite
scaling lineup. Here we go.
I knew what you were going to say. Arrow again. This time, not fake height. Moonlight Shadow, Astral Step, able to assimilate. And, well, I think the panel was talking about Void Spirit being that hero where it's like, okay, dissimilate, Astral Step away. I'm 2 screens over. Bye-bye.
Yeah, something about Void Spirit other than being universal hero. I have a problem with his level 15 talent. This outer dissimilate ring, this is level 20 talent in my book. It just seems too OP. This was his earlier shard. We moved it to 15, which is, you know, a bit of sus, I would say.
So it's not how you say les balances.
No. And the D1 Hustlers are going to use this opportunity, go inside the Roche pit and take it. Entity not ready to contest.
We've seen this, but we were talking about it before, how it used to be the opposite, right? Team with the net worth lead or the control of the game, they don't end up with the first Aegis, but this time, D1 Hustlers, they've got the net worth lead, and they do have the Aegis now, and they kind of control the fate of the game for the next few minutes or so.
Seems like they caught a glimpse of the Olicorp. We'll use a scan. He went to a different side.
Went to the Lotus Pool. No diving in the Lotus Pool.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's
And back through the Twin Gate. They are identical twins. Actually, I mean, look at the two. Yeah. Identical Twin Gates. Not fraternal. So, Beastmaster, of course, with that
Radiant's middle tower
helm,
is
going
under
with
attack.
the Ancient Black Dragon. Mid lane. Fishman off in the trees. Ooh, Arrow, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, and now Watson thinking about helping out. They'll go Blink. Oh, Manta getting the kill on a Fishman. Ooh. Oh, Manta style. Damn. Going in with the Wukongs, but Diva Llama on the edge of it. Flame Break trying to push him out. They go to the duel. They've got themselves the arrow. They go to the lasso. They might be able to get the duel damage here for Toby, and they do, just barely. Watson trying to survive. The blast off a little bit too late. They look over Katomi. They've got themselves the disarm. Xantic low, surviving. Forced F out of the high ground. There's a Sleight of Fist. Sticky Bomb down at Xantic. Now under the guise of the Moonlight Shadow. They got the kill on the Stormstormer as well, and just TPing away while Toby runs all the way away.
That was a rough fight again for Entity. It's
Just
almost a
duel.
disaster. Like, they are getting some of the kills, but Chad Xantic, he's going ham in a couple of last fights. First, he Manta dodges the duel, so Toby doesn't commit for it, and then gets out of the trouble, kills Fishman. Fishman did have buyback. He's one of the players that is not afraid to buy back, come back into the fight. Had TP available, had Global Silence, but did not want to commit this time.
Maybe feeling that it was too late. All of a sudden, it's an 8,000 net worth lead. And they're still working with this Aegis. They were getting some dual damage, so Toby kind of coming back into it in terms of having that. See how much that'll matter as the time goes by. Initially, they wanted the Ember, but that Manta usage by Xantic looking really good.
And going into Lincoln's next, so another layer of protection against Global Silence, against Duel. He's going to be very difficult to kill. They need to land a Blast Off, Monkey King stun, maybe a Remnant Pull to be able to control him. And he's still holding on to Aegis for another 2 minutes, so will not be dying anytime soon.
Who is Lincoln?
Yeah, who's that guy?
Who's that guy? It ain't Jess. BKB being built here for Monkey King. And I think BKB was being built for Toby as well, yeah. So they'll have a interesting BKB timing. Manta's still being built for Stormstormer.
Watson also doesn't feel like he needs to disassemble Echo Saber. Instead bought an extra Ogre Axe, so we'll get a bit of a later BKB. Still, he packs a punch. If he's inside Wukong's command, he was on the edge of it. They could, like, roar him out of it. Potentially. They could flame break, lasso.
Whew. Just getting away on that one. This should be an easy tier 2 tower, though. Do they even go for the Tormentor afterwards, too, right?
Well, they do have damage, that's for sure. In terms of sustain, they could be caught.
Shadows take us.
Because right now, Entity is not showing many heroes on the map. Stormstormer's on the top.
Yeah, lasso. Lasso used. Stormstormer trying to survive, and there's the Dissimulate as well as the double astral step. They should be able to get the kill there on a Fishman. Flame break. Not gonna be enough, as they do lose the silencer, but global used, and they do end up getting Stormstormer away, which I think is the most important part of that exchange. Watson with 2 charges on this Deso. He's not really. Oh, now he's got the BKB going Shadow Blade. Sorry, go for it.
Could have been a different type of a fight. Hakoda has Lotus Orb for himself, so can remove Global Silence. Multiple heroes have ways of dispelling things, and then you can still go for Searing Chains into Arrow combo, even if they pop Global with Manta plus Lotus. And Xantic holding on to double damage. Aegis is about to expire. They want to take a fight knowing that Global Silence is down.
Chad casually taking this Tormentor by himself, giving Batrider a shard, and there's the Aegis expiring, so Ember Spirit back up to full health, full mana. All the while, the Tormentor on the side of Entity is going to be taken by them as well, so the shard will go to Silencer, so some more scaling. Oh, Arrow.
He found him.
Watson getting killed off. Hakoda getting the credit for that one, and Theocore tipping over to Hakoda. Watson dead 5 times this game. He didn't die once in game 1, but now game 2 has been a much more stressful environment for him. As the lasso is out, the arrow follow-up. Fishman press the attack on him. They go to the duel, but he's pulled away. This is a problem. Fishman trying to help out. The Primal Roar is used, and winner chicken dinner.
Oh god, he got the double.
Oh gosh, 48 duel damage.
Now buy Daedalus right now on Mirana.
Seriously, Kataomi gets chased by a Xantic. This might just be over.
Yeah, after catching Monkey King, they had Deep Observer Ward, which was pointed out from Monkey. He's like, I know that they can see him, and this is the big timing for them. This Helm of the Overlord creep, Inner Beast, they have the spells against Global Silence, and Legion Commander Toby sitting at 64 damage, while position 4 Mirana has 48.
Oh. The double duel. It's a good hack, right? A little life hack for you if you know you can win the duel. Lotus Orb.
Usually you don't want to buy Lotus against Legion Commander.
It worked. Now he's hitting real hard. He's got basically 152 damage. Now a little bit more. The numbers are changing. Sorry, it was 48 before, and now it's 64. Oh, it was 58 before, and now it's 64 or 40. I don't know. The numbers changed. Oh, well, Global Silence and press the attack. Look for the Boundless Strike, but he's stunned up, in some trouble. BKB, but the Primal Roar, they've got the lasso. They get the kill to Watson. He's dead for 53 seconds. Kataomi will fall. Toby with the Blade Mail, the BKB. It's not going to matter. They're called GG. We're going to a game 3, and D1 Hustlers don't have to change their name just yet as they hold on to this series and force it to a third.
They like this name better. Xantic popped off completely. They caught Monkey King way too many times. Like, Legion Commander looked really good on paper, looked extremely good in the laning stage, but couldn't find any duels. And Entity, like, not fighting with Legion Commander because they had to fix Monkey King's lane for like a good 3 or 4 minutes, which didn't allow Toby to get any duel damage, and this mid lane got ganked so many times. Yep. Searing Chains into Arrow combo is going to be always potent, and Beastmaster, you're not forced to go different items, so this time around, Dalai Lama managing to get good timing on Helm of the Overlord, and just snowballing from there.
Yeah, Xantic having a really good game, 12-2-9. I mean, that was a very impressive performance by him, just starting out of the laning phase and really shutting down Stormstormer. So Watson, Stormstormer, not really able to do anything in that game, right? Like, it just felt as though it was a complete turnaround from game number 1. So D1 Hustlers, they get themselves the victory, and it looks all good for them overall. And 25-14, 27 minutes in, and I just, what could have Entity done differently?
Fight around this Legion commander, maybe help out the mid slightly more. Silencer, he looks super strong, but you see every single time there is global silence down, D1 Hustlers immediately moves around the map and wants to get like kill or two. It's like this fight was pretty huge Manta style, because he had such a good timing on it. This was 17-18 minutes Manta style on Ember Spirit. Dodges that duel. Monkey was dishing out some serious amount of damage. He almost bounced him away from Wukong's command, but yeah, difficult fight there for Entity. Techie's also coming in late. Kataomi feels like he needed to be there 30 seconds earlier. There was also one fight top where he was not there.
Yeah, it seems like there was like a second of hesitation for the Techies at times. There was a couple of moments where he just wasn't available in the fights either. And that blast off damage, that extra little bit there is, well, kind of what was needed for them to get a couple of these victories. And you can see a Xantic dive in the base, looking for Kataomi and getting that kill onto the Techies. I mean, this is a complete turnaround in Techies games, right? Like game 1, Techies feel strong, or you feel these performances where Techies just feels like the ultimate hero. And even here, I mean, this is already just down by 20,000 net worth, and what can you really change at this point? There's nothing for Entity to do, and D1 Hustler is kind of trying to prove while they're trying to hold on to that Division 1 spot, right?
Yeah, pretty much. They couldn't hold on to it in the first game. In the second game, they look like a completely different team. Like this aggression, we've seen them pop off in some of their series that they played throughout the DPC, now battling it out to stay in Division 1. This third game is going to be a banger for sure.
Yeah, so it's going to be game 3. It's now a BO1 between these two teams to stay in Division 1. To break it down even further, we've got the gorgeous panel. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Keza. We thought that Entity were going to have the skirmishing ladder. We thought they were going to be more of the aggressive team here, that they would be running around and having that pick-off potential. But my goodness, Hustlers absolutely bit back here, and the Beastmaster having a great build on Davai.
I think Davalama did a very nice switch of this game in understanding that he can go for the helm and like pressure the lane. So they laned very well in the off lane. I think at Xantic on mid, he really popped off, and I like that they played through him in this game. Like Hakoda, he went mid many times, had a lot of chain into arrow connections, and even if they don't connect into kills, it's a lot of damage and like HP damage being dealt to Stormstormer or forcing people to go away. And I was also a bit surprised to see, I feel like as this last pick Legion, which we all thought it was pretty good, and I think I still stand by it, he was maybe moving a bit too much in the early game. Like he was on the bottom of the net worth chart, Chad was just farming bottom, his team was doing good things. Like this is the other side of Hustlers that we want to see, where they're very inconsistent, but when they hit, they're good.
I thought T was going to jump in there. Yeah, it is.
That was a bad point by me, I understand.
No. It wasn't at all. It wasn't at all. Just normally T is just like, yep, what he said, 100%. I fully agree. That consistency coming through. That was the issue for both teams during this season, was that they're both inconsistent, and it's going down to the wire here for who is staying in Division 1. T, you get full honors of picking MVP. 100% all you. Whatever you say goes.
Don't mess it up.
Done. Simple. Yeah. Easy as that. I think Xantic just did not want to go to Division 2. You know, he enters this game, he calls his Mirana to come to the mid lane, they slap up Stormstormer a little bit, he then goes for this Manta second item, which honestly, Manta is a very good item against Legion, because anytime you initiate from the Legion side of things, if there's a Manta, it stops your dual cast. You didn't have to, like, in the brief moment, you know, roll the dice like, which one of the three is it? And then obviously you can't use overwhelming odds to check and then look, because by that point Ember's already gone, right? So yeah, I love the fact that he went second item Manta. He utilized it beautifully. Of course, Silencer helps as well to buy the Manta, but still, S-tier gameplay from Atlantic. If he can replicate this again, then yeah, this game 3 should be incredibly close because
it would be over in 10 minutes if we have another Atlantic Ember. I mean, to be fair, he played really well. I like what he did, not just from gameplay, but also the items, as T is mentioning. He was kind of styling on them in 1-5-2, where like he goes in, then mantas off the global, I think, and also the dual cast, kills the silencer, remnants out. At that point, I felt, okay, he's feeling himself, which is good.
And that's what we need at 100%. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we have to talk about the elephant in the room, this silencer. But for now, think about it, guys. Break, game 3. We'll be ready.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah, Zakir, go.
LCC.
Help Ember.
I'm fine.
Come on.
Kill him without me, man.
GG. Nice game, guys.
Good.
Monkey into bat.
D1 Hustlers up against Entity. Only one team can stay here in Division 1. We only have one slot left. They've taken one game each. Hustlers were able to bounce back very convincingly in game number 2, KheZu. And look, the line that I'm drawing between the two teams of who's losing is the Silencer pick. Maybe Silencer just isn't the support that they think it is. Maybe he's not as impactful in a lineup that, you know, any other support could be.
Blaming the fives, huh? Classic
Hey, I
core
am
player
a post
move.
5. I am a post 5.
You're just a
what
hater.
the heck, man?
Just a hater. Okay,
I'm
let's
a
see.
Silencer hater. I'll say
Silencer.
it. No, obviously there's a lot more things to it, but I'm wondering, why is this? Like, is Silencer really dragging down what a support duo can do in the lineup, or is this more of a Sinister thing, the bigger picture issue?
I mean, Silencer makes your other moves easier as long as, I mean, how do I say it? He's not going to make the move for you, but whichever move you make, he will make it stronger. So therefore, maybe it is not good for these specific teams because they need their 5 players to like, I don't know, be like, okay, we go smoke, let's go. Like when Fishman is playing Disruptor, he's like, let's go. So maybe that's something they miss because I feel even though they do have Silencer last game, what is stopping them from having, you know, Toby smoke up with techies and just killing anyone on the map that they want? I just feel like they ran around a little bit too much, not knowing where to go. And then suddenly it's like, oh, damn, what happened the last 12 minutes?
Yeah, I also think, sorry, go on. Player comparison time.
No, T, you're more important. Please, sir.
Wow, thank you so much. No, I think if you briefly look at the comparison there, it was more, I guess Hakoda often does more on the map, hence why his stats looked a little bit higher. And when you put him on this silencer, it is going to put him in this like weird position. And I wanted to reference, like, Tundra played silencer once in this DPC. They're the undefeated team, right? At least in series.
Okay.
And they picked silencer and pick 18, which means they saw 4 quest heroes to then pick the silencer. They then rounded out the draft with Visage. So it's like the silencer wasn't the we initiate and global. He had layers to him. Like he was playing against a Phoenix, a Techies. It was very like a nice, pleasant game. I think that's how you need to pick silencer. Like if Entity wanted to pick silencer in this game really hard, like they should have picked a flexible hero first, see the 2 heroes, and then silencer after, because then you're not going to like fall victim to some Beastmaster and stuff. So I think the hero is fine. You just need to be very smart of how you pick it, because so far the teams haven't really picked it that well.
Yeah, it's more situational. You don't get to just pick it up like, you know, maybe potentially a random Lich or Techies, where no matter what, it's going to be able to elevate your lanes. We're just in Entity do a first pick. That's what they had in game number 1 when they won Khezu. Do you think that they just know how to draft better for themselves when it's first pick? They have more of an idea and they don't get too caught up in, okay, we have to react, we have to do this, we have to make sure that we've at least got every hero covered.
I think for them it actually depends a lot on what hero they get on first pick. When their opponents hand them Doom, I think it's very easy for you to draft, but I feel like they're a little lost. So let's see their switch up. So they think, okay, what you guys did last game, where you first picked Bad Rider, that was good. So we'll do it as well. The classic, we steal your strat.
Monkey see, monkey do.
Pretty much, that's what DPC is all about. Mag's available. What else?
Bloodseeker. It's pretty much in terms of like first phase bans, the Timber's been consistent, Doom's been consistent, Medusa and Veno. Bloodseeker is kind of like the only one that got banned in the first game, but didn't get picked up in the first phase second game.
Void Spirit's also available for at least D1 hustlers like to rush towards it, but we'll see. I think Entity so far have displayed this Batrider. Actually, have they even played Batrider? I don't think they have.
Hold 2 more seconds.
No, they played it. Oh, they have. No, I've
and then
missed.
lost to Tundra.
It was on the very end of the heroes because I was like scrolling from left to right. I was like, wait. No, yes, they have played it on 2, 3, and
they played it on Stormstormer, Toby, and Kadomi.
Yeah, so they have played it.
So they got that flex.
Mad.
That's right. I haven't seen the best of us.
There's the mag.
Where have they played that actually?
They've played it on only Divine Llama so far.
Okay. I feel like that could be a pretty good Shad hero.
10 seconds.
Because I personally feel that Davai Lama should be playing heroes that don't need to be patient. I want him to play heroes that want to move forward on the map, or you have like a lot of auras for your team, which you can do on Magnus offlane as well. But I think Mag is more of a... you need to see the fine line of when to go, and I think Davai Lama wants to go ham all the time. I think Magnus is not a go in all the time here, but rather like choose your kind of jumpings. And I think Shad is on the flip side. I think he's actually very good at that. But it is flex, so we'll have to see.
2 questions to follow that up for you, Khezu, is one, would you want it to be a similar build as what we saw Watson in game 1? And do you think that having a support, an offlane like Beastmaster will enable everything that he would want to do on that Magnus if it gets through? Because that's what, hustlers have been picking up for Devi a lot this series.
I mean, he'll probably look for a aura builder I think Beast into Morph is not that good because Morph just gets to stand his ground. He loves Lincolns as well, which you don't really play well into, and you don't get to kick him out. So it's one of your lesser nice carry heroes to play into. And item build-wise, I'm a big fan of this Mask of Madness split. That there's a few carry players who do it. I don't think everyone is doing it yet, but it is very strong. And if he ever wants to stand his ground, Satanic is cool, but Entity have got their hands on the Watson Morphling, and I think they were maybe one of the first teams to really showcase this Morph against Mag matchup, and that matchup is incredibly Morphling favored.
Yeah, I mean, so far in the league, the 2 games that he's played, they've won both games on Morphling, and his combined stats are like 27, 1, 19 across the 2 games if you combine them. He is insane when he gets his Morphling. Already, I think it is going to force D1 Hustlers to think about this Magnus, because if it's Mag offlane, Morph most likely will free farm. Because Mag kind of plays the same playstyle as the Ogre, the Underlord style of heroes, where you kind of throw a couple cheap spells, but you're never really going to kill the Morphling.
Yeah.
And if it's a Mag carry, then I feel like it makes the game a little bit harder, because unless you hit that perfect RP, then Morph's always going to be able to disengage, reposition, not going to get as kind of pulled around the fights. So I think this Morph pick really does threaten the flexibility of Magnus.
I'm trying to think for D1 Hustlers moving forward, because I would have liked the Mag carry more, but I think the Morph pick makes it a little harder. I think you need to perhaps shift the win condition a little bit down from your Magnus. So shelving it to like a offlane might be smart. And then, because we'll have to look at some carry-to-carry matchups where Morphling does struggle. I think, generally speaking, some of them are already being banned out with some Faceless Void. He just gets to stand his ground. I think PL is something that has always been somewhat interesting, but there's only, I think Entity are kind of the only team at having also making that hero work.
How do you shut down a Morph in lane? Like, how do you ensure that he's behind before, you're looking for these pickoffs, before there's any like massive rotations occurring on the map T?
Realistically, by not putting Mag in the lane. I think...
Okay.
I mean, that's already number one.
Nice and simple.
No, I think you just want to have heroes that can bully him, click him a lot, and just have consistent pressure against him. And also the right support. So Techie is already kind of halfway down that line of thinking.
Yeah.
Just trying to think of what offlane I'd really want to see, because I think, of course, Darkseer against Morphling is okay for the game, but the lane is atrocious, right? Morph's going to happily free farm, so you wouldn't want to pick that. But
holy cigar.
Go for the very old school AA pick. I mean, this hero, honestly, I'm seeing a lot of pro players have good win rates with this hero in pubs, but it's just not really gravitated towards the pro scene. Because with your Vortex doing the damage now, naturally, and having to buy Shard, you go for some like 1-3-1 build or maxing your Vortex by level 7, you're really potent in a very skirmishing meta, because it's like damage amp, it's slow, it's damaging itself, cancelling blink. So I think AA is actually very underrated, and it can fall victim to Beastmaster in lane at least, but the game...
It's like the same as Silencer in a way. It's like they can do so much in the game, they're just a little volatile earlier on. But I like the AA pick, even though it's a hero we haven't seen much before. I think every hero kind of has its purpose in the game. I think if I'm D1 Hustlers, I would actually... This is a Chaos Knight or a Wraith King game. I think they're very traditional when it comes to laning with AA. I think you would like to have a second guy that goes in that would allow your offlane mag to be kind of fine. That's something I would like. And when it comes to Entity, to help Watson out in this matchup, I'm probably going to want to see another hero in this game that can go in. Right now, I think Beast is decent. It's going to make the AS game annoying. You're going to see him with Vision. You have Bad Rider going in, but you need to make these fights like very easy for Watson. Like if he has to go in always and like show his face, or D1 Hustlers get to dictate the fights, if he gets Ice Blasted, this hero ain't going to deal damage. Otherwise, he's going to die. So it's on them to create a condition of team fighting where he can dodge it or see it coming.
That's why I still think Naga in this position is going to be... I called it in the previous game, didn't see it. I think I'd like to call it again now, because the downside, I think, of Morphling as a carry is unless you do some, actually do the CK. They actually go for it. That's hype. But all right, damn, they are going for the killer concept.
Yeah,
Very
I think
Pog Kezu.
I think it's good for the lane. First of all, CK has always been good against bees because you get to keep your HP high. He relies on chip damage. You get the kills, which actually nowadays you can do with Naga too. So I don't think that call is bad. But I do like a secondary hero to... They probably value the fact that you have a bit more aggressiveness early on and like a secondary jump as opposed to just trying to play off the map. But yeah, good pick for them, I think.
It kind of puts them in a position where if Mag is the off lane here, they know that Morph should do pretty well. So they need a lane that actually gets kills and can prevent the timing. Because I guess if Beastmaster was to farm, or at least trade farm, or have whatever he wants, then not only is Morph farming, Beast is farming, and then it's just going to like offset everything from D1 Hustlers. So yeah, I actually kind of prefer the aggressive pick that they went for in the end.
Okay.
What's the Xantic pick now?
Yeah. I'm kind of looking at like what both of them even want. So Entity needs to go first, and it's probably a Kataomi hero. Is there something we can pick for them that helps this Beastmaster get through the lane and not just get like CK stunned into AAQ into lose like 80% HP?
Yeah, Shadow Demon's the hero that you're describing here, right? You just
kind of
disrupt the, because like this combo is very simple, right? It's the stun into cold feet, you die. So if you can ever disjoint either of those stuns, the whole lane kind of crumbles. So I think SD is pretty high up. Also taking CK clones feels pretty good. So yeah, I think that'd probably be the route that I'd take.
I mean, unless they want to put Bat 4. I mean, the bans are good from D1 Hustlers, I think.
Yeah.
It's kind of the... I feel like Bad Rider doesn't really... He flame breaks people away, but I think Entity are probably happy to put it mid with their bans as well, if I'm kind of just looking at it. Unless they now feel like, okay, they banned these 4s, I can't see anything better, whatever, I'll flame break them.
So I think there could be some like Spear Breaker for the body and just charge through disjointed that way. Or you go for some like Pugna style route where you just decrep on so CK can't click you. Sure, a magic spells will still hit you, but it's still not enough to warrant a kill. Wow, they're actually just going to go for the kill approach. Okay.
Okay. So it's like more the aggressive approach.
Yeah.
You need to definitely be on your toes in this lane as Skyref, otherwise you're the one that's feeding.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm kind of a little bit surprised by it, right? It's like you either go like 3-0 in laning phase, or you're like 0-4 despair mode and hoping that your mid just makes plays for you.
Okay, Xantic, you have 20 seconds, bro, and you need to bang out a banger pick. He's not gonna pick Kunkka. Okay.
I was gonna say we're still in the pool. I was like Amber Puck.
Yeah.
He's got the confidence on it. Why not?
I mean, sure. Again, like to give context, you lose this series, you go to Division 2, you have horrendous seeding for TI qualifiers. Like this is
just
the
have fun.
Worst
just
game
enjoy it.
Yeah, have fun and don't lose.
No pressure.
Just a lot of pressure.
Absolutely none.
Absolutely everything on this.
I'm trying to make them feel better, all right? Like sometimes when you're in despair mode.
Leaking something?
No.
Yeah, I think we're leaking actually.
No. But I'm just saying, sometimes you got to look at it and you go, hey, this could be the last game that we play in Div 1. It's been an amazing tour. We've had a lot of fun. We're still a great 5-stack. There's still the future of TI ahead of us. Let's enjoy it. You popped off on Ember in game number 2. You could do it again in game 1. Let's pick up some comfort. We got some meta. This is a strat we know that works. Who cares what Entity are going to try to do? We can shut it down, Kezu.
Yeah, I agree. And hopefully they're listening right now in 6 minutes. Maybe they have the speakers blasting in the room so they know that you're cheering them on. Okay, I like the AA pick into Morph, but I still feel like a lot of this game comes down to the safe lane. If CKAA get to feed off of Beast and Sky, I think they're in for a good shot. Otherwise, I prefer Entity, Stormstormer. He's going to lasso some noobs into his team and easy game.
Yeah. What's a Morphling? Like, that's exactly what you want. In like this situation, this is like the hero to go for. And it's like you have Ember, probably not killing a Morphling off. CK can in the early to mid game. If Morphling overcomes that hurdle, perfectly fine. So yeah, I'm going to lean Entity just for the Watson factor.
The Watson.
Yeah, look,
Watson.
you kind of sold me. Oh my god, you kind of sold me on that one, T. But it's game number 3. It's our last game for Western Europe Tour 3, and we've got some 2 amazing casters for it. It is Benjamin Copperman and Lacoste.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Game 3. Will it be the good draft, or is Nat was saying Friendship that is going to win this game together? And I'm hoping Friendship. That's plus 80% in my eyes, right?
Power of Friendship. Ooh, I prefer a stronger draft rather than having a good Friendship. We'll have to see. One thing is for certain.
Can I get a new cast there? Thank you.
There's
if
there's one thing, whoever loses this series, the roster doesn't stay the same. It's just how Dota, at least Pro Dota, works. But we'll have to see. I want to see this, like, I definitely didn't expect CK to be picked up. They went with Ancient Apparition route against the Morphling, which is a good counter. The question is, can you execute? In terms of stuns, you have CK stun, RP, need to be careful with the skewers. Techies with a stun could be set up for it. AA. Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble here.
Glimpse back, might just give up first blood, and Might turns into Storm on this Bat Rider, getting the kill there on the Hakoda and taking out the Ancient Apparition. I know the feeling. Know the feeling all too well. You're just trying to be a good sport.
Getting that first blood. Exactly what you need. Like, this is, besides Invoker, probably his best hero, I would say. He kind of was carrying the team. Previous DPC Tour 1 as well, on the wings of this hero. And does have bottle already, so starting with the Flame Rig just to secure the kill. We're probably gonna see point in Firefly, more points in Sticky Napalm as well for some last hitting.
Fishman needing some harassment in this top lane. That definitely feels like it could be a kill lane here for D1 Hustlers if they're able to line up the skills, right? Level 2, a Skewer, Shockwave, get yourself a Blast Off going in with the Sticky Bomb. We'll have to see, as level 2 for the Bat Rider ends up being that Sticky Napalm you're talking about.
A lot of stickies.
Yes, very sticky in here. You know, when you step on a sticky floor and you just feel your shoes kind of, you know? That's what it feels like in this game right now. Yeah. Cold feet. Freezing them over. That's a good feeling if you're an Ancient Apparition. Rare that it happens when you're able to keep these heroes controlled with cold feet early on.
You need some kind of a slow, some kind of a stun. And putting a point in Reality Rift, Chet, very low on HP. Kataomi, gotta get out of the trouble. Uses that concussive shot, needs to be extremely careful in this lane. One step too close and he's gonna die. Watson doesn't have Bayform.
Shockwave, Sticky Bomb.
Still gonna survive through all of that harassment.
Surviving for now and shifting. Looking for the Sticky Bomb. Ooh.
Have been denied.
From downtown, ooh, Fishman now. Shockwave, Skewered, Glimpse. That's going to be back under the tower. Fishman's going to die here to Theocore. Adaptive Strike. Watson now chases after the Techies, who will fall to Fishman at the end of the day.
Good trade for Entity. Morphin getting some solo XP. Fishman getting the kill.
Searing Chains, the Sticky Napalm, the burn, and Stormer.
Had Fairy Fire available, didn't pop it. He thought that it's not going to make a difference.
Kinetic Field, and Theocore throws a Sticky Bomb over, and they're still going to get a kill here on the Magnus. Entity already 1,000 net worth ahead, and lane's kind of crumbling a little bit for the side of D1 Hustlers.
That's why I said it's a good trade. And Shad also in trouble.
Yeah, he's dead, and they look at Hakoda too. Toby freezes over, but it's not going to matter. They blast off on a Watson top, but there's nothing to follow that up. They've given him a healing Lotus, and it's just kills on kills right now. And Llama, he knows how to count up. Ends up counting to the point where he doesn't get sent back to base.
Stormstormer, look at how aggressive he's playing. Ancient Apparition will TP, but this is AA. I'm going to cancel it in the end with almost no HP and no mana whatsoever, so couldn't even help him out. He was not TPing from base to refill his bottle. He doesn't even have a bottle at the moment. Playing into this matchup, you want to look for boots instead. And lanes are crumbling for D1 Hustlers. CK, not a hero that catches up fat. Like, he doesn't have this insane farming tool. He's not Sven Terrorblade. He needs to be in the lane. This hero just doesn't jungle. Also, his Chaos Strike got heavily nerfed in 7.33. Critical lifesteal from creep is now reduced by 50%.
Ooh. That's not fun. Anything less by 50% feels really bad. Fishman and Theocore just having a little bit of a back and forth fight. Pekkies does real damage these days, but not enough to get a kill. Has that level 2 of the sticky bomb and still kind of sticking around here over mid. So is Fishman, and we'll see if maybe one of these heroes can get a kill on each other. Stormstorm and Xantic looking mid and blast off onto the TPing out Fishman. Sticky bomb, the right clicks. Maybe Theocore doesn't want to commit to this, and there's the glimpse off to the side. Thought maybe he'd want to go. It looked like a kill for sure. Xantic now, again, Stormstormer just playing so aggressive under the tower. The sticky nade bomb stacking up 4 times, 5 times, and it's the 5 time sticky nade bombs Ember that's going to die here. The Stormstormer.
And he's level 6.5, Ember Spirit level 5, so with 6-minute rune, he could go potentially for another kill halfway through his Boots of Travel into BKB this time around. Stormstormer, like, he had some, I would say, bad performances because he set the bar pretty high for himself. He was the mid laner that was kind of carrying Entity, I would say. It was all, if he's having a bad time, Entity did struggle in a lot of their games, but had not the easiest tour, I would say. And now, dominating this matchup. Yeah, also forcing Techies to get close, which is not gonna do anything. He needs a support to be able to secure the rune for him.
And that is rough for Xantic. Just 5 stacks of sticky napalm, making things very, very tough. Concussive shot and an arcane bolt. Dakota on the run now. They've got 3 heroes around. Sticky Bomb and Sleight of Fist Searing Chains, while Dalai Lama is going to end up dead. Kotomi is going to die before he freezes over. They finally double up the kill score, but it does cost them. Dalai Lama over top.
Lanes are bleeding too much for D1 Hustlers. Not sure how you're going to be able to fix this because, like, mid's not going well, so you need to fix the mid lane. Then they make a rotation on the top lane. Suddenly you see Fishman on this mid lane trying to get a kill on level 5 Ember Spirit. Fishman dies in the end.
Yeah, Theocore getting the kill, and they've got the Flame Break, but now Cold Feet, Searing Chains. There's the turnaround on the Stormstormer that they wanted. They get that kill. They look over for the Skywrath Mage. And all of a sudden, D1 Hustlers.
Ooh, he was thinking. Stormstormer was like, do I go in? But I also want to get my bottle refilled. Got his bottle refilled in the end. Wish granted. The problem is that he died. Toby, as soon as he hits that level 6, it opens up the kill on CK with just 1 rotation. Probably going to be Kataomi moving to the bottom lane. Enough slow with 1 concussive, 1 blood grenade. Should grant him a kill. Like, Stormstormer's here, actually.
Interesting. Smoking and looking
Solo
for
smoke.
Shad.
Knows exactly where
They've got a
is.
TP coming in. 2-second stun and Flame Break, yeah, but there's the Reality Rift into the lasso. Cold Feet freezing over. Fishman's here. They're chasing Shad. They want the vision to get this glimpse back. Toby's also going to lose his courier while they're chasing on this. Axe is thrown again. Shad throws a stun, knowing that he's dead. They do get that kill, and these supports on the side of D1 Hustlers can't really help out. Flame Break, Glimpse, and, well, Primal Roar was used. The Core is going to die.
Stormstormer making his life painful. Not much he can do about this one.
Yeah, Hakoda's going to die as well. All of a sudden, it's really just stacking up. This is becoming a big problem, as D1 Hustlers already down 4,000 net worth.
This is also going to open up the tower. CK, he's going to run to the lane. Doesn't want to TP there because he could die immediately if supports are not there. Also, there's a big difference what Ancient Apparition brings to the table when he's level 5 and when he's level 6. So needs to get that level 6 somehow.
What are you already? 10-4. Stormstormer just getting those boots of travel. Just about. They smoke up here on the side of D1 Hustlers, but And they could get a couple of kills here. Searing Chains, Cold Feet, maybe they could get it going. But down this much already, it feels a little bit of an issue at this point. They're not going to find this Beastmaster.
They just smoked underneath the Observer ward, so Hakoda will deward it. They wanted to get the kill on Ancient Apparition, so he gets that level 6, and then they could threaten a kill on Watson. Before that, they can't really do much. Watson. Glimpses available, but deepens are coming in.
He has the mana for RP. That's a 2-man RP, but everybody's here for the side of Entity. Mystic Flare is down. Davalama ends up dead. They blast off Cold Feet. That's going to be Stormstormer freezing over. Sleight of Fist is in, but it's Antic hit with the Blood Grenade, and he is looking to slight and survive. They go and have Watson now behind the tier 1 tower, but doesn't matter. Xantic ends up dead. They've got the glimpse back on Theo Akor. This is looking like both Hakoda as well as Theo Akor are going to die. Stormstormer, though, going to TP instead. He's looking to go bottom while they'll continue to get the kill on Theo Akor. They look over bottom. They've got the lasso. Shad's going to die. Stormstormer in between two heroes on the side of D1 Hustlers. I'll TP bottom. It's fine. I'll get a lasso. I'll get a kill onto CK. Like, that is watching the map intently.
How do they fix this? It's just too many kills given away early on. Ancient Apparition still level 5. Like, we have all experienced this. Techie is as well level 5. While you have Disruptor level 6, so he can be going for these kills with Static Storm. Same goes for Skyret Mage. Oof, they need to recover in the jungle somehow, but Ember, they've been playing really well with the Xantix Ember Spirit in the previous game. This time around having a much more difficult game. Like, I see this Maelstrom wants to be able to scale. If he dies one more time, I think you need to change your item build. You might need to go for a BKB, but then again, you are playing into Roar, into Lasso, so this will not be the protection. I'm just thinking because you do have Empower to play with, so there's going to be damage. This is your, like, farming tool as well. Playing into Skyret Mage, 2 points in Ancient Seal, and here it comes. They're just gonna clean up every single time they catch a bit of vision on one hero, it immediately dies.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big issue that D1 Hustlers are gonna eventually have to deal with, if not just, well, not deal with it and lose this game pretty quickly, because the net worth is spiraling out of control. Top of the net worth, all three at the top right now are all Entity heroes. Toby's been untouched over bottom. He's 3-0-2 and going for that. Vlad's eventually the Helm of the Overlord. Oh, what do you... It just... Xantic wants a Maelstrom, but he's got that Orb of Corrosion. You're not even level 6 on Hakoda yet. Like, things are just going so poorly for D1 Hustlers.
Yeah, Hakoda has been level 5 for good 3-4 minutes. Can't find an opening. They can't get a kill. So right now, he's leeching any kind of XP he can find.
Xantic. Be fine. At least for now. Techie's finally hitting that level 6, so he does have those proximity mines to start farming with, or putting down to hurt these heroes if they go in. We saw TK, and I feel like he's my big example on this, on being able to use that blast off, drop down 3 mines, and do quite a bit of damage when they've got the combo going off. But it doesn't look like D1 Hustlers are interested in fighting anytime soon.
It's gonna be Entity with the smoke, looking for kills again. Shield Rune available on Stormstormer. Will pop it off immediately. So extra 700, almost 800 HP on Bad Rider.
Yep, lasso, easy kill. Stormstormer's got another one. Like you said, he's working with the Shield Rune here, has so much health. And D1 Hustlers have to get out of here.
He's also a type of a player that wants to join some of these earlier fights. Goes through the Twin Gates. If the team is also making a move, he will gladly join them. And also, so many good targets he can turn into. Ember Spirit, Searing Chains, maxed out. So that's way to control him as well. They do have decent amount of control, but still, that's going to be some extra. You turn into CK with Aghanim Scepter. Later on, stealing his stats. Turn into Magnus, have Empower for yourself. Deal 400 damage per hit. Things are looking really good for Entity now.
So D1 Hustlers, they were smoked up. They were trying to get maybe a Searing Chains into an Ice Blast Cold Feet combo to get a kill. They don't find anybody, though. Now they'll start to attack this tier 1 tower top, but glyphed up. Maybe Entity can react to this. Actually gonna go over mid. Kill a core. A couple of mines exploding, not doing a lot of damage. They've got the glimpse into the kinetic field. There's the Ancient Seal, so no blast off. Another kill here onto the techies. These mines not really doing much damage to them, and they don't really care that they've hit a couple. But there's the Remnant in, Searing Chains, Ice Blast, Stormer. He'll die here. That's the combo they were looking for, but the Ancient Seal, the Mystic Flare, the damage with the Arcane Bolt, they get the kill on Xantic. They turn it around with the supports. Waveform over. Hakoda stayed too long. They've got the glimpse to pull him back, and Ancient Apparition's gonna die as well.
Phylactery on Kataomi, Ancient Seal, 6-second duration. Ember Spirit is gonna suffer. Like, he does have Mithril Hammer. I'm really glad that he bought Mithril instead of Javelin on Ember, because he can still turn it into BKB if he dies like one more time. You're playing into a lot of magic damage. Like, these glimpses could really hurt. One Ancient Seal is gonna be enough to kill you.
You can see how quickly the supports can get that kill. Or really, just how quickly Skywrath Mage can get that kill. That early Phylactery.
He's level 10 almost on Skywrath Mage.
He's got almost as much farm as Xantic does, too. That's how bad the game is going at the moment.
Magnus in this game thinks that Blink Dagger is the way to start the fight. And I kind of agree with it. I don't think you can afford to go Echo Saber, Harpoon, just farm it up. Other lanes are not doing as hot. Maybe they can land some sick RP on Watson with AA Blast. He's very close.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Might need a third hero here as well.
Yeah, you're going to want that extra bit of damage. I don't know if it's going to be enough to kill off this Morphling, but they've got some help here as Watson, he's nearby with Fishman and Kataomi. Making a jump if you're the side of D1 Hustlers feels kind of ill-advised. It's already just 16 minutes into the game, a 10,000 net worth lead for Entity, who are going in a Roche. So a 16-minute Roche. And maybe there's a reaction here from D1 Hustlers. They do have that blink into an RP, but they've scanned, they're checking, and they know that, well, at least for the moment, nobody's coming because the scan doesn't connect.
It's too
but
late.
with Kataomi there,
they don't have a read on it. Gonna go for a different move. Maybe find Stormstormer, but Stormstormer BKB is available if he gets it before like Mag initiates with RP. Let's see. He could be able to survive in this one.
Blink, RP, Ice Blast, and another kill on a Stormstormer. The biggest issue right now is, yeah, you're killing Stormstormer, but he's not your biggest threat, nor will he be as this game goes on. You've got Watson building an Ags, and once he picks that up, I think it's off to the races for him. And with this Aegis, he's going to certainly secure some farm to make sure that he gets there. And Mystic Flare dropped down again, but not getting that kill onto the Ancient Apparition just yet. Hakoda backs off. The Ice Blasts have been all right. They're going to glimpse back Theo the core, but again, not quite having the extra control to get that kill.
Ice Blasts have been on point because he only used 2 or 3 so far. 17 minutes into the game, it's not enough, especially when you play against hero like Morphling. So Entity does have this big timing now with Helm of the Overlord creep, Manta style Morphling. They can't really defend towers, so Entity can move across the map, kill all the tier 2 towers without too many casualties.
All the while, you've had CK try to farm. Armlet, Echo Saber, BKB next, like similar position to the Wraith King we saw earlier today. Where it just is not going to feel like it's enough.
They know something is up. Mines are being picked up. There were like 4 or 5 mines getting off in the last couple of seconds. Stormstormer TP's in aggressively in front of Teolicor. He's thinking about maybe going for a kill. Look at how aggressive Entity is at the moment. They plant down this Observer Ward, which is gonna... This Observer Ward is gonna get them at least 2 kills, I would say.
With where D1 Hustlers have to farm, yeah, I think you're right. They have to be in this outer ring for a majority of the farm that they're looking for, and if Alpha catches one hero, I think you're more than paid off on a free ward.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Naomi losing his courier, so Vision and a token dying out, and they're already looking to push the high ground. They want to go in.
Well, you guys don't want to go inside your base. We will go for the high ground. They do have Ancient Thunderhide, Manta Style, and Watson. Forced to use a glyph.
Dire's top tower is
They've got a
under
Hawk
attack.
up here, looking to scout some Vision out. As Bat Rider doesn't have a Blink Dagger, but...
It's coming on the courier.
Yeah, it's on its way. Yeah, they can wait it out if they really want to. They've got the Thunderhide. They can push this creep wave in. They'll try to clear it up with just the supports who are holding onto this bottom tier 3 in the set of racks to hope that their cores can get a little bit of farm. But it seems like a bit of a pipe dream here. They're still working with this Aegis. That'll draw him in. They'll get that. Now can they get more? They'll look over Ice Blast, RP, and they got him. Watson. They didn't even try to help him. They just
Nicely
TP'd
done.
out.
Power of Magnus. Magnus techies. They go for the skewer, kill him off instantly, take Aegis off, and then the Vi Llama lands a really nice RP. Doesn't get the chance to use Waveform. And AA Blast hits. AA Blasts have been on point. It's just that we don't see much fighting.
Yeah. Nothing really too long range, though, right? Like, it's just been... Oh, he's right here. It's hard to miss when it's point blank. Lasso. And the concussive shot. Ancient Seal with a Mystic Flare. Stormer gets credit for the kill on a Theo Core.
Entity
So good there.
can wait it out until next Roshan respawns. In the meantime, can go for Tormentor, and now Watson picked up the XP rune. We'll push him closer to that level 15. So extra morph duration. With that act is gonna be pretty damn good. As we already discussed, there are so many good targets he can turn into, but most likely gonna be turning into CK. To steal his stats. Magnus stats, not the most important stats to be stolen. If he feels that he needs to be dealing more damage, then Magnus is gonna be his choice.
I like this Ice Blast shard upgrade.
Yeah, it's a good one, especially when you have Cold Feet maxed out. It's only for half of the duration, 60%, okay? It's not half, but still good.
Yeah, so about like 1.5 seconds. 1.5-ish, 6-ish. Something in that general 60% range. So all of a sudden, not all of a sudden, a little bit over time, they're pulling down the entity net worth. It was a little bit higher. Now it's starting to come back down. Can D1 Hustlers kind of farm back into this game? Truthfully, Shad's got a good amount of farm, and Ember's getting back there with this Maelstrom.
Considering Shad is 0-3-1, this lane didn't go too well for them. He managed to catch up, farming with Empower. BKB is now available, bringing in another Ogre Axe to have that explosive damage. Maybe they can catch Morphling one more time with RP. This is relatively, I would say, hard lineup to execute from D1 Hustlers. You miss RP, you miss Ice Blast, you lose team fight. There's no way you're winning it. Another early gem picked up. It's gonna be Ed Zantic holding it. The Holy Core bought it this time around. Wants to kill the Hawk so that they have better jump. Let's see, smoke. If they're gonna be able to find anything.
Shad looking for a Blink Dagger, by the way, and a shard. These heroes are over bottom. You know that they could get this kill with the Ice Blast if they've gotten the numbers. You don't exactly need Shad if it's a one pick off, but Entity's sticking together and they're going to smoke up as well.
Is under attack.
So Philly Stone for the Ancient Apparition, who is building a Blink Dagger, interestingly enough.
You talked about point blank. If you're close enough, you can't miss it. So maybe he wants to keep the distance, just play with Magnus. Not sure if he wants to commit to it, but if he wants to like cast it instantly, blink in, Ice Blast, on top of Morphling, should
well, now that it's got the shard, you're getting that extra bit, right? Like
yeah,
you don't mind being in
stun.
there. As an Ancient Apparition, you kind of understand, like, hey, I don't have a lot of life, I don't have a lot of armor, I'm probably gonna die, but if I get an Ice Blast off, that gives me some cold feet. Maybe the control is there where the rest of my team can handle the rest. So, mine's starting to explode. Entity, they are in deep. Or are they in too deep? They're going to try and keep this advantage.
That's a Sum 41 reference if I ever heard one.
Retired band. Minute on this Roche respawn. I could see D1 Hustlers with the way they're playing. If they get a pick off, like, find yourself right into the Roche pit, like, could be nice. A lot of TPs towards top. Whoa. Entity. Full Power Ranger TPs to the top lane.
Roshan.
Yeah.
On Dire's side. It's nighttime, so everybody going through the gates. Let's see, Hakoda trying to set up some vision here to see, but the only thing he's gonna find is Dino, and maybe he's dead. They're gonna catch a glimpse of him.
Blink in and skewer. Static Storm committed. They've got the lasso onto the Ancient Apparition, and he's gonna survive for a little bit longer. He doesn't have buyback, so if he wants to get an Ice Blast off, he's got to do it now, and that's gonna be out of the Skywrath Mage to get the kill on the Dive Llama as well as Hakoda. They're looking over as they'll take out Kataomi. This is Shannon in the backlines with the BKB.
He's pinging it out.
By Xantic, and Manta blast off. The control, is it enough? Watson with the waveform away. They've got themselves a kinetic field up. Turns into the CK, throws a Chaos Ball, 2-second stun onto Xantic. He'll drop the gem. They focus their attention on Theo Agor. This will be a 4th dead on D1 Hustlers. They almost had a good fight, but almost only counting in horseshoes and hand grenades and not in the game of Dota 2.
Yeah, Ancient Apparition, this was a very risky move from Hakoda, going there to plant vision. You're playing against Beastmaster. He clips Watson. I think Watson would have died if he had another second, maybe 2 of that Ice Blast duration. But he turns into CK, and CK is just like not a hero. He has minus 20% stats, minus 40% status resistance. So all of these stuns are gonna last long enough. You don't have enough damage to come in, and now Morphling holding on to Aegis, does have cheese available that he passed on to Beastmaster. That's why I said it's very difficult to execute. If you misuse your Ice Blast, and this is the target that they're gonna be looking to kill. It's the only hero that Watson is afraid of. Doesn't care too much about this chip damage, right click from CK, Magnus, or Ember Spirit.
They're gonna go and get Xantic. Woo! Remnant away. Just barely. Now Stormstormer passed over a gem.
Radiant are scanning.
Nobody else holding one, and you can see Kataomi's like nearby. He's looking for a Blink Dagger too. Beastmaster getting those Ags, those drums of Song, the Mystic Flare, the Arcane Bolt will hit, and they'll salve him up. So look at that. Little bit of health he gets back with that salve. Trying to get a Lotus Orb out on this Techies, but not farming nearly as well as we've seen Techies in the past games farm. Not a lot of places for him to go, especially when the cores are trying to be the ones who are getting a comeback of some point in terms of their net worth.
Yeah, he's trying to get some farm, take the outpost so they can TP to it with some buybacks, potentially. Another lasso.
This is on Hakoda.
It's gonna be pretty much one job for Stormstormer. Try to find this Ancient Apparition and take him out every single time. Usually you want to take out some higher priority targets, some kind of a core hero.
BKB, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, but the rest of Entity's coming over. He was looking for a high five, but you played yourself. Said Xantic dying again. And right up onto the high ground. And this is 40 seconds without the Ember, right?
Yep, no buyback available on him. Let's see if Watson's gonna be more careful this time around. Ancient Apparition again, he's pinging it out.
Sticky Bomb. Chaos Bolt, 2-second stun. Limps now onto the CK. Kinetic Field doesn't get up in time, but they've got the Reality Rift. Now can they control up Watson? Cold Feet, Reality Rift, BKB, and they're skewering them back into the base. So Watson now with not a lot of mana to play with, but they got the tier 3 tower dead up top.
Ancient Apparition knows if he misuses that Ice Blast,
they just
Scent of Barracks is gone. Might even lose a tier 2 tower on top of it. So you need to be certain that you're gonna hit it.
Lasso. Lotus Orb not enough,
Late
and
Lotus.
now Daimyo Llama. Well, yep, there's that Ice Blast. It doesn't really do anything.
Radiant's top barracks has
It's a
That's
level 1
Ceterax.
ulti. So 60-second cooldown on Ice Blast. Mid lane, at least it's pushing in. There's a couple of mines in the base, but seems like it's not enough. Entity still wants to take a fight. Shad sending out the illusion on the mid lane to push it even further away.
Can't find any openings.
Dire's middle tower.
And like you said, once they use that Ice Blast and don't land it on anything, they're not going to get much more out of the fight. They desperately need that Ice Blast. Really feeling like the only way they're able to kill off this Morphling. Granted, he had the Aegis, so killing it once with Ice Blast may not even have been enough. Watson's chasing. They're looking for this Ember. It's Xantic. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, a TP attempt. He's in the trees, the axes, and just escapes.
Watson knew exactly where he's going to try to TP from. Already used his Remnants, had one coming out of cooldown. Shad. Dangerous territory. Let's see a bait with illusion that Stormstormer just picked up, pretending that like, I'm so stupid, I don't know how fog works, but for a couple of seconds, let's see. Yeah, the mines are gonna reveal it.
Oh no. All these mines just getting exploded by not heroes. RP though, Lasso to turn that around. They're gonna bring Shad in. They're trying to get the Kona Watson. They'll drop down the Static Storm. They've got themselves a silence on the Shad with the BKB being popped by a lot of these heroes on the side of D1 Hustlers. They bought back up Stormstormer.
Hakoda, he's trying to time it.
And can they get it right? They already got the kill on the Shad though. That's a big issue.
They got him.
And yeah, they're gonna get the kill on the Watson. They'll take him out. 70 seconds. No buyback without Shad. They're able to pull this off a little bit. Searing Chains, the silence, the seal getting reflected back onto Kataomi, but they've got the control. They get the Kono at Xantic even without their Morphling.
At one moment, Watson was like, oh man, I screwed up. I can't see him, and he knew that Aegis is gonna run out, so didn't commit. But Hakoda holding on to Ice Blast for a very long time, manages to land it. They do get a kill, but in the end, they're gonna lose probably another set of barracks unless buybacks come in, and Ember will be the one who's forced to use it. It's pretty chill now for Entity. They can take another fight, but we'll need to kill Ancient Apparition. Hakoda will keep the distance with Blink Dagger Force Staff. He has one job, hit it on Morphling. Don't ever use it on anything else.
Yep. Now it's level 2. It's got a little bit of a shorter cooldown. And he's got himself a quickening charm, so 45 seconds instead of the 60 that it was. So, what can you do? Try and hold on to this Div 1 spot. Pray, hope, maybe?
Yeah, send the thoughts and prayers their way because that seems like they need it. They desperately need it.
Yeah,
Dobby's having a blast of a game on Beastmaster, has Crimson Guard, Pipe, Drums going into BKB next. He's has 4 massive items at the moment. Xantic, BKB, already popped. Wow.
Lasso. Oi. Oh no. Now they're going to maybe get the turnaround. Arcane Bolt gets turned around. They get the Cold Feet. They've got the Blast Off. They get the kill to Kataomi. And now they're going to TP in this Beastmaster. Toby not going to go and fight. He's just going to look to farm and be there just in case they need him. But getting a kill on the Skywrath Mage is quite nice.
Nice play there from Stormstormer. Blinked on top of Remnant instantly, gets the lasso, but they did lack damage, and Lotus Orb comes in. Then you don't have that silence. Still, holding the high ground against techies. Mag on the team. Gotta be careful. We've seen them use the first Aegis not very effectively, so Entity will wait it out, wait for this third Roshan.
D1 Hustlers can some way get their hands on that. Would be pretty crazy.
Techies got the shard for free, always feels nice. So, some extra damage on that reactive taser.
Could they potentially go for the other one? 2 minutes on Roche, pretty long. Gives an opportunity for Ancient Apparition to get some more levels if you could get to this level 3 on the Ice Blast. Obviously, that's not going to happen that quickly, but having a short cooldown and getting that Shatter Health threshold higher. Just kind of hoping, right?
For now, keeping a buyback available. Bought the gem. We'll have buyback in 70 gold. They don't know about Roche respawn. It's gonna be Entity again with Hawk inside the pit on Dire's side, so forcing D1 Hustlers to make a move.
They're going up and around. Can they sneak this all the way?
Let's see who gets a better initiation here. Watson hiding until Ancient Apparition shows, then he's gonna join a fight. Pop his BKB, turn into CK, steal his stats.
Look at where he's at. He doesn't want to put himself in a danger at all, like you said.
He got protection. Lincoln Sphere this time is available.
And they find the vision on anybody.
A tool to teach.
Sobs. It sees them. Reactive Taser trying to take out some vision. Will do just that. He's got the Lotus Orb. The Static Storm is down with the Flame Break hitting out of the Techies. Is Techies who you really want to be going for at the moment. They get the kill on the Theocore. Doesn't have buyback. And there's a gem on the deck. Blink in, Lasso hits the Magnus. They've got the silence. Look at the damage. Mystic Flare, that's a second. They don't have buyback on that Mag either. And BKB to TP out. I mean, that is not what you want as D1 Hustlers. You were trying to find yourself the right positioning to go and get Roche, and instead you lose 2 heroes.
Yeah, look at that positioning from Hakoda. He's hiding. Ooh. He's in the corner of the map, trying to land some really sneaky Ice Blast. Watson didn't show in the previous fight at all. Like, if we check the recap, he dealt 0 damage until they saw Ancient Apparition. He's like, I'm not doing anything.
It's Antic? Okay.
So this Roche now belongs to Entity.
Or does it, Hakoda?
As soon as CK used his illusions, they're like, let's see.
Oh! Okay. He's done. Never mind.
Did his job.
You did it.
Yeah, it seems like they're done. They can't land this Ice Blast on Morphling anymore. And again, holding the Aegis. There is Cheese, Refresher. Batrider holding onto Refresher.
3%
looking for another kill.
From Dota Plus. Flame Break, Lasso, BKB. It's just Stormer for now, but I'll have some help soon. Scan, Flame Break, blinking forward, another Flame Break, blast off. Not a lot of mana. Proximity mines are down. Those will explode, but not do anything. Primal Roar is used, and that will be a dead Theocore to Toby.
Watson turns into Magnus. We saw what he can do with Magnus.
RP? Hold feet? Maybe? No. No.
How much damage does he have? Over 600 damage.
His Scouter
when in Magnus mode with Empower.
Magnus mode. We tried turning it to Wumbo. Skewer. Chaos Bolt. Cold Feet, Reality Rift. There's the BKB. So Watson going to go the other way. The Static Storm's going to be placed down for some zoning effect. They've got the lasso. It's onto the Ember Spirit. They get the kill to dive along. Let's take the Magnus. He's got buyback, but Exantic falls, and he's only got 70 seconds to respawn
Damage
him
has
with no
already been
buyback.
done. I got flashbacks from first Aegis usage, same spot where he got skewered into, but Watson had BKB available, pops it, still holding the Aegis for 3 minutes, and feels like this game is getting out of control. Unless they land like 4-man RP into Ice Blast, into Techie's stun, I don't see them winning this fight.
Well, they don't have RP for 55 seconds.
Well, you better get it somehow.
Sell all your items, refresher. Skewer, maybe this time. No. Manta. Waveform.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Getting away. Tier 3 down. Racks are next.
Middle barracks
Roots of
are
Bearing
under
for
attack.
Fishman. Ooh. Blink, Skewer, Ancient Seal. Can they get him this time? Yes, they can. Under the tier 4 towers.
Dakota's ready with the Ice Blast.
Oh, Ice Blast! And oh. Well, they hit it, but they don't kill him. He was in the waveform. Static Storm. There's Shad. Mystic Flare. There they go. They get the kill into the CK. He's got buyback, but Mega Creep secured for the side of Entity.
It's time to close it out. RP is going to be available in 5 seconds, so you don't necessarily need to commit heavily, but slowly poke from the distance. Watson, he's still very afraid of this Ice Blast.
Well, it's on cooldown for another 19 seconds. They go in. Fishman ends up dead. Shad gets that, but he's up out of the high ground away from the team. The waveform out of the backlines looking for the Magnus. Flame Break. Zooming it out a little bit because this fight is happening in 2 separate spots. They've got the lasso on a Shad. He just bought back. He's going to end up dead. He's dead for 105 seconds. RP is used, but the Ancient Seal, there's no skewer. The Ice Blast lands on a Watson. They've got the Cold Feet, and now they'll get the kill. But he's got buyback, and it doesn't really matter when you've already lost Tabalama as well as Shad. Boots of Travel come back in. They've got the glimpse. They'll have the damage to get the kill there on a Theolacor. Look at where Watson is. He's already back on the tier 4 tower. It's like a fist searing chains. But they don't have an RP. They don't have an Ice Blast to go once again. Cold Feet onto the Bat Rider. That's going to wear out as he's using that Firefly to get away. The Static Storm's going to be right on top of the Ember Spirit. They've got the Primal Orb, but that's going to be reflected with the Lotus. They'll bring him back with a glimpse. And it's just his dead body as Watson gets the kill there onto Exantic, who's going to buy back. Tier 4s are starting to drop. They get the first one. There's the blast off on a Fishman. He's low. He'll die to Theolacor. They've got him dead for 100 seconds. So kind of getting it done a little bit as they take out the Disruptor, but can they get more done? Can they keep themselves getting something out of this? The throne is exposed. The creeps are coming in. They're mega creeps. There's no racks standing here for the side of D1 Hustlers. They're trying to hustle their way to keep their D1 spot, but they've got the Ice Blast. Dakota's going to end up dead. The creeps are in. The throne explodes, and Entity will send it back down to D2 Hustle as they take the series 2-1, and they take themselves a long one, but eventually get there in the end.
Oof, let's see those faces. How happy are they to stay in Division 1? Kataomi, very stoic, but Toby, Fishman, and Stormstormer, they seem pretty happy about this one. You know, keeping the slot. It's the strongest region, and also Entity had a bit of a rough this third tour, but still managing to keep their slot. And yeah, as you said, D1 Hustlers, they are gonna rebrand again, go to D2 Hustlers, and we'll need to find an opportunity somehow next the next TI, maybe this TI through the qualifiers. Not gonna be an easy one, but Entity, they look like a stronger team today. Like this has been the thing I would say with Hustlers, because on a good day when they are playing well, they can look like a really good team, but when they're losing, they're getting stomped.
Yeah, it's really just a 180 on games. Even in this series, it was a 180 from Game 1 to Game 2 to Game 3. So Entity, they ended up taking the series 2-1. Now they're going to be qualifier Hustlers. We're going to send it back to the panel for the last time. Guys, take it away.
A massive congratulations to Entity, has to be said. They showed up in Game 3. They were able to bounce back from what was a disaster in Game number 2 for them, and they looked great. There was a little bit of a worrying moment around the 20-minute mark, where I was like, oh, maybe Hustlers, maybe a way in, and then the team fight just didn't go that way.
Yeah, it was pretty much a rough game from Hustlers from pretty much the laning phase. Like already the highlights we're looking here, 9 minutes in, 3 cores on Entity are top net worth. and it's all down to Stormstormer. You know, he gets this, I think it was First Blood, he gets the solo kill onto Xantic, and then if you just look at his player perspective, he's applying pressure to bottom, he's going top, he's killing off, or at least pressuring Divine Armor. He pretty much broke this entire game, and by 12 minutes, I think he was part of nearly, 10 or 11 of the 13 kills. Like, he was destroying this map, and then, of course, Watson Morphling. It's going to maybe feed an Aegis away, but it's still going to probably win you the game.
Yeah, you've raved and raved before, Kezu, about Watson on Morphling, and this game was absolutely no different for him. Obviously had a great lane. One thing that you guys said you didn't want was Magnus going into a Morphling lane. That's not how you're going to shut him down, and very much showed you.
Yeah, it's just it's hard for multiple levels. Like, first of all, also when you play Ember into Morph, you don't really want to go slide and chains, but when you lane mid against Bad, you kind of have to. So when Watson like has these fights at level 8, 9, so like 10, 11 minutes into the game, he's so strong. He's like diving towers with level 4 slide. He has the chains ready as well, so he's even more active. And this AA Morph matchup, I don't actually think that it is what it used to be, because now you have like some built-in small magic resistance into the intelligence you gain, but most importantly, with the Aghanim Scepter, when he turns into Mag or CK, he gets 40% more magic resist. Like, suddenly this Ice Blast, even if it hits him, it doesn't actually last that long. So Morph is played a little different nowadays. I do respect actually the idea of AA. I'm sure I would have wanted to try that at some point as well, but like Dota just changes sometimes, but some heroes are unpicked. So you think, oh, yo, this used to actually shit on Morphling. It's still good, but it's not what it used to be. So it's just sad sometimes that, you know, you have an idea, but then it falls flat.
A very respectable attempt from D1 Hustlers. They fought till the end. Their draft, you know, had an idea. They weren't able to execute it. The matchups just weren't really there. And T, I kind of just want to put for MVP, I just want to put Toby out there. His Beastmaster was great. I know you're probably going to be like, oh, but what's in Morphling? I just want to make a case for Toby Beast. That's all I'm saying, okay? Just think about it.
You can make your case. I wasn't going to go with Watson.
Me neither.
Make your case. Yeah.
Okay.
Please, make your case.
I was just going to say I liked the build from Toby. He went into the Helm, but then he ended up going back afterwards into the Ags for the drums. So, oh, yes. Thank you, Reduction. Thank you.
This is...
Ooh, that's a steal from the mid lane, but it's okay. I think
I was going to say, you might end up having to change this one.
For the first time, I don't know if you've done it on other panels, but can we throw up Batrider after? You know, Nat got her Beastmaster. That's fine. She loved the build.
Yeah. We'll share Stormstormer. I agree.
I feel like it will be an absolute disservice if I do not see...
Hey,
there we go.
There you go.
But it's going to be 69.
Like, so Atlantic in game 2, the fear of Division 2, you know? The fear of going down with Puppy and having to fight again next year, that put, you know, a fire under his ass and he popped off. Stormstormer in game 3, best of 1, Div 1 life on the line. He just broke the game in like the first 12 minutes. He did absolutely everything for his team, and it's why Toby looked so good. It's why Watson was able to farm so well. So I don't know, Stormstormer, not because of any other reasons, but I think game 3 at least, stellar shit.
It's because he's German, just be real. That's why you gave him the MVP. It's a German player. I get it. It's fine.
I thought it was the coincidence that we have him ready for an interview, T.
It actually wasn't. I promise you.
Wow, T does it again. I really like Stormstormer.
This is not because of this. I think his game 3... Oh, he's here. Okay, fine.
He's here. Say it to his face. Go on, T. Say it to his face.
Nice.
He's hit it.
Thanks for the MVP, T. Thank you so much.
No worries, boss.
I'll quickly jump in here. Stormstormer, congratulations. You guys keep the Div 1 dream alive for the team. But my God, do you guys not know fear? Do you like living on the edge, or do you just love tiebreakers? Like 3 tours in a row now, you're in tiebreaker situations.
Yeah, I don't know. Like it's wild. Our team just ends up. I think actually I don't know if there's been one DPC season so far where we did not end up in tiebreakers. I think looking back at the way entity, I think since the beginning, at the end of every season, we have been in tiebreakers. And the funny thing is, I think we also won every single tiebreaker. So yeah, it's always very tough. It's always like everything on the line. But luckily we get our stuff together in this last series. So yeah, glad that we made it.
Yeah, you kind of show up when it needs to be. We might have to crown Entity as the tiebreaker kings over there. But we also noticed you guys went boot camping for this last week. It was something you mentioned previously in some of the interviews. But how did that affect you guys? Did you enjoy just being home, or facing a bit of issues in the gameplay, it was like, wow, I wish we were at boot camp so we could talk about this stuff?
I think going home from bootcamp was reasonable. I think we have been together for, I don't remember the amount of days, but like 2 to 3 weeks or something. And people were getting like, it got towards the end, you could feel how people were like getting to the point where they would like to have more time alone and stuff like everything. So I would, in terms of our performance, like it did go down over like towards the end of the DPC season. But honestly, I would not even blame it on the fact that we were not on bootcamp. I think if you would have stayed on bootcamp, it would not have changed that much. I think it was reasonable duration.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, again, congrats on the win and well-deserved MVP, of course, in Game 3, just to clarify. I just double-checked. Yeah, you are actually the only team across 2 years of DPC to play tiebreaker in Division 1. Like, every single time it shoots. That is a wild stat. Congratulations.
Oh, also, when we started in Div 2, we played tiebreakers. Like, when we started in Div 2, right? 2021.
Yeah.
And there we also played tiebreakers for Div 1. So...
Oh my gosh!
It's annoying though, because your tiebreakers have gone from going up, and now the last 2 tours are tiebreakers on the way down. So can you please pick it up again? I want to see good, happy tiebreakers, not these ones where it's an emotional interview. All right, question. Can I be on? You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but what went wrong in this tour specifically? Do you think, like, to put yourself in this position, maybe go into Division 2, etc. Like, what would you say was the biggest issue in this this season for you, or this tour? Sorry, as a team, not you specifically.
I mean, there's also always multiple things, and probably like we're gonna have talks in the team as well, of course. Just now we focus on finishing this DPC, but of course nobody in the team was really happy about how things went. We had matches that we were like proud of how they went. Like, of course, the beginning of the DPC was super good, arguably because maybe Liquid also was not in best shape and they had GH as a stand-in, but our start was pretty good. And then I think our series against Gaming Gladiators was also like actually pretty well played. I think we could have won that series convincingly too with a 2-0. We just messed up in the second game. So there are definitely games where I think we played really well. But what was definitely frustrating is that there were some series or some matches where like we kind of lost ourselves, and we just lost in a way that we basically got smashed. I have to point out points, like, I guess it's tough to reveal everything, but I think just the way we approach problems sometimes might have been too slow, or like the work, not only in, like, for me at least, I think like the work not only inside the game but also outside the game has been a little bit like sloppy, or they were like it was tough to like find proper solutions to things, just simply because of, I don't know, I guess the synergy between some players. Not excluding myself. This is like what comes to mind for me as well. Of course, sometimes also people have a bad day, but I think just I'm not sure. We will just see what it takes to figure out our best drive again. Like this is the crazy part about it. We can have games in Deep DPC where we play like super good tier 1 Dota, but then there's also games where we like play not so good Dota and we like just get smashed. So it's a process of being a team, I guess, you know, like figuring out what you should do better is kind of tough in a complex game like this. You have 5 people plus like a coach, an analyst, maybe your manager adds some things. Everybody has like their own like ideas. So it is of course tough to like figure out why exactly is it not working right now. But it's a work in progress, and you just gotta try things right and see where it goes. And this time it just did not go so well for us. Pretty long answer, but yeah.
No, I mean, thank you for the honesty, for sure. I guess follow-up as well is, when I think about Entity and your successful time, it was when DPC was a 6-week league rather than the 3-week league. Do you prefer having, like, would you prefer having like more time between the series to kind of treat each week as a new, journey, or do you prefer like the more condensed leagues, even if your results aren't reflecting the successes of before?
That is a very good question. I think that now definitely feels more intense, but I would prefer the system over the last system last year for sure. I think 7 weeks or 6 weeks, what it was too much, and you had breaks that were just overdoing it. You had like 6 or 7 days breaks sometimes. I guess 6 was the maximum, but that was definitely too much for me and some of my teammates back then. I do like how it is right now. I think it could be a little bit less dense. Like there are days where you play, then you have 1 day break, and then you play again. I personally would like to have like 2 day breaks maybe in between, like a small change of things. But I think the way it is right now, it is like doable. It's just very intense, and the teams that are able to adapt quickly and are like open to change and find solutions quickly, basically just come ahead, come ahead in the end. I think what is a bit tough is like that the schedule, especially also with Dream League happening, is very tense. Like after DPC and after majors, like the break after the major is just insanely close. You look at Gaming Gladiators Liquid, they fly home from their majors, and people tweeting like, "Holy shit, DPC starting in 3 days again already!" Like it's so tight. So I think these breaks, like not maybe necessarily inside a season, but between a major and the DPC season, should be a bit bigger, I think.
Just to kind of rest, reset, and bring everyone kind of back to that level playing field. Cool. Thank you very much.
Right. Because I think at the end people want to see like people when they're like in the refreshed state and everything, right? When people are like playing their best. And I think it's a bit like overdoing it that it's like so dense that people play a major TI like major final like Team Liquid or Gaiman, and then they have to only 5 days rest and go into DPC right again. That's a bit crazy to me.
Okay, Stürmi. Who has the strongest voice in your team, in and out of the game? I need to know.
The strongest voice?
Yeah, like
this
who
DPC
has
season,
like the
I
most,
think the most saying, or like who talks the most, I guess.
No, not who talks the most. More like who says the most important stuff. Who has the most authority in and out of the game?
I guess it switches from. I mean, we definitely have some more quiet players and more like sitting back players. For example, Katomi and Toby are a little bit more chill, a little bit more behind the scenes. They say occasionally things where they're getting annoyed by something or like they think something's really important, but they are more, more relaxed in the back. I think this season especially was Fishman who did this job. What you mentioned, like he was pushing for a lot of things, was very active, pushed other players. Like he went beyond his own limits in some regards. Like definitely big shout out to him. Like Dima did a really insane job, like inside the game, and then after, like just looking at what is going wrong, trying to figure, like, you know, sometimes even another players like maybe not like fully in shape or something, and he was like doing his best to like make up for that, or like, you know, talk to people, look for solutions, push for some things. Maybe, of course, sometimes maybe he also overdid it a little bit, but I think in general the way he did it was like insanely good. And then after that, I guess, I mean, our coach, of course, always like talks a lot, like makes people like think about drafts and everything. And I guess me would be like number 3 or like on somewhere there. And yeah, that's the way. I think Watson, Katsume, and Toby are the more chill guys in the back.
Okay, got it. That's insightful. And then I have one more. So I'm just going to be honest. I think a lot of your openings, I personally don't like them when it comes to draft. And you talked about some of your shortcomings in this DPC season. Would you say it's more about gameplay? Is it more about draft? Or is it like a mix of everything? Like what would you attribute your losses or the weaker gameplay of this season to? To which aspect?
Definitely drafting matters a lot for the fact, but it's also basically it's we got like a little bit baited by some things, by some openings for sure. Like looking back at the season, there were just openings that were just straight up not good, and we valued things in the wrong way. And this is basically what I meant at the beginning on the first question, like what we didn't work well on before is that we like basically we're not sure in this current meta what are like the good drafts, what is like a good solid opening that cannot get countered, or like basically is a solid foundation for your draft. Like that's what we struggled with doing in this DPC quite a lot. So for sure, I think, I mean, not only me, but many people on my team, probably everybody says like, oh, we like our drafting in this season was just basically not on point, and we struggled really hard. I do think that gameplay was connected to it, though. I think there have been games where like players, once again, also including me, just didn't play their best, and then like a draft that might even be favorable for enemies, still looked like even worse just because people were not fully in shape. So it's always connected, but yeah, we were not happy with our drafts in some situations either.
Okay, yeah, as a very big Entity fan, I had to ask the question. Thank you.
No, reasonable.
No cap. No cap.
Okay.
I'm done.
Well, look, at the end of the day, Stormer, you guys came out on top of tiebreakers. Like I said, we're crowning you the tiebreaker kings over an Entity there. So congratulations, and enjoy that slot still in Div 1.
Yeah, and thank you. And also shout out to Anzantic, his Ember owned me game too. So that guy made me sweat. GG's.
Fair enough, shout out. Enjoy the rest of your night, Stormer.
Thank you, guys. Have a nice evening.
See ya.
You too.
Bye. Oh, Stormer getting wholesome, getting honest. I love it. A little bit of transparency, T, on what is going on the back end and how teams are dealing with what this patch is dealing them and how they're trying to process everything that is going on in it.
I mean, this year is very grueling for teams because you do
Yeah.
Div 1, Major, and then you do Div 2, Major, into Div 2 into Dream League into the Major, and then it's again Tour 3, Dream League, Major, right? There's like no downtime. There's like maybe a couple days here, a week there. So for teams like Entity who are going to everything, maybe missing out on a Major, but still doing all the other events, it's still a very grueling time. So unless you're gaming where you win it at the end of it and you get chill, or you're Liquid where you already have your TI invite, it's a very emotional year. So this is now the part where the kind of mental fortitude of players really kind of shines through if they can, battle through the hard part, because once you get to TI, you reset, you're there, you made it. But if you don't get there, if you've done all this work for nothing, and it can break people. So you really need to kind of support the teams on the bad days too. So it's rough. Dota is a very hard game for these teams.
Yeah, it's a lot of pacing, managing burnout and everything that's going on. But guys, that was our last game, our last series for Div 1 of Western Europe Tour 3. The results for it, obviously in our tiebreakers, we found out that Quest Esports can definitely recreate the 2-0 that they had over Liquid in the regular season. They got to hear in the tiebreakers, they come out third place, Team Liquid fourth, and then Entity Hustlers, they put it all the way down to the wire. Entity just kept the Div 1 dream alive. They just escaped relegation, but that does mean that our newly promoted Div 1 Hustlers will be going down to Div 2 alongside Secret. So Tundra, Gaming Gladiators, Quest Esports, and Liquid will be the representatives for Western Europe over at Bali Major.
Woo!
Don't all jump
Let's
on.
go.
Yeah,
Quest
thank you.
Yeah,
I was
I
over a
was
little bit of
pivoting. Yeah,
clapping
let's go. I mean,
woo! I gotta pretend there was an
Europe's
audience. Thank you guys. Thank you.
yeah, Europe's an insane. Yeah, true. That is a audience clap sign type moment. But I mean, Europe, we're dominating region. As much as I love the European region, I'm still down for Europe to absolutely choke.
Okay, relax.
And then get other regions shine, because then TI ain't going to be the European showdown. It's going to be some SEA team, some China team, some SA team, maybe it's the Beast Coast or EG time to win something. I don't know. I love Europe, but you've already got your TI stuff. Simmer down, give someone else the major time.
Okay. I mean, Reddit points are being farmed perhaps, but that's okay. I would like EU to do well, and eventually Europe gets a 5th slot, which it deserves. But, if other teams do well, I'm happy for that. I just want good competition. I think I'm down for not having a EU final for the 900th time. This I can agree
Look at you
with.
farming Reddit points, Mr. Kezu, huh?
Did I? I don't think so. I just I helped EU a little bit, and then I shat on it a little bit. It's like balance in all things.
All right, then, before we do head off, anything you guys want to say about this tour, how it's been, and how you actually think Quest Esports? I think that's the storyline I want to run here with. Tundra, great. Game-In, obviously, great. Liquid, also really good team. Quest Esports is going to be their first international debut. So, T, give me a bit of a rundown how you think they're going to fare, and just things that you've learned over this tour on this new patch of 7.33C.
Still a lot of room to grow in this patch. I think aggression is key, being able to fight and do well in lanes. And for Quest, honestly, I'm putting them as a middle pack team straight away. I think a lot of these fresh major teams, you expect them just to bomb out, but I think Quest should easily slot in quite healthily to doing well in group stage, and then maybe a couple upsets. I'd be surprised if they got to like top 4, but I can see them being middle pack.
And because exact same question for you before we close out the show.
Okay. Quest Esports, they're gonna get top 8 at the major. Probably like, I think that's fairly accurate. I think they can make it. It will tend a bit on the first LAN jitters for maybe some of them. Maybe a Mark can step up and be like, we're gonna play against noobs, guys. It's okay, it's gonna be easy. And in terms of the
noobs on his team, mate, I hope that they're playing together. They're not against noob.
Anyway, continuing, because great. Thank you, T. I would say on this patch, I want to see more universal stuff. I want to see more mid Marcy, mid Dark Willow. I need more 9s and more Topsons out there, because this patch is so new and so big and so whack that we don't even know the half of it. So people need to get to experimenting, bros. It's about time.
I 100% echo that sentiment, not only with mid lane, but off lane. It's looking a lot more fun. You can almost run anything there if you've got a good support with you. Down to see some more Ogre off lane, bring out some wacky Winter Wyverns as well. Who really knows what they could pull out. But for now, thank you guys so much for tuning in to Div 1 Western Europe 2 or 3. It's been a fun time. Thank you, T. Thank you, Kezu, for joining me on the panel. And your kitty cat. And of course, PGL, thank you so much for the opportunity in Div 1. But if you, Kezu, if you guys are still looking for some more Dota to watch, then I do know NA Div 1 tiebreakers are happening over on PGL. _ Dota 2 EM2. So you guys can head over to that Twitch channel, tune in. And of course, we'll be back for some Div 2 action in a couple of days. But for now, we'll see you guys later.
R2.
I drop him.
Get him.
Apparition here. Magnus here.
Guys, I will finish Magnus before RP. Can we Magnus?
Apparition is almost dead here too. Apparition.
Magnus is dead.
Magnus dead. Ember. Ember is him.
I'm dying to secret.
We need to kill Sikilos.
I'm dead. Probably for now. Am I?
I take out.
Look at me.
I stand him.
Take a slow.
Take it. Sike can maybe go.
I'm blocking it, okay. Take it without.
Yeah, I'm
I'm getting it.
Check
You
the
can give me jump.